Chapter 2667. Mother, it's him. Lu Xueqi immediately turned to look at Duan Lingtian when he heard the woman's question. His eyes gleamed fiercely like a docile puppy that had suddenly turned into a mad dog. He could not wait to pounce on Duan Lingtian and bite him. The woman was Lu Xueqi's mother, Pang Yuan. When she heard her son's words, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a murderous gleam in her eyes. Uncle. When Pang Yuan saw the old man who came with her, the anger on her face was replaced by a pitiful expression. Elder Pang Bing. When Pang Yuan looked at the old man, Lu Qian also glanced at the old man and greeted him. This old man was the leader of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Among the inner mansion elders in Nine Spectres County, only this old man and Zhang Qiu were stronger than him. Lu Qian was not surprised by the appearance of the old man since he knew his sister-in-law, Pang Yuan, was Pang Bing's niece. Brat, you're the one who wants to kill my grandnephew? Although Pang Bing looked at Duan Lingtian calmly, a hint of killing intent could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Elder Pang Bing. Duan Lingtian glanced at Pang Bing indifferently and said, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, the Pang clan will be dragged into this as well. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed fiercely as though he was about to devour Pang Bing. When Duan Lingtian heard Lu Qian addressing the old man as Elder Pang Bing, he knew who the old man was. The leader of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, Pang Bing. This Pang Bing's strength was even stronger than the elder Zhang Qiu that he knew. Moreover, Pang Bing was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. How boastful! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Pang Bing was first startled, and then he flew into a rage. His face flushed red, and he seemed to have turned into an angry tiger, glaring at Duan Lingtian. A powerful aura rose from his body and swept towards Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Lu Qian, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, who was also an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County like Pang Bing, asked Duan Lingtian in a deep voice. Pang Bing was glaring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Earlier he had already sent a voice transmission to his brother, Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, to understand the ins and outs of the matter. He knew this person had killed his good friend Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan and a primitive celestial alchemist in just a blink of an eye. Lu Qing, until his death, did not react. Now, he could almost be sure that this was the case. The purple-clad young man was at least a violet sun golden celestial. It doesn't matter who I am, Duan Lingtian said indifferently. As long as the Lu clan executes Lu Xueqi and gives me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, I'll let bygones be bygones. I believe you're a smart person, Elder Lu Qian. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Qian meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell silent again. The people from the Lu clan in particular had an expression of disbelief on their faces when they looked at Duan Lingtian. This person. How boastful. Not only does he want the Lu clan to execute young Master Lin, but he also wants us to give him 100,000 prominent celestial stones? 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Even with the amount of celestial stones in the Lu clan's account, it's impossible for us to gather so many prominent celestial stones, right? If the Lu clan really wants to gather so many prominent celestial stones, it's still possible. However, we'll have to sell some of our assets. Who the hell is he? Elder Lu Qian and Elder Pang Bing, the inner court elders of the county governor's estate, are here, and yet, he's still blackmailing us. Is he not afraid of the county governor's estate in the Nine Spectres County? The group of people from the Lu family could not understand where the purple-clothed young man in front of them got his confidence from. Under such circumstances, he still dared to blackmail and extort the Lu family. You, upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Qian was so enraged that he felt as though his lungs were about to explode. His aura surged as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into scorching flames that shrouded his entire body. His cries rang in the air. Elder Pang Bing. Pang Bing was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words when Duan Lingtian glanced at him indifferently and said, If you really want to interfere in this matter, sure. However, if you do, the Pang clan will have to pay 100,000 prominent celestial stones if you want to settle this peacefully. Elder Pang Bing, you better think this through. Duan Ling Tian looked at Pang Bing meaningfully when he finished speaking. Who are you? Pang Bing calmed down when he saw Duan Ling Tian daring to threaten him. However, his eyes were still filled with suspicion when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Compared to you, Elder Pang Bing, I'm just a nobody. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. He no longer looked at Pang Bing. Instead, he shifted his gaze to Lu Zuelin and said with a grin, Lu Zuelin, do you think you'll be able to keep your life with Elder Pang Bing and Elder Lu Qian around? Lu Zuelin's expression darkened, and his eyes flashed with uncertainty. He did not expect the purple-clad young man would still be so calm at this moment. Could it be that the purple-clad young man had a powerful background? Uncle, this brat must be bluffing. He's trying to scare you. Pang Yuan, who was standing next to Lu Zuelin, glared at Duan Ling Tian before she turned to look at Pang Bing. That's not impossible. Pang Bing nodded nonchalantly when he heard Pang Yuan's words. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, however, Yuan, the Lu clan is the master of this matter. If the Lu clan can resolve this matter, there's no need for me to meddle in this matter. Pang Bing made his stance clear after he finished speaking. He would not act rashly before the Lu clan made a move. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly as soon as Pang Bing finished speaking. It was not difficult for him to guess Pang Bing's thoughts. He wanted to see if the Lu clan could deal with him. After all, Lu Qian, who was not much weaker than him, had returned. If Lu Qian could deal with him, Pang Bing would not have to make a move as well. If Lu Qian could not deal with him, Pang Bing knew he might not be able to do the same. At that time, Pang Bing could retreat in the face of difficulties. That way, he would not offend him and drag the Pang clan down with him. Facing Pang Bing's attitude, Pang Yuan still wanted to say something. But when she saw Pang Bing shaking his head at her, she didn't say anything else. However, her gaze turned colder as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian wanted her son's life. She did not care why Duan Ling Tian wanted her son's life. In her opinion, her son's life was the most important. Nobody's life was more important than her son's life. As long as her son was alive, she did not care even if millions of people died. Good. Very good. Lu Qian's cold gaze was fixed on Duan Ling Tian as he said in a deep voice, since you're so confident, let me, Lu Qian, experience your strength. I only hope your strength matches your confidence. As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, he made his move under everyone's watchful eyes. Bas, 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 bas. As soon as Lu Qian made his move, he took out his celestial weapon. It was a short sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Then, under the watchful eyes of the others, Lu Qian seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. The sword rays in his hand emitted a series of ear-piercing and short-lived sword cries as they shot out. All of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. Lu Qian's celestial origin energy surged like a flame before it transformed into a human-shaped giant beast that was more than 100 meters tall. When the giant beast charged out with Lu Qian, it created an earth-shattering commotion. Just when Duan Ling Tian thought this was the extent of Lu Qian's strength, a shocking scene unfolded in front of him. Lu Qian, who was sprinting forward, along with the afterimages of the immortal sword in his hand, actually merged with the giant humanoid beast in a flash. In the end, the gigantic humanoid beast disappeared. After that, Lu Qian's body began to swell out of control. In just a blink of an eye, Lu Qian, who was originally only 1.8 meters tall, grew to a height of more than 30 meters. His aura was so domineering that it blotted out the sun. It's not an illusion. His body seems to have really grown bigger. When Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness, it was not difficult for him to discover that Lu Qian's body seemed to have grown bigger. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew that Lu Qian's body seemed to have grown bigger. This was very similar to a real increase in size, but it was impossible for it to be a real increase in size. What a brilliant technique! Duan Ling Tian knew Lu Qian must have cast some celestial method or divine ability to make Lu Qian grow bigger. It was as though Duan Ling Tian, his opponent, was an insignificant ant in Lu Qian's eyes. Elder Lu Qian is using the 100 feet golden body? The 100 feet golden body is a primitive assist-type celestial method that's extremely difficult to cultivate. Once it's cultivated, it'll allow the cultivator's body to swell until it's 10 times bigger. Chapter 2668. So, it's an assist-type primitive celestial method. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation when he heard the discussion between the Lu clan's elders. Die, brat! At the same time, Lu Qian, who had transformed into a 30-meter-tall Lu Qian, suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, a terrifying sound wave was emitted from his mouth. Like ripples, it tore through the sky and engulfed everyone present. In just a blink of an eye, the sound wave shattered the eardrums of some of the weaker members of the Lu clan, causing them to bleed from their 7 orifices. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, he moved his hands and slammed them toward Duan Ling Tian. It was as though he was trying to kill Duan Ling Tian as though he was swatting a mosquito. Swoosh! 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 Duan Ling Tian was about to dodge when he discovered dazzling sword rays were flying toward him like a swarm of locusts. They sealed all his paths of escape and left him with nowhere to run. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, Lu Qian's palms were getting closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian. It seemed like it would not take long for his palms to land on Duan Ling Tian and crush Duan Ling Tian as though he was swatting a mosquito. Elder Lu Qian is going all out. It seems like he doesn't dare to underestimate this purple-clad young man. Of course. After all, this purple-clad young man killed Elder Lu Qing with just a blow. Although Elder Lu Qing isn't a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, he's still one of the strongest Indigo Sun Golden Celestials. Elder Lu Qian is indeed one of the strongest Violet Sun Golden Celestials. Even an ordinary Violet Sun Golden Celestial wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. Even if that brat is a Violet Sun Golden Celestial, he'll suffer from this. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the elders of the Lu clan quickly communicated with each other. However, their gazes never left Duan Ling Tian and Lu Qian, as if they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. If you want me to die, let's see if you, Lu Qian, have the ability. Just as Lu Qian's palms were about to come together, Duan Ling Tian opened his mouth again. His clear and cold voice rang out and instantly entered the ears of everyone in the air above the Lu clan's great hall. Even as the news continued to spread, the people of the Lu clan who were close to the Lu clan's main hall also heard it clearly. Whoosh! 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 Under the gazes of the crowd, at the center area where Lu Qian's palms were clasped together, the place where the sword rays were imprisoned, suddenly lit up with a light that was as bright as day. Upon closer inspection, it was actually sword rays that were even more resplendent than Lu Qian's sword rays. The moment these sword glows appeared, they caused Lu Qian's sword glows to pale in comparison. It was like a white crane appearing in a flock of chickens. A crane in a flock of chickens. Whoosh! 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 As the white light soared, it was as if a white sun was blooming brilliantly, causing everyone present to squint their eyes instinctively. They could only see the white light through the slits of their eyes. Within the white light, there was also a series of earth-shattering sword-whistling sounds mixed in. Before the crowd could clearly see what was happening, a shrill scream had already clearly entered everyone's ears. It was like a thunderclap reverberating in their ears. That's Lu Qian's voice. Pang Bing's expression changed drastically. At the same time, a hint of relief involuntarily flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was glad that he did not make the first move. While he was rejoicing, Pang Bing's eyes narrowed as he observed everything before him. He saw that as the white light soared, tens of thousands of blazing sword rays whistled through the air. Lu Qian, who was about 30 meters tall, had his arms directly crushed. His huge body was also sent flying in an instant. He was in an extremely sorry state. Whoosh! When Lu Qian stopped moving in the distance, the rest of the people also regained their senses. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Qian had returned to his normal height. However, his arms were no longer there. Lu Qian's face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and the corner of his mouth was stained with blood. A celestial sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing hovered by his side. Whether it was Lu Qian or his celestial weapon, they were like arrows at the end of their flight at this moment. You. Who are you? If you're from Nine Spectres County, you're definitely not a nobody. Your strength is very close to that of a great overarching golden celestial. No one below the great overarching golden celestial is a match for you. Although their battle had only been brief, Lu Qian was keenly aware of this. The purple-clad young man's strength was even stronger than Pang Bing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, everyone's eyes shifted to Pang Bing in unison. After all, Pang Bing was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Lu Qian's words were no different from belittling him and praising the purple-clad young man. I am not as good as him. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Pang Bing let out a sigh. When he Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with fear. No. Impossible. How is this possible? Lu Zuelin, who was originally full of confidence in Lu Qian, couldn't help but turn ashen when he saw Lu Qian lose and Pang Bing admit his inferiority. Beside Lu Zuelin, Pang Yuan's face turned ugly. She naturally knew what this meant. This meant that the reinforcements that she had brought over, as well as the reinforcements from the Lu family, were no match for this purple-clothed youth who wanted to kill her son. First uncle, second brother. Quickly inform the county governor. Quickly inform the county governor. Pang Yuan hurriedly reminded Pang Bing and Lu Qian to inform Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County. In her opinion, the county governor of Nine Spectres County was a great overarching golden celestial. If a great overarching golden celestial made a move, even if the purple-clad young man was unrivaled, he would still die in front of a great overarching golden celestial. The difference between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial was like an insurmountable chasm. Do you want to know who I am? Take your time to guess on your way to hell. Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice rang in the air when Pang Yuan reminded Pang Bing and Lu Qian. His voice overpowered Pang Yuan's voice, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. This purple-clad young man wants to kill Lu Qian? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, a myriad of sword lights whistled out from Duan Ling Tian's body before transforming into more than 10 sword formation after images before fusing together in the end. Only one sword formation that shone brightly and had a surging aura was left behind as it whistled towards Lu Qian. This technique, Pang Bing's eyes widened slightly. He felt as though he had heard of this technique before. You dare to kill me. If you dare to kill me, the county governor of Nine Spectres County won't let you go. Lu Qian was severely injured at this moment. His expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. He panicked and used the county governor of Nine Spectres County as a shield. He wanted to make sure Duan Lingtian would not dare to kill him. However, Duan Lingtian ignored Lu Qian's words. The dazzling sword formation pierced through the air and killed Lu Qian in just a blink of an eye. Only a spatial ring was left behind. Duan Lingtian quickly put it away. Silence. The entire place was deathly silent. You dare to kill my second brother? Lord County Governor. Lord County Governor won't let you go. The clan leader of Lu clan, Lu Dongping, looked at Duan Lingtian thoughtfully. Until now, he was still in disbelief. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to kill his second brother. After all, his second brother was not only the supreme elder of the Lu clan, but he was also an inner elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. He was under the protection of the county governor's estate. Second uncle. He killed my second uncle? Lu Zuelin's face was ghastly pale, and his body trembled violently from fear. Even the strongest person in the Lu clan had been killed. How could he still be alive? My words are still valid. Kill him and give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones, and we'll forget about this matter. Duan Lingtian glanced at Lu Zuelin indifferently. Didn't you say you'd spare my life if we gave you 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Why are you asking for 100,000 prominent celestial stones and killing me now? Lu Zuelin roared indignantly as he looked at Duan Tian. If all of you had cooperated from the beginning, I wouldn't have had to raise the price. However, all of you have wasted too much of my time. It's normal for me to raise the price. Duan Tian glanced at Lu Zuelin and said indifferently. You? Lu Zuelin was speechless. His face was ashen, and there was only despair in his eyes. At this time, who could save him? Who are you? How dare you kill an elder of my county governor's mansion? A moment later, while the expressions of the people from the Lu clan were uncertain, a thunderous voice that contained a terrifying penetrating force sounded from outside the Lu clan mansion. It came from the direction of the county governor's mansion. The voice was filled with anger. It's the county governor. Hearing this voice, the eyes of the Lu family's group lit up. The despair in Lu Zuelin's eyes disappeared as soon as he heard the voice. It was replaced by joy. Elder Pang Bing. In the end, you still didn't listen to my advice. Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, said coldly as he turned to look at Pang Bing. You're right, Pang Bing. Earlier, he had seen Pang Bing using a communication celestial talisman. It was obvious that Pang Bing had sent the news back to the county governor of Nine Spectres County as soon as he received the news. Chapter 2669. Sir, I merely informed the county governor of Nine Spectres County about the death of Lu Qian, the inner court elder of the county governor's estate. I don't think I'm interfering in the matter between you and the Lu clan, right? A hint of fear flashed in Pang Bing's eyes when he saw Duan Tian looking at him coldly. In any case, Elder Pang Bing, ask the Pang clan to prepare 100,000 prominent celestial stones for me within 3 days. Duan Tian said indifferently. Based on his words, he was certain Pang Bing had interfered in the matter between him and the Lu clan. Therefore, he asked the Pang clan to prepare 100,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days. 100,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days? Pang Bing's expression darkened when he heard Duan Tian's words. He said in a deep voice, "What a big appetite you have. What if the Pang clan refuses to give you the celestial stones? What are you going to do about it?" "Then I'll have to go and get them myself." Duan Tian continued to speak indifferently as though he was talking about something insignificant. Humph! Pang Bing snorted coldly. Then he looked into the distance and said coldly, "If you want 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan, you'll have to make it out alive today." At this moment, Pang Bing could clearly sense a powerful aura coming from the direction of the county governor's estate. Moreover, the aura was so fast that it was terrifying. Even he was not as fast as the aura. He knew the county governor of Nine Spectres County was here. Although he knew he was not as strong as the purple-clad young man, he could tell the purple-clad young man was only an ordinary person. Although the purple-clad young man's strength was close to that of a great overarching golden celestial, he was not as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. Great overarching golden celestials were also divided into different grades and ranks. Among them, yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials were the weakest. The county governor of Nine Spectres County was a profound-rank great overarching golden celestial, who was even stronger than a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was very close to breaking through to the earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. He was one of the strongest among those below the earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Therefore, in Pang Bing's opinion, so long as the county governor of the county governor's manor arrived, this purple-clothed youth before them would not be able to cause any more trouble. There's no need for Elder Pang Bing to worry about that. Duan Tian glanced in the direction of the prefectural governor's manor as he replied to Pang Bing. He had also sensed a powerful and familiar aura. County governor. The group of people from the Lu clan, including the clan leader, Lu Dongping, stared in the direction of the county governor's mansion with a respectful expression on their faces. They were waiting for the arrival of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. A moment later, whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the robes of the people in the Lu family's main hall to flutter. As the wind blew, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. This figure that seemed to appear out of thin air was a tall middle-aged man wearing a silver robe embroidered with a silver dragon. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. Waves of majestic aura were emitted from his body. He was obviously a person who had been in a high position for a long time. County Governor. County Governor. As soon as the person appeared, everyone from the Lu clan bowed respectfully in the air above the main hall. Even Pang Bing bowed slightly at this moment. County Governor. While everyone was bowing, Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed on the middle-aged man. He smiled faintly at him and greeted him indifferently. Duan Ling Tian looked as though he was greeting an acquaintance. He knows the county governor? Pang Bing's expression changed slightly when he saw the way Duan Ling Tian greeted the county governor. He had a bad feeling about this. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, the group of people from the Lu clan, including Lu Dongping and Lu Zuolin, also noticed the way Duan Ling Tian greeted the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Their expressions changed immediately. They could tell the middle-aged man was wearing a purple robe. It seemed like the purple-clad young man knew the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Moreover, based on the way the purple-clad young man greeted the county governor of Nine Spectres County, it seemed like they were quite close. How's this possible? How could he know the county governor? Impossible. It's impossible. Lu Zuolin shook his head. Although he didn't want to believe it, the hope in his eyes dimmed significantly at this moment. Initially, he thought he would be able to escape when he saw the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, it seemed like that was not the case. County governor. Lu Zuolin's mother, Pang Yuan from the Pang clan, immediately stepped forward and pointed at Duan Ling Tian as she said indignantly, "He's the one who killed Elder Lu Qian." Elder Lu Qian was an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. His killing of Elder Lu Qian is equivalent to declaring war on the county governor's estate. County governor, you must avenge Elder Lu Qian. You can't let him do whatever he wants. Pang Yuan said hurriedly. She pretended to be sad and indignant. When Duan Ling Tian greeted Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Tian Ji Yu had noticed him. Just as he was about to return the greeting, Pang Yuan beat him to it and said it was Duan Ling Tian who had killed Lu Qian, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. Duan Ling Tian had killed Lu Qian? What a joke! If Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing Lu Qian, he could easily win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion and obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for the Nine Spectres County. Ridiculous! As soon as Pang Yuan finished speaking, Tian Ji Yu glared at her and said coldly, Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old yet. Do you think he's capable of killing Elder Lu Qian, a Violet Sun Golden Celestial? Do you think I, Tian Ji Yu, am a fool? When Tian Ji Yu reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Pang Yuan. Pang Yuan felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and her body began to tremble violently. As soon as Tian Ji Yu finished speaking, the entire place fell into dead silence. Duan Ling Tian? Not even 100 years old? The name Duan Ling Tian was familiar to everyone present. Duan Ling Tian came from Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities in Nine Spectres County. 2 years ago, when he had just arrived in the county city of Nine Spectres County, he had severely injured Zhou Fei, the strongest person under the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County, in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate. After that battle, Duan Ling Tian became the focus of Zhou Fei's attention. Duan Ling Tian became famous after that battle and became the most popular young powerhouse in Nine Spectres County. Lord County Governor. Are you sure? He's Duan Ling Tian? Pang Bing asked as he looked at Tian Ji Yu in disbelief. For a moment, he even forgot to sense the aura emanating from Duan Ling Tian's body. If he tried, he would be able to determine Duan Ling Tian's age based on the aura of Duan Ling Tian's body. Of course there's no mistake. Tian Ji Yu replied indifferently. Tian Ji Yu could not help but frown as he asked, Elder Pang Bing, why are you here? You're unharmed, but Elder Lu Qian is dead. What's going on? Tianji Yu's expression darkened when he finished asking the question. He's not even 100 years old. Heavens! I didn't sense his aura earlier, but now that I think about it, he's really not even 100 years old. Is he really Duanling Tian, the most popular young powerhouse in Nine Spectres County in the past 2 years? If he's really Duanling Tian, isn't Duanling Tian too terrifying? He's not even 100 years old, but he's stronger than Elder Pang Bing, the strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in Nine Spectres County? Earlier, Elder Pang Bing also admitted that he's not as strong as Duanling Tian. Just as Tianji Yu was questioning Pang Bing and his face darkened, the exclamations of the elders from the Lu clan entered his ears. He was completely dumbstruck as he stood rooted to the ground. Did these people just say that Elder Pang Bing was not as strong as Duanling Tian? How's this possible? In Nine Spectres County, Elder Pang Bing is only weaker than me and Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate who passed away not long ago. He's also widely acknowledged as the strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in Nine Spectres County. He's not as strong as Duanling Tian? Tianji Yu couldn't believe it. He looked at Pang Bing, his eyes flashing with uncertainty. Pang Bing knew what was on Tianji Yu's mind when he saw the look in Tianji Yu's eyes. He nodded bitterly. Lord County Governor, it's true that I'm not as strong as Duanling Tian. Earlier, Pang Bing had purposely sensed Duanling Tian's aura and confirmed that Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old. He had also confirmed Duanling Tian's identity. For a moment, his heart was in turmoil. How could a person who was not even 100 years old be stronger than him? Does this mean Elder Lu Qian was killed by Duanling Tian? Tianji Yu asked as his eyes glinted. Yes. Pang Bing nodded before he added, I can't prove this by myself. However, everyone here can testify to this. Tianji Yu's eyes immediately shifted to Duanling Tian when he heard Duanling Tian's question. He smiled faintly and asked Duanling Tian in a friendly manner. Duanling Tian, did you kill Elder Lu Qian? Yes. Since he had already killed Elder Lu Qian, there was no way Duanling Tian would deny it. Chapter 2670. Hearing Duanling Tian admitted himself, even if Tianji Yu didn't dare to believe it, he had to believe it. Good, very good. Under everyone's gaze, the smile on Tianji Yu's face only froze for a moment, then it bloomed again, and became even brighter. At the same time, it could be heard that Tianji Yu's tone was full of excitement now, and there was no trace of anger at all. It was just like how Lu Qian's death was not worth mentioning compared to the fact that Duanling Tian's strength was close to that of a Daluo Golden Immortal. In fact, in Tianji Yu's heart, compared to the fact that Duanling Tian's strength was close to that of the Almighty Immortal, Lu Qian's death was indeed not worth mentioning. After all, to him, Duanling Tian's strength was almost on par with a Daluo Golden Celestial, which meant that it was almost certain that Duanling Tian would win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duanling Tian won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Nine Spectres County would get 3 mediocre-grade celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills. 3 Great Overarching Pills were enough to create 3 Great Overarching Golden Immortals. Compared to the 3 Daluo Golden Celestials, Lu Qian, a mere Violet Sun Golden Celestial, was not even worth mentioning. County Governor. When Lu Zuolin's mother Pang Yuan saw that Tianji Yu did not intend to hold Duanling Tian accountable for Lu Qian's death, she panicked and hastily said, Elder Lu Qian might not have contributed much to the county governor's estate in the past, but he did put in a lot of effort. Now that he's been killed, you must seek justice for him, Lord County Governor. Pang Yuan said as she knelt down in front of Tianji Yu in the void. In fact, she was not doing this for Lu Qian. She did it for her son, Lu Zuolin. If Duanling Tian came out unscathed today, her son Lu Zuolin would most likely be dead. Now, even the group of people from the Lu clan led by the Lu clan's patriarch, Lu Dongping, had faintly realized that today's matter was already a foregone conclusion. Although their expressions were unsightly, they didn't say anything because they knew that it was useless no matter what they said. To the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Duanling Tian was going to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that would soon be held in King Qin's mansion. With Duan Lingtian's current strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to win the competitions too. If Duan Lingtian won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, the 9 Spectres County would receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, that could help one become a Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Yun says if they were the county governors of 9 Spectres County, they would not vent their anger on Duan Lingtian because of Lu Qian. Yuan. Pang Bing could not help but feel anxious when he saw that Pang Yuan was still doing useless things even though he knew that she loved her son dearly. He was deeply afraid that Pang Yuan's actions would enrage the prefectural governor of the prefectural governor's manor. Humph. Tian Jiyu snorted coldly as he glanced at Pang Yuan, who was kneeling down. I believe in Duan Lingtian. Since he killed Elder Lu Qian deserved to die. I believe he won't kill the innocent. Tian Jiyu's words expressed his unconditional support for Duan Lingtian. As for what had happened, he didn't care. Even if Duan Lingtian was powerless and killed Lu Qian for no reason, he could only turn a blind eye to it. Pang Yuan's face turned ashen when she heard Tian Jiyu's words. Duan Lingtian, will you return with me? Tian Jiyu asked with a smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Based on his words, it was clear he intended to return to the county governor's estate as well. When he arrived, he was extremely furious because of the death of his county governor's estate's inner estate elder, Lu Qian. When he learned that Lu Qian had been killed by Duan Lingtian, he was no longer angry. Instead, he was happy that Duan Lingtian had the ability to kill Lu Qian. At the same time, he valued Duan Lingtian even more. Previously, he only thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of entering the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, at this moment, he was certain Duan Lingtian would be able to obtain the honor of being the first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor, you can return first. I still have some matters to settle with the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian said to Tian Jiyu. All right. Tian Jiyu nodded. In that case, come and look for me when you return to the county governor's estate. I'll wait for you in the main hall. All right. Duan Lingtian replied. Tian Jiyu glanced at the Lu clan before he turned around and returned to the county governor's estate. After Tian Jiyu left, as expected, Duan Lingtian once again became the center of attention in the surroundings. Whoosh! When most of the people's attention was on Duan Lingtian, an explosion sounded. The old man, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, had appeared in front of Lu Xueqi in a flash. Bang! Before Lu Xueqi could react, the old man struck out with his palm. The terrifying energy was like a flood that drowned Lu Xueqi. Blood splattered in the air, leaving behind a spatial ring that fell from the sky. Lu Xueqi was dead. Pang Yuan only regained her senses when Lu Xueqi was killed. Her expression changed drastically as she glared at the Supreme Elder. You killed my son. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Uncle. Pang Yuan immediately looked at Pang Bing and pleaded, Yuan, I beg you, kill him. Uncle, I beg you to kill him and avenge my Lin. Pang Bing sighed but did not do anything. He could understand why the Supreme Elder of the Lu clan did this. If he was in Lu Xuelin's shoes, he would have done the same. Are you done? Lu Dongping, the clan leader of the Lu clan, glared at Pang Yuan and said coldly, if you didn't spoil Lin since he was young, he wouldn't have ended up like this. I couldn't bear to kill Lin, so I sent a voice transmission to the Supreme Elder to kill him. It's you. Pang Yuan looked at Lu Dongping, her husband, in disbelief. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its own cubs. She did not expect her husband would do such a thing. In the end, Pang Yuan was so angry that she fainted. Fortunately, Pang Bing caught her and prevented her from falling to the ground. Duan Lingtian, the Lu clan admits defeat. Lu Dongping looked at Duan Lingtian bitterly and said, the 100,000 prominent celestial stones will be sent to the county governor's estate within 3 days. Thank you, clan leader Lu. Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Lu Pingdong indifferently. He was not surprised by the Lu clan's decision. At this moment, if the Lu clan continued to be stubborn, they would only be digging their own grave. After all, Even the county governor and the county governor of Nine Spectres County had expressed their unconditional support for him. Duan Ling Tian did not feel sorry for Lu Zuelin's death at all. If it were not for his strength, he would have been killed by Lu Zuelin's subordinate when he left the medicinal herb store. He would not have survived until now. In his opinion, Lu Zuelin was furious. Lu Zuelin had only himself to blame for his death. Since the Lu clan had chosen to protect Lu Zuelin, they had to pay the price. Lu Qian deserved to die for attacking him. As for the other members of the Lu clan, he did not plan to touch them. However, the Lu clan would have to pay the price. 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Elder Pang Bing, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Our matter isn't settled yet, right? Duan Ling Tian looked at Pang Bing, who was preparing to leave with the unconscious Pang Yuan. His eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. Duan Ling Tian. Pang Bing stopped moving and turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes gleamed as he said, I admit defeat today. However, the Pang clan can't afford 100,000 prominent celestial stones. At most, I'll give you 10,000 prominent celestial stones. Elder Pang Bing, you're still trying to bargain at this moment? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Then, his eyes flashed coldly as he said, 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If the Pang clan can't come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones within 3 days, I'll have to ask Elder Pang Bing for advice and personally go to the Pang clan to collect the stones. You. Pang Bing's expression changed drastically. Pang Bing's expression changed greatly. He never expected that his casual bargaining would result in such an ending. Elder Pang Bing, you should have seen the county governor's attitude earlier. Even if I kill you, he won't blame me. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, there was no lack of threat in it. The county governor is still waiting for me. I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian looked at Pang Bing deeply before he turned around and left. After Duan Ling Tian left, the members of the Lu clan, led by Lu Dongping, sighed in relief. Fortunately, they did not bargain with Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, he might have asked them to hand over 200,000 prominent celestial stones as well. Many of the Lu clan's elders looked at Pang Bing with a hint of pity in their eyes. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even the Lu clan would suffer great losses if they were to hand over that much money. Let alone the Pang clan that was slightly weaker than the Lu clan. Lu Dongping. Pang Bing did not leave after Duan Ling Tian left. He turned around and looked at Lu Dongping as he said in a deep voice, I'm here today because of the Lu clan. The Lu clan has to pay half of the 200,000 prominent celestial stones. As soon as Pang Bing finished speaking, he left with the unconscious Pang Yuan in just a blink of an eye. In the sky above the Black Dragon Army's camp in Bloody Spectre City, a former captain of the Black Dragon Army died in the little world left behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect. Later on, someone brought his identity token back from the little world and became the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. An old woman with a head full of white hair, wearing a plain robe, and a withered face stood in the air. As she muttered to herself, her turbid eyes suddenly lit up. If I'm not mistaken, he's the one who came out of the little world with Miss Bing. He's the one who took Miss Bing-er's virginity. Chapter 2671. In the county city of Nine Spectres County, the county governor's estate. Tian Ji-yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, sat in the main hall as though he was waiting for someone. Suddenly, he rose to his feet as though he had sensed someone's presence. County governor. A voice rang from outside the main hall. A bright smile appeared on Tian Ji-yu's face as he walked out of the main hall in a flash. He looked at the purple-clad young man standing outside the main hall and asked, Duan Ling Tian, is everything settled? Is there anything I can help you with? Thank you for your concern, County Governor. The purple-clad young man standing outside the county governor's estate's audience hall was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had just returned from the Lu clan. When he heard what Tian Ji-yu said, he lightly smiled and said, with the county governor backing me up, they were very cooperative. Before he left the Lu clan, He had given Pang Bing a ridiculous price for 200,000 prominent celestial stones that the Pang clan would not be able to provide. However, he believed Pang Bing was a smart person and would definitely gather 200,000 prominent celestial stones for him. This was because the county governor of Nine Spectres County was on his side. It was not difficult for him to guess why the county governor of Nine Spectres County was on his side. The county governor must have thought Duan Ling Tian would be able to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for the county governor of Nine Spectres County. On one side was 3 mediocre celestial pills, and on the other side was an inner court elder who was still a peak golden celestial. Although he was the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he knew what was more important. That's good. Tian Jiyu nodded and led Duan Ling Tian into the main hall. Let's talk inside. After entering the main hall, Tian Jiyu did not return to his seat. Instead, he sat beside Duan Ling Tian. His expression was grave when he sat down with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the county governor's estate from now on. Tian Jiyu sighed. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded. You understand? Tian Jiyu was startled. He had only thought of this after he returned. But now, Duan Ling Tian actually said that he understood? Facing Tian Jiyu's puzzled gaze, Duan Ling Tian said, From today onwards, the news that I, Duan Ling Tian, possess strength close to that of a great overarching golden celestial will spread throughout the county city and even the entire Nine Spectres County. County Governor, as the county governor of Nine Spectres County, you can't just order them to keep their mouths shut. After all, there's no restriction in the Devata realms like the lightning penalty oath in the mundane realms. Even if you warn those in the know, they can still spread the news in secret. Duan Ling Tian paused for a moment when he spoke up to hear. Tian Jiyu nodded. This was indeed the case. Duan Ling Tian continued to say, once this news spreads to the Nine Spectres County, it'll spread to the other 15 counties as well. Once the other 15 counties learn that there's a golden celestial below the age of 100 in Nine Spectres County, they'll definitely make a move on me before the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. At that time, the powerhouses from the other counties might not personally make a move, but they'll definitely pay a hefty price to hire a powerhouse from the outside to kill me. As long as they're willing to pay, they'll be able to hire a powerhouse who's stronger than you, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Tian Jiyu. Yes. Tian Jiyu did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so thorough. He nodded in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. As long as they're willing to pay a hefty price, it won't be difficult for them to hire a powerhouse who's stronger than me. To them, you're practically guaranteed to be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. That's something they don't want to see. In order to make you disappear, they might even join forces and pay a hefty price to hire a powerhouse who's more powerful than me to kill you. If they hire a powerhouse who's weaker than me, it's no different from not hiring a powerhouse at all. Under such circumstances, with me in the county governor's estate, no one will be able to hurt you, let alone kill you. Tian Jiyu said. I've thought of all these. Duan Ling Tian nodded. That's why I plan to leave. When do you plan to leave? Tian Jiyu asked. Of course, the sooner the better. However, if I'm not mistaken, it should be in 3 days. After all, I still have 2 debts to settle in the next 3 days. Duan Ling Tian said. 2 debts? Tian Jiyu was taken aback. Although Tian Jiyu was the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he could not help but feel his lips twitch when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Duan Ling Tian's words made Tian Jiyu speechless. You're really ruthless. 100,000 prominent celestial stones might not be enough to break the Lu clan's bones, but they'll have to sell off some of their properties to raise the amount in a short time. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. I'm afraid the Pang clan won't be able to afford it. Tian Jiyu said. The Pang clan won't be able to afford it. However, I believe Elder Pang Bing is a wise man. He'll ask the Lu clan to share the burden with the Pang clan. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently, with the Lu clan's wealth, it won't be difficult for them to come up with another 100,000 prominent celestial stones. 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Even the Lu clan will have to sell off a lot of their properties and break their bones. Tian Jiyu sighed. Initially, I plan to give you some celestial stones after you leave. However, it seems like there's no need for that now. With 300,000 prominent celestial stones, you won't be short of celestial stones for the time being. However, don't forget about the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Tian Jiyu's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Duanling Tian and said, I'll help you register for the martial competition of the 16 counties. All you have to do is show up when the competition begins. At that time, even if the people from the other 15 counties want to kill you, they won't dare to act recklessly with the people from King Qin's mansion around. That's what I think as well. Duanling Tian nodded. After a while, Duanling Tian bade farewell to Tian Jiyu and left. Before he left, he still had many things to do. The first thing he wanted to do was to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Currently, he already had a lot of medicinal ingredients for the spirit-nourishing pill. Since Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, was the primitive celestial alchemist of the Lu clan, he must have a cauldron in his spatial ring. After returning to his stone chamber in the latent dragon abyss, Duanling Tian took out another spatial ring from his spatial ring. It was none other than Lu Qing's spatial ring that he had casually taken after killing him. As expected, there's a cauldron. After claiming ownership of Lu Qing's spatial ring, Duanling Tian easily found the cauldron in the spatial ring. Apart from that, there were also some medicinal ingredients and a few pill formulas in the spatial ring. As for the pile of celestial stones, Duanling Tian did not even bother to look at them. Although there were many celestial stones in Lu Qing's spatial ring, it was still not enough. Compared to the 300,000 prominent celestial stones he was about to obtain from the Lu clan and the Pang clan, these celestial stones were insignificant. These pill formulas are all for primitive celestial pills. These are the pill formulas for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill? Among the pill formulas in Lu Qing's spatial ring, the only one that caught Duanling Tian's attention was the pill formula for the primitive celestial pill, the hidden spirit pill. Previously, the county governor of Nine Spectres County had given him a bottle of hidden spirit pills. It had allowed his cultivation base to improve by leaps and bounds in just 1.5 years, allowing him to break through and become a yellow sun golden celestial. When he became a yellow sun golden celestial, he had used up all the hidden spirit pills he had. It's no wonder the hidden spirit pill is so rare. As it turns out, apart from the rare medicinal herbs required for the hidden spirit pill, the celestial alchemist's alchemy skills are also very high. Due to this, the success rate is extremely low. After reading the pill formula for the hidden spirit pill, Duanling Tian finally understood why the hidden spirit pill was so rare. He wondered why the hidden spirit pill was so much rarer than the spirit containment pill. I should try to refine the spirit containment pill first. I wonder if I can refine pills or celestial artifacts with the gray flames I extracted from the incomplete piece of metal. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he activated the celestial fire technique to mobilize the gray flame in the defective metal piece. However, just like before, he could only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. Let's give it a try. At the same time, Duanling Tian placed the cauldron on the table and took out a set of medicinal ingredients to refine the spirit containment pill. Then, he began to refine the spirit containment pill with the gray flame that he controlled. The first time, the medicinal ingredients were burned to ashes as soon as they came into contact with the gray flame that Duanling Tian controlled. It's useless. Duanling Tian smiled wryly. He knew it was because he had not refined pills for a long time and did not have sufficient control over the flame. However, this small portion of the gray flame is indeed powerful. At the very least, it's not inferior to the primitive celestial fires recorded in the memory celestial talismans. After realizing this, Duanling Tian began to feel more confident. Therefore, he began to refine the spirit containment pill for the second time. During his second attempt, Duanling Tian slightly controlled the flame. However, the medicinal ingredients only lasted for a short while before they were burned to ashes. Again. Following that, Duanling Tian tried for the third time, the fourth time and the fifth time. The medicinal ingredients used to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit containment pill, were burned to ashes one after another. Fortunately, no one else was around. Otherwise, They would feel sorry for Duan Lingtian and feel that he was being wasteful. Finally, on his 13th attempt, Duan Lingtian successfully melted the medicinal ingredients into a liquid with the gray flame. Then, he placed the liquid into the cauldron and proceeded to the next step. Initially, this step was quite successful. However, when Duan Lingtian was about to condense the pill, the cauldron suddenly shook violently. Chapter 2672. For an entire day and night, Duan Lingtian was immersed in his seemingly endless pill refinement. To him, the medicinal herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, were free. He could squander them as he pleased. He was using gold and silver to familiarize himself with the method of refining celestial pills. Although Duan Lingtian had the rebirth martial emperor's alchemy skills and experience in the mundane realm's mortal continent, he could only rely on his alchemy experience in the Devata realms. As for the method of refining pills in the Devata realms, it was different from the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. Although there were differences, it was still the same. As long as Duan Lingtian spent some time and wasted some medicinal herbs, he would be able to master the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. In the lowest cultivation stone room in the latent dragon abyss, Duan Lingtian was so focused on refining the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Meanwhile, in the latent dragon abyss, a commotion broke out as soon as someone spoke. "Hey! Did you hear? Yesterday, Duan Lingtian went to the Lu clan and killed Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan." As soon as the news spread, the entire latent dragon abyss became lively. There were many people who were cultivating in their stone chambers but were not in closed-door cultivation. Those who heard this also left their stone chambers and came out to join in the fun. Supreme Elder of the Lu clan? Lu Qing? As far as I know, there are 3 supreme elders in the Lu clan. One of them is an inner court elder in the county governor's estate. As for the remaining 2 supreme elders, one of them is a primitive celestial alchemist. I've also heard that there's a primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan. He's one of the only 3 primitive celestial alchemists in the 9 Spectres County. I think I've heard that the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan is called Lu Qing. What? You mean Duan Lingtian went to the Lu clan and killed the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan yesterday? How is this possible? After all, once a primitive celestial alchemist detonates his celestial fire, even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to escape death. Exactly. For this reason, even a great overarching golden celestial wouldn't recklessly attack a primitive celestial alchemist. Once a primitive celestial alchemist risks his life, he'll act like a madman and ignite the celestial fire in his body. There was an uproar in the latent dragon abyss. Everyone was doubtful that Duan Lingtian had killed the primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan. If that's the case, why don't you think about it? If the primitive celestial alchemist detonated the celestial fire in the Lu clan's estate, wouldn't the entire Lu clan be razed to the ground? At that time, how many Lu family members will die? That seems to be the case. Even if he doesn't detonate the celestial fire, Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, should be quite strong, right? Indeed, he's quite strong. It's said that although he's not as strong as the other 2 supreme elders of the Lu clan, he's still stronger than the current clan leader of the Lu clan. He's one of the best among the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials. He's only half a step away from becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. An Indigo Sun Golden Celestial, one of the best among the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials, was killed by Duan Lingtian? Is this a joke? Many people were skeptical when they learned that the supreme elder of the Lu clan, a primitive celestial alchemist, was an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. Duan Lingtian had killed an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial? This had to be a joke. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was strong and was not inferior to many Golden Celestials, they did not expect him to be so strong. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian was capable of killing an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. News of this has spread like wildfire. There's no doubt it's true. A young powerhouse who had just returned from outside sighed and said, "I didn't believe it in the beginning as well. However, after asking around, the results were the same. In the end, I had no choice but to believe it." Soon after, a few more people confirmed the news. If this is true, then Duan Lingtian's strength is too heaven-defying, right? It's not just heaven-defying. Let alone the 9 Spectres County. Even in the history of King Qin's mansion, there hasn't been anyone who possesses such strength before the age of 100, right? I didn't think I'd be able to witness the birth of such a monstrous genius in my life. As more and more people confirmed the news, the people in the latent dragon abyss no longer doubted the authenticity of the news. I'm not done yet. The young man who first mentioned that Duan Ling Tian had killed the Lu clan's supreme elder, the primitive alchemist Lu Qing, continued to say yesterday, after Duan Ling Tian killed elder Lu Qing from the Lu clan, he also killed another supreme elder from the Lu clan. That supreme elder was one of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate. His strength was only second to Elder Pang Bing and Elder Zheng Qiu. As the young man's voice faded, the entire hidden dragon abyss fell into a deathly silence. After a while, a few people who had heard about the incident in the Lu clan nodded in agreement. I've heard about that as well. Elder Lu Qian was also killed by Duan Ling Tian. It's said that Elder Pang Bing was present at the scene as well. Moreover, Elder Pang Bing admitted that his strength was inferior to Duan Ling Tian. What's even more shocking is that before Duan Ling Tian left the Lu clan, he extorted 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and 200,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan. Moreover, he gave them a deadline of 3 days to hand over the celestial stones to him. As these people spoke one after another, the group of people in the hidden dragon abyss who hadn't had time to react were once again frightened. They were dumbstruck and didn't recover for a long time. How is it possible that Duan Ling Tian is so strong? The first person to regain his senses had a blank look in his eyes as if he had lost his soul as he muttered in a low voice. Lord County Governor doesn't care? The second person who regained his senses asked in confusion. In Lord County Governor's eyes, Duan Ling Tian is far more valuable than Elder Lu Qian. It's said that Lord County Governor went to the Lu clan yesterday and expressed his unconditional support for Duan Ling Tian. That's why the Lu clan and Elder Pang Bing didn't say a word in the face of Duan Ling Tian's threats and extortions. Moreover, since yesterday, both clans have been selling off their properties to collect prominent celestial stones. The Lu clan and the Pang clan. Are they really going to give Duan Ling Tian 300,000 prominent celestial stones? This is too inconceivable, right? That's 300,000 prominent celestial stones. After everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help but be shocked and let out waves of exclamations of disbelief. To them, the news was simply too shocking. In the past, they knew Duan Ling Tian was not weak and was the strongest person in the latent dragon abyss. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so strong. His strength was heaven-defying. Duan Ling Tian, Qin Yu, who was practicing in the second-to-last stone room of the latent dragon abyss, heard the commotion outside and woke up from his practice. He calmly listened to the discussion of the group of people outside. The Lu clan? They must have a death wish. Qin Yu could not help but laugh when he learned about what had happened yesterday. He felt that the Lu clan was digging their own grave for provoking Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was someone who could even kill a great overarching golden celestial. The Lu clan was nothing compared to him. At this moment, the latent dragon abyss was not the only place that was in an uproar because of what had happened yesterday. Even the county governor's estate was in an uproar because of what had happened. It was even to the extent that in the entire county city, so long as there were people, practically everyone was discussing this matter, and even more people were extremely shocked by the strength Duan Ling Tian revealed. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Even Elder Pang Bing, who is widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County, admitted that he's not a match for Duan Ling Tian. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the 9 Spectres County. A hidden dragon rising from the abyss is unstoppable. It seems like the 9 Spectres County is going to have a great person. As the news spread in the county, most of the people in the 9 Spectres County felt proud that the 9 Spectres County had produced such a hidden dragon. Even more people were looking forward to the growth of this hidden dragon. They were curious to what extent he could grow to in the future. Naturally, there were also some people whose expressions were unsightly when they heard the news. These people were from the 15 county governors' manors under King Qin's mansion. They were in charge of monitoring the situation in 9 Spectres County. Of course, the 9 Spectres County also had people stationed in the county cities of the other 15 counties. We must report this matter to Lord County Governor immediately. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the 9 Spectres County. With him around, Xueqi County will no longer stand a chance in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. When the people sent by the county governor of Xueqi County, one of the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, learned about the strength Duan Tian had displayed in the Lu clan yesterday, they immediately left the 9 Spectres County and returned to Xueqi County. The people sent by the other 14 county governors in the 9 Spectres County also left the 9 Spectres County and went in different directions. At this moment, Duan Tian was still focused on refining pills. He was completely unaware that because of the commotion he had caused in the Lu clan, the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion would face the same fate as the 9 Spectres County in the near future. Another day and night went by. It's done. Chapter 2673. 7 Pills. The success rate is not bad. With a sweep of his empty hand, Duan Tian collected all the medicinal pills that were shot out from the cauldron. When he opened his palm again, he could see 7 medicinal pills with light circulating around them lying quietly on his palm. They were the primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. From now on, I can guarantee that I won't fail every time I refine a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills. Moreover, my success rate won't be lower than this. Duan Tian was very confident about this. When Duan Tian refined the cauldron spirit pill earlier, he had used the Rebirth Martial Emperor's memories regarding the pill refinement technique and mastered the pill refinement technique from the Devata realms. However, despite his confidence, Duan Tian still tried to refine 2 cauldrons of spirit-nourishing pills. Without exception, he succeeded. In the second cauldron, he managed to refine 9 spirit-nourishing pills. In the third cauldron, he managed to refine 10 spirit-nourishing pills. In the county city of 9 Spectres County, the price of a spirit-nourishing pill is set at 10 prominent celestial stones. Now, the cost of refining a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills is only 1 prominent celestial stone. For example, I used 1 prominent celestial stone to refine the spirit-nourishing pills in exchange for 100 prominent celestial stones in return. Celestial alchemists are just like alchemists in the mundane realms. Both professions are extremely profitable. Duan Tian could not help but sigh. At the very least, I can confirm that I can only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. However, I can already use that small portion of gray flames as a primitive celestial fire. Duan Tian narrowed his eyes when he thought about the gray flame hidden in the defective metal piece. He muttered to himself, I wonder if the primitive celestial fire is the limit of the gray flame that I can control? If it is, then I can use the gray flame as a mediocre-grade celestial fire once I can fully control the gray flame in the defective metal piece. If the primitive celestial fire isn't the limit of the gray flame that I can control now. In other words, if the gray flame I can control now can be used as a mediocre-grade celestial fire to refine mediocre-grade celestial pills, then once I can control the gray flame in the defective metal piece, it can be used as a prominent celestial fire. Duan Tian's eyes brightened as he thought to himself. However, judging from the pill refining process earlier, the small portion of gray flame that I can control is already depleted when I refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. It's impossible for it to be a mediocre-grade celestial fire. This means the gray flame in the defective metal piece is a mediocre-grade celestial fire. I can only extract a portion of the mediocre celestial fire and use it as a primitive celestial fire. Although I possess a mediocre celestial fire, I can only use a portion of it since I can't use it. Currently, I'm only a primitive celestial alchemist at most. Duan Tian was well aware of this. I don't know why I can't use all of the gray flame. After all, there are some heavenly celestials in the Devata realms who are mediocre-grade celestial alchemists and possess mediocre-grade celestial fire. I don't think it's because my cultivation base is only a golden celestial that I can't use all of the gray flame that's comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. There must be some other reason I don't know. As Duan Tian muttered to himself, he could not help but make a bold guess. In fact, he had guessed correctly. However, he would never have dreamed that the situation would turn out this way. The gray flame was not a mediocre-grade celestial fire. It was the sun divine fire that was in its second form that was comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. Due to his current condition, he could not fully control it. Once the godly fire of the sun left the incomplete metal piece, it wouldn't take long for it to burn Duan Lingtian's body into ashes. If Duan Lingtian wanted to fully control the second form of the sun god flame and let it leave the incomplete metal piece and exist in his body, he had to step into the perfected golden immortal realm. Only the bodies of perfected golden immortals and above could withstand the second form of the divine sun fire. In other words, it was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to master the second form of the sun divine fire that was comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. However, he had to raise his cultivation base to the perfected golden immortal realm first. After all, once a golden celestial became a perfected golden celestial, not only would his celestial origin energy undergo a qualitative change, but his body would also undergo a transformation. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. It's been 2 days. I wonder how the Lu clan and the Pang clan are doing with the prominent celestial stones? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as his eyes glinted. Although he had spent the past 2 days refining pills, he was not in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he still had a sense of time. There's only 1 day left before the appointed time. After I obtain the celestial stones from them, it'll be time for me to leave Nine Spectres County and have a look elsewhere. However, before that, I should inform Qin Yu and Elder Zheng Qiu. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer continued to refine pills and left his stone room. Qin Yu. After Duan Lingtian left the cultivation stone room, he looked at the cultivation stone room on the upper level and called out to the room. Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the door to the cultivation room opened and a figure walked out. It was none other than Qin Yu, who had come from Bloody Spectre City with Duan Lingtian. When Qin Yu saw Duan Lingtian, he smiled faintly and said, Duan Lingtian, the commotion you caused 2 days ago was quite big. The Lu clan only has 3 supreme elders, and you killed 2 of them. You heard about it? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I'm not the only one who heard about it. Now, in the entire county governor's mansion, the entire county city, and the surrounding areas, as long as they're not in closed-door training or are not well informed, who doesn't know about it? Qin Yu shook his head. Yes. Duan Lingtian had already expected everything that Qin Yu had said. Therefore, he was not surprised and merely nodded. Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at Qin Yu and said, I plan to leave the county governor's mansion and the county city today. Perhaps, I'll even leave Nine Spectres County. You're leaving? Qin Yu frowned. Soon after, he seemed to have recalled something and asked, Is it because of your current strength? Are you worried that the other 15 counties will harm you? That's part of the reason. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's also the main reason. Moreover, I also want to go out for a walk. Previously, when I was in Bloody Spectre City, I didn't dare to go out because I didn't have enough strength. Now that I've finally gained enough strength, I plan to go out for a walk. Who knows? Maybe I'll be lucky enough to come across a fortuitous encounter or something. Duan Lingtian chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. How could one come across a fortuitous encounter so easily? You don't plan to come back? Then, what about the martial competition of the 16 counties? Qin Yu's frown deepened. When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll go to King Qin's mansion. I heard that the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Luo pills, from King Qin's mansion as a reward. King Qin's mansion definitely won't give away ordinary items. This can be seen from the Great Luo pills. Therefore, I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Duan Lingtian smiled. Therefore, after I leave this time, we'll meet again in less than a year. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. That's good. I was worried that once you leave, I don't know when we'll meet again. Based on the current situation, it's indeed the best choice for you to leave temporarily. Qin Yu knew that when the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion learned about the existence of Duanling Tian in Nine Spectres County, they would definitely try their best to get rid of Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian had violated their common interests. With Duanling Tian around, they would no longer have anything to do with the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This was something they did not want to see. However, you still have to be careful when you're away from home. Although you're stronger than Zhou Tong, the former first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, there are many people who are stronger than Zhou Tong outside of Nine Spectres County. Qin Yu reminded. I know. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he looked at the stone room that he had been staying in recently and said to Qin Yu with a smile, I'm afraid I won't be returning to Nine Spectres County this time. In the future, you can cultivate in this stone room. With your current strength, no one in the latent dragon abyss will dare to say anything if you cultivate in this stone room. After Duanling Tian finished speaking, he handed the door talisman to Qin Yu. I'm really lucky that you're leaving this time, Qin Yu said jokingly after receiving the door talisman. However, in the depths of his eyes, waves of excitement and agitation still flowed out. The cultivation environment in Duanling Tian's stone room was comparable to the cultivation environment of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Qin Yu had always dreamed of cultivating in that stone room. I won't talk to you about it when I leave. I'm going to say goodbye to Elder Zheng Qiu and the county governor. Then, I'll go to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect my debts. Chapter 2674. Elder Zheng Qiu. When Duanling Tian saw Zheng Qiu again, he could see Zheng Qiu's uneasiness. He could understand why Zheng Qiu was acting this way. After all, Duanling Tian was no longer the same person he was in the past. If Duanling Tian had used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, when he left Bloody Spectre City with Elder Zheng Qiu and came to the county city of Nine Spectres County, his strength was on par with Elder Zheng Qiu. However, Zheng Qiu was unaware of this. Now the news of what he had done in the Lu clan 2 days ago had spread throughout the county governor's mansion and the county city. Zheng Qiu must have found out about Duanling Tian's current strength. He was even stronger than Pang Bing, the strongest inner court elder in the county governor's estate. On top of that, Pang Bing was stronger than Zheng Qiu. Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to have grown so much in just 2 years. Your strength has even surpassed mine unknowingly. Zheng Qiu sighed as he looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated expression on his face. It's all thanks to Elder Zheng Qiu for bringing me to the county governor's estate. If it weren't for the cultivation environment and resources in the county governor's estate, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Duanling Tian smiled. You're good with words. Zheng Qiu shook his head with a smile. You're chosen by City Governor Lu of Bloody Spectre City. Even if I didn't go to Bloody Spectre City and another inner court elder went to Bloody Spectre City, you would have been able to come to the county governor's estate as well. Zheng Qiu knew Duanling Tian's current strength very well, so he did not dare to claim credit for it. You're here to bid farewell to me, right? Zheng Qiu asked as he narrowed his eyes. Elder Zheng Qiu, you know I'm leaving? Duanling Tian was slightly surprised. Lord County Governor has already told me. Based on the current situation, it's indeed too risky for you to stay. Zheng Qiu nodded. This time, once the people from the other 15 counties find out you're so strong, they'll definitely think of ways to deal with you. They might even join forces to bribe other powerhouses to kill you. After all, your presence in the martial competition of the 16 counties that's going to be held in King Qin's mansion soon. Great overarching pills. Zheng Qiu said. Perhaps. I should take this opportunity to take a look around. Duanling Tian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. It's rare for you to think of me before you leave. Zheng Qiu smiled as he looked at Duanling Tian. Then, he raised his hand, and an exquisite little box appeared in his hand. He handed it to Duanling Tian and said, I'm sure you don't lack celestial stones. You can keep this pill. Raised was raised here. Was raised and Zheng raised Duanling Tian had raised. Raised of Duanling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Zhang Qiu said there were medicinal pills inside. What pill is it? Duanling Tian could not help but ask. In Duanling Tian's opinion, a medicinal pill that could be so solemnly stored in such an exquisite little box by Zhang Qiu, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, was definitely not an ordinary medicinal pill. It was definitely a rare medicinal pill. Otherwise, it could have been stored in a pill bottle. Gilded golden pill. Zhang Qiu's eyes lit up as he said bluntly. What? Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as soon as he heard Zhang Qiu's words. He stared at the exquisite little box in Zhang Qiu's hands in shock and disbelief. Gilded golden pill. Elder Zhang Qiu, you're telling the truth? Is this really a gilded golden pill? Duanling Tian's breathing quickened when he looked at Zhang Qiu again. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows, and it took him a long time to calm down. Although the gilded golden pill was only a primitive celestial pill, it was the rarest and most valuable type of primitive celestial pill. A golden celestial below the level of violet sun golden celestial would be able to raise his cultivation base by a level in an instant without any side effects. Naturally, there were no side effects. However, those who had consumed the gilded golden pill before would not have any side effects if they consumed it again. In other words, a golden celestial could only consume one gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base. A violet sun golden celestial could consume the gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base, but he could not directly break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. If a violet sun golden celestial wanted to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, he could only do so by consuming a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. However, if a great overarching golden celestial consumed the gilded golden pill, it would not have any effect. For this reason, the gilded golden pill was only suitable for golden celestials. As for heavenly celestials below the level of golden celestial, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal effect of the gilded golden pill. If they were forced to consume it, they would explode and die. Yes. When Zhang Qiu saw how excited Duanling Tian was, he smiled and said, since your cultivation base has yet to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, you'll be able to improve further after consuming the gilded golden pill. Although the improvement won't be obvious, it'll definitely bring you closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Qiu said. At this moment, Zhang Qiu thought Duanling Tian was already a violet sun golden celestial. He thought so because of Duanling Tian's strength. Even Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate who was much stronger than him, felt inferior to him. Elder Zhang Qiu, why don't you consume the gilded golden pill yourself? Duanling Tian took a deep breath and calmed his excited feelings before he couldn't help but ask. Zhang Qiu was a violet sun golden celestial. If he consumed the gilded golden pill, his cultivation base would improve and he would be closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Qiu shook his head and said, I've already consumed one gilded golden pill in the past. It won't have any effect on me if I consume it again. Zhang Qiu shook his head and said, back then, I obtained 3 gilt golden pills by chance. I took one and gave it to my son, who's the current patriarch of the Zheng family. This is the only one left. Since you have 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and the Pang clan, it's obvious you don't lack celestial stones. This gilded golden pill is the only one I have that I can give you. You can have it, Zhang Qiu said. Thank you, Elder Zhang Qiu. The gilded golden pill was too tempting for Duanling Tian. For this reason, Duanling Tian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the gilded golden pill. However, in his heart, he remembered this favor from Elder Zhang Qiu. He was only a yellow sun golden celestial now. Once he consumed the gilded golden pill, he would be able to break through and become a green sun golden celestial. It would save him a lot of time. Duanling Tian, Zhang Qiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duanling Tian had accepted the gilded golden pill. However, he hesitated to speak. Elder Zhang Qiu, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Duanling Tian said with a smile. Duanling Tian, you should know that if you win the martial competition of the 16 counties, the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills. 3 Great Overarching Pills. Lord County Governor will definitely consume 2 of them himself. After all, he has been stuck at the profound realm Great Overarching Golden Celestial for many years. After consuming 2 Great Overarching Pills, he'll be able to break through to the next stage. However, even though the prefectural governor has taken 2 Great Luo Elixirs, there's still 1 Great Luo Elixir left. I hope that during the martial competition of the 16 counties, you can advise the prefectural governor to consider giving the remaining Great Luo Elixir to me instead of Elder Pang Bing. Zhang Qiu took a deep breath before he finally said what he wanted to say. Of course. You can just suggest it to Lord County Governor. I'll owe you a favor regardless of the outcome. Even if Lord County Governor gives the remaining Great Overarching Pill to Elder Pang Bing, I won't have any complaints. Zhang Qiu said. Don't worry, Elder Zhang Qiu. Leave it to me. Duan Ling Tian agreed immediately. When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll look for Lord County Governor as soon as I arrive at King Qin's mansion and ask him to give you a Great Overarching Pill. If he's unwilling, I'll purposely go easy on you and give the first place to someone else. I believe he'll know what to do at that time. Duan Ling Tian's eyes brightened. Thank you. Although he felt Duan Ling Tian's actions would anger Lord County Governor, he did not say anything. He knew this was the only way he would have a higher chance of obtaining the Great Overarching Pills. There's no need to thank me, Elder Zhang Qiu. Take it as me repaying you for giving me the Golden Guilt Pill. Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile before he bade farewell to Zhang Qiu and left. After leaving Zhang Qiu's courtyard, Duan Ling Tian went to look for Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and left the county governor's estate. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the county governor's estate after leaving the 9 Spectres County. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the vast county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County. In the end, Duan Ling Tian took a few more glances at the county governor's estate. This was the place he had spent the most time in since he came to the spirit overarching heaven in the Devata realm. After leaving the county governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian went to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect the 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the 2 clans. The Lu clan is really rich. Just as Duan Ling Tian had expected, the Pang clan did not have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, so they only gave him 100,000 prominent celestial stones. As for the remaining 100,000 prominent celestial stones, it was the Lu clan who helped the Pang clan. Duan Ling Tian did not encounter any problems when collecting the money. This was because Duan Ling Tian had the county governor of 9 Spectres County as his backer. Otherwise, the Lu clan and the Pang clan would not have cooperated so well. After collecting the money, Duan Ling Tian left the county governor's estate. On the 3rd day after Duan Ling Tian left the county governor's estate, swoosh! At this moment, a ghostly figure entered the county city of 9 Spectres County and barged into the county governor's estate. Chapter 2675. I'm looking for Duan Ling Tian. An old woman dressed in a plain robe stood in the air above the county governor's mansion in 9 Spectres County as she spoke slowly. Although her voice was not loud, it seemed to contain a magical power that spread through the entire county governor's mansion. Everyone in the county governor's mansion heard the old woman's voice. Before the old woman spoke, even the most powerful county governor, Tian Ji Yu, who was a great overarching golden celestial, did not notice the old woman's arrival. A commotion broke out in the county governor's mansion when they heard the old woman's words. This voice. It seems to be coming from the sky above the county governor's mansion. Based on the voice, it seems to be an old woman in her 70s. Why is she looking for Duan Ling Tian? I can't tell if she's happy or angry from her tone. I wonder why she's here. No matter why she's here, the outer, inner, and revered elders won't let her go since she's causing such a commotion in the county governor's mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's mansion. These comments were mostly made by the servants and maidservants in the county governor's manor, as well as a small number of guards with weaker cultivations. Without exception, these people were all below the golden celestial realm. At this moment, those who were golden celestials or above in the county governor's estate felt their hearts tremble when they heard the old woman's voice that came from the sky. Their hearts began to throb as well. This person, is not simple. Just her voice alone can make a blue sun golden celestial like me feel this way. She's at least a great overarching golden celestial. I'm afraid even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to make me feel this way with just her voice alone. Some of the stronger guards in the prefectural governor's manor, as well as the outer mansion elders, inner mansion elders, and reverends, could tell from the voice that the owner of the voice was extraordinary. She was at least a great overarching golden celestial. In the county governor's mansion, only the county governor was capable of dealing with such a person. After all, the county governor was the only great overarching golden celestial left in the county governor's mansion. The other zenith heaven golden immortal, Zhou Tong, the former first consecrator of County Governor Manor, had died outside some time ago. The cause of his death was still unknown. Such an expert. If we approach her rashly, we will only offend her. It was precisely because they realized this that the group of outer court elders, inner court elders, and revered elders in the county governor's estate did not dare to rashly soar into the air and approach the uninvited guest. Whoosh! In the courtyard of the county governor of Nine Spectres County, a figure shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the direction of the voice of the uninvited guest. At this moment, only Tianji, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, dared to approach the uninvited guest and came out from the courtyard of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. This expert. Could he be an expert bought over by one of the other 15 counties? Tianji could not help but have such thoughts when he heard that the uninvited guest was looking for Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as the thought appeared, he dismissed it. After all, it was impossible. What Duan Lingtian did to the Lu clan only happened 5 days ago. Unless it's a zenith heaven golden immortal, it's impossible for him to reach the county city in 5 days. Tianji thought to himself, even if a violet sun golden celestial travels at full speed, it'll still take about 10 days to reach the county city closest to Nine Spectres County. For this reason, Tianji did not think the uninvited guest was a powerhouse bought over by one of the 15 counties to deal with Duan Lingtian. It was impossible for the other 15 counties to plant a zenith heaven golden immortal in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Among the 15 counties, the county with the most zenith heaven golden immortals only had 3 zenith heaven golden immortals. For this reason, it was impossible for any of the counties to plant a zenith heaven golden immortal in another county's county city. After all, it was a very wasteful and extravagant thing to do. Moreover, as the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Tianji had information about the people planted in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the strongest person from the other 15 counties was only an indigo sun golden celestial. For this reason, he was certain the uninvited guest had nothing to do with the other 15 counties. When Tianji arrived near the source of the voice, he suddenly slowed down and looked at the figure in the distance. It was an old woman dressed in a plain long robe. The old woman stood there motionless like a mountain. However, Tianji felt as though she had merged with heaven and earth. "You're the county governor of Nine Spectres County?" All of a sudden, the old woman's turbid eyes narrowed without any warning, and she immediately met Tianji's gaze. In an instant, those cloudy eyes became as bright as the stars, extremely dazzling. A terrifying aura surged out of the old woman's body as soon as she met Tianji's eyes. It was as though a vast ocean had crashed into Tianji's body. Barf! Almost as soon as the old woman's aura hit Tianji, who had just been frightened by the old woman's bottomless eyes, suddenly trembled and couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. As the congested blood spurted out, Tianji's body trembled violently a few times. He subconsciously stepped back a few steps in the air. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Tianji, the county governor of Nine Spectres County." Although Tianji was furious, he did not dare to show any disrespect. After he caught his breath, he bowed respectfully at the old woman. At the same time, Tianji's heart was also in turmoil. Even a peak great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to injure me so severely with just her aura. In other words, this old woman is at least an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That was even more powerful than a great overarching golden celestial. King Qin was the only person in King Qin's mansion who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Tianji Yu shuddered when he realized the old woman was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The anger in his heart disappeared and was replaced by anxiety. Why would an overarching heavenly supreme celestial come to Nine Spectres County? Moreover, why was she looking for Duanling Tian? Where's Duanling Tian? The old woman asked in a deep voice as she stared at Tianji Yu. Senior, why are you looking for Duanling Tian? Tianji Yu could not help but ask. He could not figure out how Duanling Tian was related to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the overarching heavenly supreme celestial's eyes flashed with killing intent when she mentioned Duanling Tian. It was clear she did not come with good intentions. It was clear the overarching heavenly supreme celestial was looking for Duanling Tian to kill Duanling Tian. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. You only need to answer my question, the old woman said coldly. Tianji Yu felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar when he heard the old woman's cold voice. Yes, yes. Tianji Yu, who was so frightened that he sucked in a breath of cold air, quickly responded. He was as docile as a cat. Although Tianji Yu was the county governor of Nine Spectres County, he had the backing of King Qin's mansion. However, the person standing before him was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength was on par with King Qin, the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. Even if the other party killed him, the Duke of Qin's manor wouldn't avenge him. It was impossible for King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion, to offend an overarching heavenly supreme celestial for the sake of a mere county governor. Senior, you're late. Duanling Tian left the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago. After taking a deep breath, Tianji Yu said to the old woman while trembling with fear. He left. Hearing Tianji Yu's words, the old woman's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits, a cold light flashing through them. I'll give you one more chance. Say it again. If I find out that you're lying this time, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The old woman's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Senior, I'm telling the truth. Duanling Tian did leave the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago. Tianji Yu smiled bitterly. As for the reason why he left, I know as well. If you want to know, I can tell you now. Tianji Yu said. Speak. The old woman's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flashed in the depths of her eyes, like bolts of lightning intertwining together. 5 days ago, almost as soon as the old woman finished speaking, Tianji Yu opened his mouth. He didn't dare to hesitate and told the old woman everything that had happened in the Lu family 5 days ago. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is already close to that of a great overarching golden celestial? The old woman frowned slightly. That brat who defiled Miss Bing, has such innate talent? The old woman was slightly taken aback. However, although she was shocked, the killing intent in her eyes did not reduce in the slightest. She wished for nothing more than to kill Duanling Tian. In other words, he left the county city of Nine Spectres County because he was worried that the other 15 counties would send powerhouses to kill him? The old woman asked coldly. Yes. Tianji Yu nodded. Did he say he would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion soon? The old woman asked as her eyes flashed coldly. He didn't say anything. Tianji Yu replied. Naturally. He would not tell the old woman. He had already told Duanling Tian that he would be in King Qin's mansion in time to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He still had to rely on Duanling Tian to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. He had no choice but to tell the old woman the reason why Duanling Tian had left the county city of Nine Spectres County. He knew if the old woman asked around in the county city of Nine Spectres County, she would be able to guess the reason why Duanling Tian had left the county city of Nine Spectres County. For this reason, he did not dare to hide the truth. Chapter 2676. As for Duanling Tian's participation in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, naturally, would not tell the old woman the truth. After all, The old woman would most likely come to King Qin's mansion and attack Duanling Tian when the martial competition of the 16 counties was held. At that time, unless King Qin personally intervened, no one would be able to stop the old woman. Under such circumstances, Duanling Tian would most likely die. He did not want to see that happen. After all, if Duanling Tian died, Duanling Tian would not be able to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. It would also mean that Duanling Tian would not be able to win the competition and obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, for 9 Spectres County. The Great Overarching Pills were something he had always dreamed of obtaining. He would not allow anyone to ruin his chances of obtaining the Great Overarching Pills. Even if the person was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Humph! The old woman coldly snorted. Her powerful aura once again slammed into Tianji, causing him to take a few steps back. Blood spurted out of his mouth as if it was free. His blood dyed the sky like bloody roses, dazzling and dazzling. Your cultivation base is close to that of an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. You must have been stuck at this bottleneck for many years, right? The old woman asked as she glanced at Tianji indifferently. Before Tianji could reply, the old woman continued, "At this time, if you have 2 or 3 Great Overarching Pills, it won't be difficult for you to break through the bottleneck and become an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. If I were you, I would definitely allow Duanling Tian to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, you've said it yourself that with Duanling Tian's strength, it won't be difficult for him to win the competition. That's why the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion wanted to get rid of him and prevent him from participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties after learning of his strength." The old woman finished speaking in one breath. "Senior, you're right." Tianji smiled bitterly and said, "Of course, I hope that Duanling Tian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, I do want the Great Luo Pills." However, when he left and said goodbye to me, he hinted that he didn't want to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I even told him that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, I was willing to give him one of the 3 Great Luo Pills. However, he didn't seem to be interested at all. He even said that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, the other 15 counties would try to harm him. According to him, if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he can still survive. Once he participates, his life may be in danger at any time, so he doesn't want to take the risk. Tianji said, "Don't you know how to force him to stay and not let him leave?" The old woman asked in a deep voice. "Senior, if I force him to stay and don't let him leave, he will definitely die when the experts from the other 15 counties come. At that time, I won't be able to get anything out of it. If he leaves, even if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he might be grateful that I didn't force him. With his talent, he will have a bright future as long as his journey is smooth and he doesn't die prematurely. When he becomes stronger, as long as he's grateful that I didn't force him, he might be able to help me obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo Pill. Therefore, letting him leave is the best choice for me. Senior, what do you think?" Tianji's words were watertight, and he could not find any flaws in them. He had said so much because he wanted to mislead the old woman and let her know that Duanling Tian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Otherwise, if the old woman had waited for Duanling Tian during the martial competition of the 16 counties at King Qin's mansion, Duanling Tian would most likely die. Even he would be implicated and would not be able to obtain the Great Luo Pills that he wanted. One had to admit that Tianji's flawless words were very effective. At the very least, the old woman did not doubt his words. When he left, did he say where he was going? The old woman asked in a low voice as she looked at Tianji. When Tianji heard the old lady's question, he knew the old lady believed his words. She did not think Duanling Tian would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qing's mansion. For a moment, he was delighted, but he did not dare to show it on his face. When he left, I asked him where he wanted to go. However, at that time, he said he didn't know where he wanted to go. Tian Jiyu smiled bitterly as he said. Therefore when he left, he was aimless. I don't know where he's going now. However, it's only been 3 days since he left, so he should still be in the 9 Spectres County. I hope you're not lying. If I find out that you know where he's going and don't tell me, you'll definitely die in the future. After the old woman finished speaking, she disappeared from Tian Jiyu's sight in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Tian Jiyu could not see the old woman at all. It was as though she had really disappeared into thin air. This old woman. I'm afraid she's not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After the old woman left, Tian Jiyu's eyes widened in shock. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion disappeared before his eyes at the fastest speed possible, he might not be as fast as this old woman who did not leave any traces behind. Tian Jiyu was thoroughly shocked by the old woman's strength. I wonder how Duanling Tian managed to offend such a person. Tian Jiyu smiled bitterly. Wait a minute. Tian Jiyu suddenly thought of something. Duanling Tian is not even 100 years old, but his strength is already comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Logically speaking, it's impossible for such a person to appear in the 9 Spectres County. Could it be that his origin isn't simple either? Or perhaps he's from a powerful force and came to the 9 Spectres County because that force was annihilated. And that old woman just now was a member of the enemy force of the powerful force that had already been annihilated. The more Tian Jiyu thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. Fortunately, Duanling Tian was unaware of Tian Jiyu's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been impressed by Tian Jiyu's imagination. Tian Jiyu had such thoughts because he did not know Duanling Tian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 3 years ago. I hope that old woman won't come when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. If she comes, not only will Duanling Tian be in trouble, but I'll be in trouble as well. After all, if she sees Duanling Tian in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties, she'll definitely think I've deceived her. Tian Jiyu could not help but pray that the old woman would not appear in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, Duanling Tian would be in King Qin's mansion at that time. Duanling Tian was unaware that if he had left the county governor's estate a few days later, he would have been killed by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After leaving the county governor's estate 3 days ago, Duanling Tian had been making his way to Bloody Spectre City. He wanted to greet Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, before he left the 9 Spectres County. Although Duanling Tian and Lu Fenggu were not close, Lu Fenggu had indeed helped him in the past. Moreover, Lu Fenggu was the one who had provided him with the celestial fire. For this reason, Duanling Tian decided to meet Lu Fenggu before he left the 9 Spectres County. He wanted to leave behind some prominent celestial stones and primitive celestial pills, the spirit-hardening pills, for Lu Fenggu. High-grade celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills were easily obtainable to him now, and they weren't even worth mentioning. However, to Lu Fenggu, they were all precious treasures. I, Duanling Tian, don't like to owe people favors. I'll leave behind some prominent celestial stones and spirit-hardening pills for City Governor Lu to repay him for telling me about the gray celestial fire. Perhaps I won't have anything to do with him in the future. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian left the county city of 9 Spectres County and made his way to the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City to meet Lu Fenggu. Duanling Tian? To Duanling Tian's surprise, Lu Fenggu was overjoyed when he saw Duanling Tian. You're all right. It was as though Lu Fenggu was overjoyed to see Duanling Tian was fine. Duanling Tian could see a hint of guilt in the depths of Lu Fenggu's eyes. It was as though Lu Fenggu had done him wrong. City Governor. What's wrong? Duanling Tian was puzzled. He did not understand why Lu Fenggu would lose his composure when he saw him again. Why would Lu Fenggu feel guilty? Duanling Tian, forgive me. I had no choice. Lu Fenggu sighed when he saw Duanling Tian did not seem to know what had happened. Then, he told Duanling Tian everything that had happened. A few days ago, an old woman came looking for you. She asked me where you were. She even threatened the lives of the city governor's estate and the Black Dragon army. I had no choice but to tell her that you went to the county governor's estate in the county city of 9 Spectres County. She was too strong. Just her aura alone was enough to make me kneel on the ground. I was on my last breath, and I couldn't even stand up. It felt like she was even stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Chapter 2677. Stronger than the county governor? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. With his current strength, even if he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he would only be able to fight to a draw with the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of 9 Spectres County. After all, not only was the county governor of 9 Spectres County stronger than Zhou Tong, the great overarching golden celestial whom he had killed, but the county governor's celestial methods and divine abilities were superior as well. For this reason, although Duan Lingtian had consumed the gilded golden pill and become a green sun golden celestial, he did not dare to say he was stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of 9 Spectres County, let alone someone stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Old woman? Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, City Governor Lu, why is the old woman looking for me? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. He had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not long ago. Why would someone stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County come looking for him? I don't know why she's looking for you. However, I'm certain she's up to no good. Although she didn't show it on her face when she mentioned you, I can see the killing intent in her eyes. It's obvious she wants to kill you. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Kill me. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted as shock appeared on his face. It was as if waves of tempestuous waves had been set off in his heart. It's been less than 3 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I've been staying in 9 Spectres County for the past 3 years. How could I have offended someone so powerful? Could it be that Yun Qingyan from the Divine Offering Land sent someone to kill me? However, isn't the passage from the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms closed? How could Yun Qingyan send someone to kill me when he's trapped in the Divine Offering Land? Moreover, if they're sent by Yun Qingyan, there's no need for them to search for me in Bloody Spectre City, right? Duan Lingtian recalled the person Yun Qingyan had sent to the mundane realm to kill him. That person had appeared in Yen Huang realm through a tear in space. Based on his words, he had said he was stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. If Yun Qingyan had sent someone to kill him, there was no need for him to come to 9 Spectres County. Once he entered King Qin's mansion, he would be able to locate him with just a thought. If it wasn't Yun Qingyan, who could it be? Based on what I've done after coming to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've had any interactions with experts of that level, right? Duan Lingtian could not understand why such a powerful existence would target him and even want to kill him. One needed a motive to kill someone. However, he really couldn't think of any motive that the old woman had to kill him. Duan Lingtian, you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 3 years. How did you offend such a powerful existence? Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I don't know either. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was completely baffled as well. He did not know how he could have offended such an existence. Could it be? Could it be because of Zhou Tong? Lu Fenggu asked as he inhaled sharply. Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Put aside the fact that we're the only ones who know Zhou Tong was killed by you. We're the only ones who know I brought Zhou Tong to Bloody Spectre City and handed him over to you. If the old woman came for Zhou Tong, it's impossible for her to only target me. Moreover, she didn't make things difficult for you after meeting you. This means she's looking for me and wants to kill me. It has nothing to do with Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian analyzed the situation. Lu Fenggu nodded after listening to Duan Lingtian's analysis. Clearly, he agreed with Duan Lingtian's analysis. If that's the case, why is she targeting you? Could it be an expert hired by the other 15 counties to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face. An expert hired by the other 15 counties? Lu Fenggu was stunned. Impossible. If she's hired by the other 15 counties to kill me, it's impossible that she doesn't know I'm in the county city of 9 Spectres County. Moreover, I'm afraid the other 15 county governors aren't aware of what I've done in the county city. After thinking about it, Duan Ling Tian felt it was impossible for the old woman to be hired by the other 15 counties. Duan Ling Tian, what are you talking about? Why would the other 15 counties hire an expert to kill you? Lu Fenggu asked. Although news of what Duan Ling Tian had done in the county city of 9 Spectres County had spread throughout 9 Spectres County, due to time constraints, it did not reach Bloody Spectre City. In response to Lu Fenggu's question, Duan Ling Tian recounted everything that had happened in the Lu clan. Apart from that, he also told Lu Fenggu the reason he had left the county city and the county governor's estate. I see. Lu Fenggu exclaimed in realization. Lu Fenggu was enlightened. He could not help but rejoice as he said, "It seems like the old lady who left our Bloody Spectre City for the county city passed by you. If that's the case, I'm lucky to have left the county city alive?" As Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed, he could not help but rejoice. Duan Ling Tian, since you've left the county city in 9 Spectres County, why are you here in Bloody Spectre City? Lu Fenggu asked. I'm here to bid farewell to you, City Governor. Also, I want to thank you for telling me about the celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian did not beat around the bush. You obtained the celestial fire? Lu Fenggu's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Is it a primitive celestial fire? Lu Fenggu asked again. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Initially, I didn't know what grade the celestial fire was. However, when I tried to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, I discovered it had run out of energy. At that time, I was certain it was a primitive celestial fire. Indeed, Duan Ling Tian's gray flame was only comparable to a primitive celestial fire. He didn't tell Lu Fenggu that most of the gray flames were hidden in the metal fragments, and he couldn't use them yet. This was because he wasn't sure if he would be able to use the remaining gray flames in the future. If he could use the remaining gray flame, it would definitely be comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Although it's a primitive celestial fire, since it's a primitive celestial fire that can only be obtained by a great overarching golden celestial, it's obviously not an ordinary primitive celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian, congratulations on obtaining a primitive celestial fire and becoming a primitive celestial alchemist. Lu Fenggu congratulated Duan Ling Tian. It's all thanks to you, City Governor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the celestial fire and become a celestial alchemist. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Lu Fenggu. What's this? Lu Fenggu was stunned. I don't know when I'll be back after I leave. Take these as a reward for providing me with the celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu smiled wryly. When I betrayed you and told that old woman about your whereabouts, you've already repaid the favor you owed me. If we're talking about who owes you, I'm the one who owes you. You avenged my direct disciple, but I repaid your kindness with ingratitude. The more Lu Fenggu spoke, the guiltier the expression on his face became. City Governor, you didn't have a choice. I understand. Moreover, I'm fine now, aren't I? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Just accept it. It's a token of my appreciation. Under Duan Ling Tian's persuasion, Lu Fenggu finally accepted the spatial ring. However, when he saw the mountain of prominent celestial stones and dozens of bottles of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, he hastily removed the claim on the spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian, this is too much. You should keep these celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills for yourself. Lu Fenggu handed the spatial ring back to Duan Ling Tian. City Governor, please accept it. I don't lack celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills now. Duan Ling Tian did not accept the spatial ring. He shook his head and said, Now that I've achieved my purpose of returning to Bloody Spectre City, it's time for me to leave. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back to visit you. Duan Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu called out to Duan Ling Tian before he was about to leave. With a solemn expression on his face, Lu Fenggu asked, You? Don't tell me you're still going to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties? I've promised the county governor. Duan Ling Tian said, moreover, if I win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'll definitely be valued by King Qin's mansion. At that time, I'll be able to use the cultivation environment and resources provided by King Qin's mansion to further improve my cultivation. But if that old woman is waiting for you in King Qin's mansion, won't you be in danger? After all, she's stronger than the county governor. At that time, even the county governor might not be able to protect you. Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile. King Qin's mansion is filled with experts. I don't think she'll dare to cause trouble there, right? Duan Lingtian said with a frown on his face. It's hard to say. After all, I'm only certain she's stronger than the county governor. As for whether there's anyone in King Qin's mansion who can stop her, I can't say for sure. Lu Fenggu said with a hint of fear on his face. If she can't find you in the county city of 9 Spectres County, she'll be able to find out why you left the county city. She will most likely wait for you at King Qin's mansion when the martial competition of the 16 counties is held. Lu Fenggu said. Unless you're certain she's not strong enough to cause any trouble in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu added. Chapter 2678. After listening to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Duan Ling Tian was impressed by Lu Fenggu's meticulous analysis of the situation. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grave. Indeed, if the old woman was so strong that even King Qin's mansion could not defeat her, who would be able to save him if she waited for him in King Qin's mansion? That old woman. Who is she? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian realized the old woman's identity was not certain. Unless he could confirm the old woman's identity and strength, it would be risky for him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that was going to be held in King Qin's mansion. Initially, he knew the old woman's strength was on par with the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect the old woman's strength to be stronger than the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion. After all, the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion were much stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Unless you can confirm the old woman's identity and strength, I don't approve of you participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu added. Thank you for your reminder, City Governor Lu. After thanking Lu Fenggu, the slightly upset Duan Ling Tian left in the end. However, he remembered Lu Fenggu's final words and did not dare to be careless about it. After all, his life was at stake. Sigh. After Duan Ling Tian left, Lu Fenggu sighed as he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Unknowingly, he tightened his grip on the spatial ring. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you'll remember my words. It's best if you don't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion, and stay away from the area that King Qin's mansion controls. Outside Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh. Duan Ling Tian walked in the air like a shooting star toward the border of 9 Spectres County, preparing to leave. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not know where he was going, so he walked aimlessly. At this very moment, his mind was in a complete mess. That old woman. Who is she? Since she wants to kill me, there must be a reason. However, after I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've offended anyone with a backer like this old woman, right? Duan Ling Tian began to recall everything that had happened since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He really wanted to know where exactly that old woman had come from, and why she had come. Could it be her? As he thought about it, Duan Ling Tian's mind flashed. A figure also appeared in his mind and did not disappear for a long time. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Ling Tian stopped in his tracks. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the time when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He was originally walking aimlessly on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. All of a sudden, the noise and clamor in the surroundings seemed to come to an abrupt halt and completely disappeared. It was as though the people in the surroundings were being strangled and could not make a sound. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had also stopped in his tracks. He realized that a group of people on the street were all looking behind him, as if there was something behind him that made them absent-minded. What's it that's causing them to be unable to make a sound? At that time, Duan Ling Tian had also slowly turned around out of curiosity. As soon as Duan Ling Tian turned around, he saw a graceful figure in front of him. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What a beautiful woman!" He thought to himself, "What a beautiful woman!" The reason why such a large street had become strangely quiet was all because of that woman. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like jade, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although there was a thin veil covering half of her face, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. It made one have the urge to lift the veil and take a look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil on her face. If the veil was removed, one could only imagine how beautiful she would be without the veil on her face. As the woman walked gracefully, the crowd quietly parted to form a path for her. At this moment, everyone, regardless of gender, was looking at the woman with infatuation. It was as though the woman had some kind of magical power. If it was any other time, many men would have lustful thoughts when they saw such a peerless beauty. However, at this moment, none of the men present had any strange expressions on their faces. When they looked at the woman, apart from a brief moment of amazement, there was only reverence in their eyes. It was as though the woman was a holy being who was high and mighty and could not be profaned. Murong Bing, after a while, Duan Ling Tian finally regained his senses and sighed deeply. When he was in the mundane realm, he already had 2 wives and 1 confidant. He only acknowledged those 3 women in his heart. Although there were many other women around him, none of them had gained his approval. He had always treated them as ordinary friends. He had always thought he was very lucky to have 2 wives and 1 confidant. He had always hoped that his love life would be in question. He locked the door to his heart and allowed the beauties to swarm him, but he remained motionless. However, it did not cross his mind that he would fall into a trap. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Moreover, he had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Although they were not husband and wife in name, they were still husband and wife in reality. "I'll find you. The woman I, Duan Ling Tian, have slept with can only belong to me, Duan Ling Tian." That was what Duan Ling Tian had said when Murong Bing left. In his heart, he had already regarded Murong Bing as his woman. Is that old woman related to her? If she wanted to kill me, she could have done it herself. There's no need for her to send someone to kill me now, right? As Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself, he thought it was unlikely that Murong Bing had sent the old woman to kill him. If Murong Bing wanted to kill him, she would have done it herself. Even if she regretted not killing him and wanted to kill him again, there was no need for her to send someone else to do it. After all, as a woman, her chastity was very important to her. It was impossible for her to tell others that her chastity had been ruined. If the old woman didn't come for her, who did she come for? Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that he'd once again returned to a dead end, and he was completely at a loss. If the old woman really came for her, I'm afraid I can't go to the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He had seen Murong Bing's strength before. She was very powerful. Moreover, Murong Bing's background was not simple. She seemed to be from a powerful sect that possessed a sect-guarding celestial weapon. If the old woman came for Murong Bing, it meant she was probably from that sect as well. It was impossible for someone from that sect to be afraid of King Qin's mansion. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed. The martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion was about to begin. The Duke of Qin's Manor was not only a general name for a faction, but also a general name for a region. It was also a general name for a vast and boundless manor. The king city of King Qin's mansion was located on a vast grassland. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying on the grassland. It lay there quietly and motionlessly as though it was asleep. This giant beast, which seemed to be asleep, opened its 4 bloody mouths at all times, allowing the passers-by to pass through it freely. It was rare to see people walking on the top of the giant beast's head. This was because King Qin's mansion had a rule in King Qin's mansion. Those who entered or left King Qin's mansion were not allowed to walk on air. They had to follow the rules and enter through the 4 gates of King Qin's mansion. King Qin's mansion was too big, and a big city meant a lot of people. When there were more people, it would naturally become chaotic. In order to better maintain the security of King Qin's mansion had set up such a rule. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, 2 groups of people came from 2 different directions. They came to the east gate of Royal City, and the number of people was about the same, a total of more than 30 people. The 2 groups of people were led by a middle-aged man who exuded a majestic aura. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. When the 2 groups of people arrived at the eastern gate of King Qin's mansion, they flew down together. They did not dare to violate the rule of not allowing people to enter or leave King Qin's mansion. County Governor Tian. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you outside King Qin's mansion. One of the middle-aged men said to the other middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who was addressed as County Governor Tian was none other than Tian Ji, the County Governor of 9 Spectres County. Apart from the 2 inner mansion elders and a few revered elders, the rest of the people behind Tian Ji were all young men who were younger than 100 years old. There were 29 of them in total. One of the new faces was none other than Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of 9 Spectres County. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would have recognized him immediately. Chapter 2679. Among the 29 young men, Qin Yu, who was familiar with Duan Ling Tian, was among them as well. However, as Qin Yu stood outside King Qin's mansion's royal city and looked at the majestic royal city, his eyes became a little blurred. He seemed to be in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. Prefectural Governor Wang. Tian Ji smiled faintly in response to the newcomer's greeting. The person whom Tian Ji addressed as Prefectural Governor Wang was Wang Qiling, the Prefectural Governor of Fair Mountain County, one of the 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. Similar to Tian Ji, Wang Qiling had come to King Qin's mansion for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Behind Wang Qiling, the Prefectural Governor of Fair Mountain County, were a few of his trusted subordinates. The rest of the 30 young men were all young men. These youngsters stood there and stared at Qin Yu and them behind Tian Ji like tigers eyeing their prey. To them, the young men behind Tian Ji were their competitors in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Only by defeating all of them would they have a chance to stand out and obtain a good ranking in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Prefectural Governor Tian. You seem to have brought one person with you. After a while, Wang Qiling's gaze swept across the 29 youths behind Tian Ji. Finally, his gaze landed back on Tian Ji, and he stared deeply at him. There's one more person who went out to train. He'll be here when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. Tian Ji said indifferently. Went out to train? Wang Qiling narrowed his eyes when he heard Tian Ji's words. He asked tentatively, County Governor Tian, don't tell me you're referring to Duan Ling Tian, the young powerhouse who's famous in the 9 Spectres County? Tian Ji smiled proudly at Wang Qiling's question. He did not answer Wang Qiling directly. Prefectural Governor Wang will be entering the city first. Without waiting for Wang Qiling's reply, Tian Ji led the group of people behind him into King Qin's mansion's royal city. Only Wang Qiling was left standing there with a gloomy expression on his face. Lord County Governor. At this moment, an old man standing behind Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the person Tian Ji mentioned is Duan Ling Tian. Who else could it be other than Duan Ling Tian? Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, Initially, when I found out there's only Duan Ling Tian in 9 Spectres County, who's almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old, I met with the county governors of the other 14 counties. We spent a large amount of supreme celestial stones to hire a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial to kill Duanling Tian in Nine Spectres County. However, when the powerhouse arrived at the Nine Spectres County and searched the entire county, he couldn't find Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian had already left Nine Spectres County and successfully evaded the powerhouse's pursuit. Less than a year ago, the people that Fair Mountain County had planted in the county city of Nine Spectres County reported back to Fair Mountain County about a golden celestial, who was not even 100 years old and whose strength was almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, he realized the severity of the matter. He knew that if the powerhouse was not killed, the 30 young powerhouses from Fair Mountain County would no longer be able to claim first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This meant that the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, would no longer have anything to do with them. This was not something he wanted to see. It was not something that the people from the other 14 counties wanted to see. For this reason, the 15 county governors of the Nine Spectres County, including him, had decided to spend some supreme celestial stones to hire a powerhouse who was stronger than Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, to kill Duanling Tian. However, the powerhouse had gone to Nine Spectres County. Alas, the target had disappeared. Actually, if we had a young powerhouse like Duanling Tian in Fair Mountain County, we would have used the same method to protect him. A middle-aged man standing behind Wang Qiling said with a wry smile on his face, "Actually, when Lord County Governor said you and the other 14 county governors were going to invite a powerhouse to kill Duanling Tian, I knew this would happen." Humph. Another person behind Wang Qiling snorted and said, "Do you think Lord County Governor doesn't know about this?" If there was even the slightest possibility, Lord County Governor would have joined forces with the other 14 county governors to hire a powerhouse to kill Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian's existence has seriously affected the balance of the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. However, since Duanling Tian is still alive, as long as he participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he'll definitely be able to claim first place. The middle-aged man could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Indeed. The others agreed as well. Although Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, had the same opinion, he was still slightly bewildered. However, he knew that it was useless for him to be bewildered. After all, what was done could not be undone. There was nothing he could do about it. Very soon, the king city of King Qin's mansion was filled with young powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion. The martial competition of the 16 counties would be held in 3 days. Due to the arrival of the 16 powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, the king city that had been bustling with noise and excitement for more than half a month suddenly became quiet. It was like the calm before the storm. In an inconspicuous inn in King City, the county governor of Nine Spectres County only brought 29 people? In a spacious room, an old woman dressed in a plain long robe asked in a deep voice as she looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of her. If Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was here, he would be able to recognize the middle-aged man as Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County whom he had met at the entrance of King City. As the county governor and lord of Fair Mountain Prefecture, Wang Qiling was extremely humble and respectful in front of the old lady. His humble attitude was comparable to how he treated King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion. "I saw it with my own eyes," Wang Qiling said. "I think Tian Jiyu left the last spot for Duanling Tian, who has been missing for almost a year. Senior, perhaps you'll be able to capture Duanling Tian in King Qin's mansion this time. However, if Duanling Tian appears after the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to capture him. At that time, the powerhouses from King Qin's mansion will definitely step in to protect Duanling Tian." As Wang Qiling spoke, he voiced out his concerns. "Humph." The old woman snorted coldly. Her voice was so cold that it made Wang Qiling, the dignified Fair Mountain County's county governor, feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion steps in, he won't be able to protect Duanling Tian unless he has a death wish. Unless he has a death wish. When the old woman reached the end of her sentence, her tone was not only cold, but also domineering. It was as though if King Qin dared to step in to protect Duanling Tian, she would ask for King Qin's name. Gasp! Wang Qiling could not help but gasp when he heard the old woman's words. He looked at the old woman respectfully. In the past, although he knew the old woman was powerful, he did not expect her to be more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. However, based on her words, it seemed like she was more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. How could he not be shocked? As far as I know, the martial competition of the 16 counties is held in King Qin's mansion. The venue is not open to the public. Think of a way to bring me in. I don't want to alert Duanling Tian before the martial competition of the 16 counties ends. I don't want Duanling Tian to appear. The old woman said nonchalantly. Yes. Wang Qiling replied respectfully. Then he asked, Senior, do you have any other instructions? If you don't, I'll take my leave. Go. From the beginning until the end, the old woman did not even bat an eyelid. It was as though she could not be bothered to look at Wang Qiling. 3 days later, the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion arrived as scheduled. On the surface, everything seemed normal and calm. However, as the days passed, the martial competition of the 16 counties became more and more intense. It was nearing its end. Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, became anxious. Why hasn't Duanling Tian appeared yet? If he doesn't appear soon, the martial competition of the 16 counties will be over. At this moment, Tianji Yu felt as though he had been stood up by Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, is he all right? On the other hand, Qin Yu, who had just been eliminated, could not help but feel worried when he saw that Duanling Tian had not appeared. He was worried that something had happened to Duanling Tian, and that was why he did not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Humph. Pang Bing, the first inner mansion elder of the county governor's mansion of Nine Spectres County, snorted and said, I don't think Duanling Tian is coming. What an ingrate. Back then, the county governor's mansion spent so much effort to nurture him. How could he not show up at such a critical moment? Elder Pang Bing, you can't speak carelessly. Perhaps Duanling Tian encountered something and couldn't leave so he couldn't make it in time? Zhang Qiu defended Duanling Tian. Couldn't make it? Pang Bing sneered. That's a good excuse. However, even if he encountered something important, could it be more important than participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, we're talking about 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. If he didn't show up today, not only would our 9 Spectres County miss out on the 3 great overarching pills, we wouldn't even be able to obtain a single great overarching pill. Pang Bing's expression darkened when he reached the end of his sentence. That's enough. Why are you arguing? Chapter 2680. On the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties, the top 10 contestants would fight each other. Of course, it was hard to say whether these 10 strongest people were the ones who came to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion. This was because there were still many young experts from the 16 counties who had yet to make a move. King Qin's mansion had set a rule for the martial competition of the 16 counties. In any of the 16 counties, they could choose one person as their trump card to fight for the top 3 positions in the martial competition of the 16 counties. King Qin's mansion had set this rule so that the strongest young expert from each of the 16 counties would be in the best condition to fight for the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, if the young experts from the 16 counties did not even make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, their counties would be punished. They would have to pay 3 times the usual amount of prominent celestial stones every year for the next 10 years. Of course, if any of the 16 counties were not confident, they could choose not to keep their trump cards. King Qin's mansion would not force them to do so. However, if any of the 16 counties kept their trump cards, they would have to follow the rules set by King Qin's mansion. If they did not make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would have to pay more celestial stones every year. Among the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, 3 of them were not confident in their young experts and did not keep their trump cards. As for the other 13 counties, they had all kept their trump cards. This included 9 Spectres County. 9 Spectres County's trump card was Duan Ling Tian, who had yet to show up. If Duan Ling Tian did not show up today and did not make it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would be considered absent and would be automatically excluded from the top 10. 9 Spectres County would also be punished. Therefore, the people of 9 Spectres County were very anxious these 2 days. It's the last day. Why isn't Duan Ling Tian here yet? Could something have happened to him? Qin Yu was the only contestant from 9 Spectres County who had made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, the top 10 was not enough to make the people of 9 Spectres County happy because there were still 13 contestants who had not shown up yet. Moreover, 12 of them were the trump cards of the other 12 counties, and their strength was not inferior to Qin Yu. Only the top 10 contestants who made it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties would be rewarded by King Qin's mansion. Although Qin Yu made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, it did not mean that he would stay there forever. Qin Yu's Spectres County. Spectres of the 16 Spectres of the 16 Spectres County. Qin Yu's Spectres County Spectres. However, at this moment, he could not help but worry about Duan Ling Tian's safety. County Chief Tian. At this moment, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fairmountain County, arrived next to Tian Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. He said with a faint smile on his face, "The trump card of 9 Spectres County should be Duan Ling Tian, right? However, it seems like he hasn't shown up yet. I heard he left the county city of 9 Spectres County about a year ago. Did he die outside during this time?" The smile on Wang Qiling's face grew wider and wider as he asked. "The martial competition of the 16 counties. Isn't it still ongoing?" Tian Yu narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, "County Governor Wang, it seems like you can't wait for Duan Ling Tian to show up. It seems like you don't have much confidence in Yang Jin from Fairmountain County." Towards the end, Tian Yu's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Yang Jin was Fairmountain County's trump card in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and he had not shown up yet. Although Yang Jin had not shown up yet, his strength was widely acknowledged in Fairmountain County. He might not be as strong as Duan Ling Tian, but his reputation in Fairmountain County was on par with Duan Ling Tian in 9 Spectres County. If it's someone else, I wouldn't have no confidence in Yang Jin. However, if it's Duan Ling Tian, I don't have much confidence in Yang Jin. It's not just Yang Jin. I believe the other trump cards from the other 11 counties don't have confidence in 9 Spectres County's Duan Ling Tian as well. Wang Qiling was not angered by Tian Yu's words. Instead, he continued to say, "After all, Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County displayed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial in the Lu clan in 9 Spectres County about a year ago. Even Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County, admitted that he's no match for Duan Ling Tian. How can I have confidence in Yang Jin from Fairmountain County if he's the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County? After all, Yang Jin's strength is far inferior to Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County." Not only did Wang Qiling acknowledge Duan Ling Tian's strength, but he even praised Duan Ling Tian's strength. If one did not know better, one would think that Duan Ling Tian was one of Wang Qiling's subordinates and not from 9 Spectres County. The strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had left 9 Spectres County a year ago and had not been heard from since. "County Chief Wang, you're quite self-aware." Tian Yu did not know how to respond to Wang Qiling's words when he heard Wang Qiling praising Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Wang Qiling intently before he said, "You're right. County Chief Tian. Don't tell me Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County is already here? Did you hide him?" Wang Qiling looked deeply at Tian Yu and asked with a deep and meaningful tone, "County Chief Wang, you seem to be very interested in Duan Ling Tian." Tian Yu replied, "Of course. I'm sure I'm not the only one. The other 14 county chiefs are also very interested in Duan Ling Tian. It's said that even Lord King Qin from our King Qin's mansion has mentioned Duan Ling Tian before." A hint of envy could be seen in Wang Qiling's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "County Chief Tian, I'm really curious. Is Duan Tian here? Wang Qiling asked again. He did not notice that his tone was slightly anxious when he asked this question. It was as though he wanted to know if Duan Tian was here or not. County Chief Wang, didn't you say that Duan Tian might have perished outside? Tian Ji asked nonchalantly. I was just joking. Wang Qiling's expression froze when he heard Tian Ji's words. He could not help but smile awkwardly. County Chief Wang, if you want to know if Duan Tian is here or not, you'll find out in the afternoon. Today, the top 10 and top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be fighting. Tian Ji said nonchalantly, if Duan Tian doesn't show up, he'll definitely show up in the afternoon. However, I think, County Chief Wang, you don't want him to show up, right? A hint of mockery could be seen in Tian Ji's eyes as he looked at Wang Qiling. Of course not. Wang Qiling shook his head and smiled. I'm looking forward to his appearance. Although I know he'll definitely be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm still curious. He's not even 100 years old, and he's the strongest person in 9 Spectres County below the age of Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Wang Qiling's words were sincere. It was as though he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, was that really the case? County Chief Tian, the battle for the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties is about to begin. The trump cards of each county are about to be revealed. I'll return to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain County are. Wang Qiling bade farewell to Tian Ji before he left. I won't see you out. Tian Ji glanced at Wang Qiling's back and said slowly, you're a genius. After Wang Qiling left, Tian Ji could not help but feel a sense of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. Today was the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, until now, he still did not see Duan Tian at all. It was as though Duan Tian had not arrived in King Qin's mansion at all. On the other side, after Wang Qiling returned to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain County were, he walked up to a skinny man in a gray robe. His face could not be seen clearly. Wang Qiling said respectfully through voice transmission, Senior, I've tested Tian Ji, but I didn't get anything out of him. He's very cunning. He's always trying to change the subject. Wang Qiling replied through voice transmission. It doesn't matter. An old man replied calmly through voice transmission. Today is the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Tian is here, he'll show up in the afternoon at the latest. If he doesn't show up, it means he has no intention of participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Who's that? The few elders and honorary elders who had followed Wang Qiling to King Qin's mansion saw their prefectural governor standing beside the mysterious man in the gray robe. They could not help but feel their hearts tremble. They were curious about the identity of the man in the gray robe, and why their county chief treated him in such a manner. This man. Could he be the person Lord County Chief hired to kill Duan Tian? An elder from the Fair Mountain County's county chief's mansion guessed in a low voice. That's impossible. Another elder said, if Lord County Chief hired someone to kill Duan Tian, Lord King Qin would not let Lord County Chief off so easily. After all, this is King Qin's mansion. Duan Tian hasn't shown up yet. He might not come. If he doesn't come, Yang Jin has a high chance of winning the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chapter 2681. In the martial competition of the 16 counties organized by King Qin's mansion, Duan Tian from 9 Spectres County was the most favored. News of Duan Tian's actions in the Lu clan in the county city of 9 Spectres County spread like wildfire in the 9 Spectres County. In the end, news of Duan Tian's actions in King Qin's mansion had spread throughout the entire 9 Spectres County. Even King Qin of King Qin's mansion had heard of him. Due to this reason, Duan Tian had become the hottest topic and the highlight of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of his elegance. However, up until now, Duan Tian had yet to show himself. Duan Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet. I wonder what Tian Ji, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, is up to. Could it be that he's waiting for Duan Lingtian to show up and replace Duan Lingtian as the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties? Humph. Duan Lingtian hasn't shown up yet. It might not be because the county governor of 9 Spectres County forbade him from showing up. Maybe he died outside after leaving 9 Spectres County. After all, the outside world is very dangerous. That's possible. Apart from the people from 9 Spectres County and Fairmountain County, the people from the other 14 counties could not help but whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they either thought that Duan Lingtian had been hidden by the county governor of 9 Spectres County, or that Duan Lingtian had died outside and could not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, no matter what these people said, it was only their guesses. After a while, the powerhouse sent by King Qin's mansion to host the martial competition of the 16 counties announced that since the 13 counties had yet to show their trump cards, the top 10 contestants would compete for the top 3 spots. As time passed, the contestants were pushed back one by one. Qin Yu. Soon after, it was Qin Yu's turn to fight. When Qin Yu walked onto the stage, behind the VIP spectator seats on the side of the vast battle arena, in an area covered by a curtain, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes suddenly stood up from his luxurious chair and stared firmly at Qin Yu. Third Prince. You're? The moment the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood up, the 2 old men beside him were shocked. They could not help but look at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. They did not know why the 3rd prince of King Qin's mansion would lose his composure. In King Qin's mansion, King Qin had 3 younger brothers. Below King Qin, there were 3 younger brothers. They were called the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, and the 5th prince by the people in King Qin's mansion. The 3rd duke was the 3rd brother of King Qin. He was sent by King Qin to be in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. 3rd Prince Qin Yu was king, 3rd prince was Prince Qin. 3rd prince is 3rd. Similar. Too similar. And, I think, his name is Qin Yu? The 3rd Marquis did not pay attention to the 2 old men beside him. His gaze was fixed on the young man in the middle of the battle ring. He muttered to himself as his eyes grew brighter and brighter, like 2 bright stars in the night sky. Whoosh, whoosh. After hearing the 3rd prince's mutterings, the gazes of the 2 old men beside him simultaneously landed on the young man in the middle of the battle ring. With just a glance, their pupils couldn't help but shrink fiercely. Why does he look so much like the 4th prince? His nose, his lips, and even his forehead are almost exactly the same as the 4th prince's. Who is he? The 2 old men regained their senses and looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. The 4th prince was the 4th brother of the Duke of Qin in Duke Qin's mansion. It was to the extent that even before the 4th prince left the king of Qin's mansion, he was already stronger than the king of Qin. However, King Qin's mansion's 4th prince had suffered from qi deviation decades ago. After injuring King Qin, he left King Qin's mansion and disappeared without a trace. Although King Qin's mansion had sent people to search for him, they found nothing. Now, after a few decades, they saw someone who looked like the 4th prince in King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, this person's surname was also Qin. They could not help but let their imagination run wild. This Qin Yu, could he be? Soon, the 2 old men looked at each other again and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Elder Qi, go and investigate this Qin Yu. The 3rd Marquis gave the order in a deep voice. Traces of excitement appeared in his eyes. It was as though the young man standing in the middle of the battle arena was an old friend that he had not seen for many years. Yes. One of the old men answered and left immediately. At the same time, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Qin Yu was also engaged in a fierce battle with a young man who appeared to be around the same age as him. They started to be evenly matched. After about several tens of breaths, Qin Yu's body suddenly burst forth with a burst of powerful energy. The palm prints that filled the sky were also dyed with blood red. Bang! Almost at the same time that Qin Yu's palm attack is stained with that blood-red color, the power in the palm increases greatly. It directly crushes and destroys his opponent's attack, sending his opponent flying. He lands on the ground with serious injuries and is on the verge of death. Hiss! 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 Hiss, hiss. Instantly, waves of gasps sounded out in unison from the surroundings of the combat arena. This Qin Yu from the Nine Spectres County actually hid his strength. What was that technique he used at the end? It felt like a divine ability. Moreover, it's an assistive divine ability. It's even more powerful than the other assistive divine ability that he used earlier. This assistive divine ability. I feel like it's at least a dark grade divine ability. Moreover, it's probably not an ordinary dark grade divine ability. I've seen ordinary dark grade divine abilities a few times, and they're far inferior to the one he used earlier. The surroundings of the battle arena were bustling with noise. While the people from the various counties under the command of the Duke of Qin's mansion were discussing animatedly, their attention had shifted to the support-type ability that Qin Yu had used earlier. I didn't expect Qin Yu to hide his strength. With Qin Yu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties before the other counties use their trump cards. I didn't expect Qin Yu's cultivation to improve so quickly. If he's given a few more years, he might become another Duanling Tian. The elders and honorary elders from Nine Spectres County could not help but sigh. When the Inner Mansion's elders Pang Bing and Zhang Qiu look at Qin Yu again, there is an additional look of approval in their eyes. That assistive divine ability. I think it's Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, stared at Qin Yu. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Sky dancing blood imprint. That sky dancing blood imprint. While Tianji Yu was staring at Qin Yu as if he had seen a ghost, the other 15 county governors also had the same look of shock and disbelief as Tianji Yu. Many county governors could not help but exclaim in surprise. Sky dancing blood imprint. Isn't it a dark grade assistive divine ability that only the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion can cultivate? How can this brat from Nine Spectres County know a dark grade assistive divine ability that only the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion can cultivate? Where did he learn it from? Stealing a dark grade assistive divine ability from a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion is a capital offense. As the various county governors opened their mouths, the spectator seats surrounding the enormous battle arena also let out waves of low exclamations. From their words, it was as if they were certain that the support-type divine ability that Qin Yu had just displayed was secretly learned from the King Qin's mansion. Sky dancing blood imprint. Behind the VIP seats, behind the curtains, the third prince, who had just sat down, stood up again. The excitement that had just calmed down appeared again. He must be fourth brother's child. Fourth brother. Has a descendant. Meng Ping, bring Qin Yu to me. The third marquis's gaze pierced through the curtain like a sharp sword and went straight to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, who was looking at Qin Yu with a look of astonishment on his face. He immediately sent an order to the third marquis. Yes, third prince. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties immediately looked at Qin Yu and said, Qin Yu, the third marquis wants to see you. Come with me. Once the host said those words, before Qin Yu could react, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Third prince. Immediately, numerous gazes from the various spectator seats landed on the area behind the VIP seats that was covered by a curtain. However, while it was easy to see through the veil, it was impossible to see through the veil. I'm afraid this brat from the Nine Spectres County is in trouble. The third prince is going to punish him. Although I don't know where he learned the assist-type divine ability, the Heavenly Blood Seal Dance, from the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, secretly learning the divine ability that's exclusive to the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion is a capital offense. Many people felt that Qin Yu was going to run out of luck. I don't think the third prince is here to denounce her. Perhaps, he's here to acknowledge her as his relative? Exactly. Don't forget. His surname is Qin. His name is Qin Yu. Even though most people think that Qin Yu is out of luck, there are still a small number of people who think that Qin Yu is probably a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion who has wandered outside. In the past, I felt that Qin Yu was somewhat familiar. Now that I think about it, he seems to be somewhat similar to that fourth prince from back then. Chapter 2682. The fourth prince of King Qin's mansion was a legend in the eyes of the people in King Qin's mansion. Among the King Qin's brothers in the King Qin's mansion, the fourth prince's innate talent was undoubtedly the highest. In fact, 100 years ago, his strength surpassed the King Qin's and he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. However, it was a pity that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. A few decades ago, the fourth prince of the Duke of Qin's manor suffered from qi deviation during his closed-door cultivation. After injuring the Duke of Qin, he left the Duke of Qin's manor and disappeared without a trace. As the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Tian Ji was fortunate enough to have met the fourth prince before. However, it had been a long time, so he did not know how to react. He thought Qin Yu looked familiar because he thought Qin Yu resembled the fourth prince. Now that he had seen Qin Yu use the sky-dancing bloodprint, the exclusive skill of the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, and the third prince, who was in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties, had called Qin Yu over, he finally remembered the fourth prince. This Qin Yu from Nine Spectres County looks very similar to the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion. Suddenly, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fairmountain County, had a flash of inspiration. Why did he feel that Qin Yu looked somewhat familiar from the first time he saw him? Turns out it was because Qin Yu looked very similar to the fourth prince of the Qin mansion. This Qin Yu. Why does he look so much like the fourth prince? He looks so much like the fourth prince and his surname is Qin. Could he be a descendant of King Qin's mansion? He might even be the fourth prince's son. Some of the county governors from other counties who had seen the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion who had disappeared several decades ago could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Qin Yu enter the VIP area. They guessed that Qin Yu was the son of the fourth prince who had disappeared several decades ago. The fourth prince? The most powerful person in King Qin's mansion, the fourth brother of the current King Qin, the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion. This Qin Yu from Nine Spectres County. Could he be the fourth prince's son? As the group of governors spoke, their subordinates more or less heard what they said. For a moment, they were extremely shocked because this news was extremely shocking and caught them off guard. A nobody from Nine Spectres County was suspected to be the son of the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion, a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion. Other than the people from the 16 counties under King Qin's manor, there were also some distinguished guests invited by King Qin's manor. They were all from powerful sects and clans in the territories under King Qin's manor's jurisdiction. Although the forces these people belonged to were not as powerful as the Duke of Qin's manor, none of the counties under the Duke of Qin's manor could compare to them. Qin Yu? A direct descendant of King Qin's mansion? Fourth prince's son? At the side of the VIP spectator seats, a figure covered in a black robe moved slightly and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. His tone was mixed with a bit of surprise. This black-robed man was completely covered in a black robe, and the black robe was embroidered with balls of flames. These flames formed the word Kuan on the black robe. The word Kuan seemed to be burning at all times, and it was gorgeous and dazzling. This was the Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robe was the uniform of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in the Devata realms. Only celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen could obtain the Celestial Master's robe at the Alliance of Celestial Masters stronghold. Very few people dared to imitate the Celestial Master's robe since they would be hunted down by the Alliance of Celestial Masters if they were discovered wearing a fake Celestial Master's robe. For this reason, very few people dared to imitate or wear a fake Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robe was divided into 4 grades. They were the Heaven, Earth, Heaven, and Kuan. Only Supreme Celestial Alchemists and Supreme Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were qualified to receive the Heaven Celestial Master's robe. Only Prominent Celestial Alchemists and Prominent Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were qualified to receive the Earth Celestial Master's robe. Only Mediocre Celestial Alchemists and Mediocre Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were qualified to receive the Heaven Celestial Master's robe. As for the Celestial Master's robe with the character Kuan on it, it was only available to primitive celestial alchemists and primitive celestial alchemists who proved their identities at the Alliance of Celestial Master strongholds. The black-robed man was wearing the Heavenly Master's robe with the word Kuan on it. This is enough to show that he was a primitive celestial alchemist. Vice Sect Leader Huang. Is the fourth prince stronger than King Qin? Suddenly, the black-robed man tilted his head. His eyes under the black robe flashed and landed on a middle-aged man sitting not far away. He asked in a slightly hoarse and deep voice. Revered Elder Tianling, when the middle-aged man heard the black-robed man take the initiative to speak to him, he immediately looked at the black-robed man. A radiant smile appeared on his originally solemn face as he nodded and said, "The fourth Marquis of the Duke of Qin's mansion is indeed stronger than Duke Qin." It seems like you haven't heard of the fourth prince, revered Elder Tianling? The middle-aged man was Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, a relatively powerful sect in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. This time, he had brought some people from the Flying Dragon sect to join in on the fun at King Qin's mansion's invitation. They were here to join in the fun of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although the black-robed man had only joined the Flying Dragon sect for 2 months, and he was only one of the 5 primitive celestial alchemists in the Flying Dragon sect, however, since the black-robed man's alchemy skills were far superior to the other 4 primitive celestial alchemists in the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the black-robed man. After all, even the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had to be polite in front of the celestial alchemist. Moreover, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had repeatedly reminded him to be polite. He had to treat revered Elder Tianling with the same respect as he treated him. Yes. The black-robed man nodded and said nonchalantly, "I've been wandering around for the past few years. 2 months ago, I arrived in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. Coincidentally, the bottleneck in my cultivation base has loosened, and I'm looking for a place to settle down and seek a breakthrough." As the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji had heard about the black-robed man from the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Therefore, he was not surprised by the black-robed man's words. "Revered Elder Tianling, since you're interested in the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion, I'll tell you more about him," Huang Guangji said enthusiastically. After listening to Huang Guangji's explanation, the black-robed man learned about the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion. "Qin, you might really be the son of the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion." The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself. After he finished speaking, the black-robed man sat there with his head lowered and no longer paid any attention to him. Huang Guangji was not annoyed by this. This was because he was already used to the Flying Dragon sect's revered Elder Tianling's unsociable personality. This revered Elder Tianling, judging from his hoarse voice, he should be an old man. His real age shouldn't be that young. Huang Guangji glanced at the black-robed man again before retracting his gaze. However, he did not know that the black-robed man's hoarse voice was all an act. Under the black robe was a young man. To be more precise, it was a young man who looked very young and had an extremely powerful aura of flesh and blood. Furthermore, he wore a purple robe. However, because he was shrouded in a black robe, his entire body was covered by the black robe, so others could not tell that he was a young man. Now, if Qin Yu were here and lifted the black robe on this man, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. This black-robed man was none other than the Duanling Tian he knew. The third prince of King Qin's mansion must be trying to verify Qin Yu's identity. Duanling Tian, who was completely enveloped in a black robe, thought in his heart. Although he wasn't like the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the others, who all turned their heads to look at the curtain-covered area behind the VIP seats, his thoughts were the same as those people. They were all behind the curtain-covered area. However, fortunately, King Qin's mansion set a rule for this martial competition of the 16 counties that any of the 16 counties can leave a trump card behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hide until now. Duanling Tian thought to himself. Apart from Duanling Tian, no one, including Tian Ji, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, had expected that Duanling Tian would not be able to hide behind the curtains of the Flying Dragon sect. In fact, Duanling Tian had long arrived at the venue of the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. However, he had come with a different identity. He was the revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, a primitive celestial alchemist who was wearing a celestial master's robe with the word Kuan written on it. Due to the fact that he was a primitive celestial alchemist, no one dared to probe him with their divine consciousness even though he was wearing the celestial master's robe with the word Kuan on it. After all, Nobody wanted to offend a celestial alchemist. Without his identity as a celestial alchemist, he would not have been able to hide his age and identity. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar rang out in a timely manner. King Qin has arrived. King Qin has arrived. As the thunderous voice rang in the air, 9 snow-white horses pulling a roofless carriage could be seen approaching from the distance. Their speed was as fast as a great overarching golden celestial. A majestic middle-aged man dressed in a purple-gold robe sat on the roofless carriage. Chapter 2683. The 9 snow-white horses looked no different from ordinary horses in the mundane realms. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the aura of celestial origin energy emanating from these horses. Clearly, these horses were celestial beasts. In the Devata realms, celestial beasts were divided into celestial beasts that had gained sentience and celestial beasts that had yet to gain sentience. Celestial beasts possessed sentience that was not inferior to humans and could transform into humans. They cultivated like humans and were no different from humans. Celestial beasts that had yet to gain sentience could only rely on their instincts to survive. Even their cultivation base was dependent on their instincts to cultivate and were raised by humans. For example, the 9 horses that pulled the roofless carriage in front of Duanling Tian were raised by King Qin's mansion. Each of them had a cultivation base equivalent to a violet moon golden celestial. The 9 horses pulled the carriage at a speed that was not inferior to an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. He's King Qin? Duanling Tian's eyes glinted under his black robe as he looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a long purple gold robe who was sitting on the roofless carriage. The middle-aged man had a jade-like complexion and a tall stature. As he sat there, he emitted waves of majestic aura, suppressing the majestic aura emitted by the county governors from all over the Duke of Qin's mansion. In the face of the middle-aged man's imposing aura, the auras of the county governors from the various counties under King Qin's mansion were not worth mentioning at all. They were on completely different levels. It's King Qin. King Qin is here. After the appearance of the roofless carriage, which was pulled by 9 white horses, the group of people present immediately became restless. Greetings, Lord King Qin. Greetings, Lord King Qin. A moment later, the people from the 16 counties under the command of the Duke of Qin's mansion bowed respectfully to the Duke of Qin. The people in the VIP seats cupped their fists together and bowed at King Qin as well. Greetings, King Qin. Even Duanling Tian followed the other people from the Flying Dragon sect and cupped his hands at King Qin as a form of greeting. If there was one person who was indifferent to the appearance of King Qin, it would be the person next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling. He was clad in a gray robe. The Qin Emperor, who was sitting on the roofless carriage, stood up and waved his hands at the people around him. He noticed that the gray-robed man beside Wang Qiling did not seem to care about his appearance. Immediately, he frowned slightly. Within the territory of the Duke of Qin's estate, there was actually someone who dared to put on airs in front of him? In an instant, King Qin's sharp gaze landed on the gray-robed man. Everyone's eyes followed King Qin's gaze and landed on the gray-robed man. At this moment, the gray-robed man had become the focus of everyone's attention. Damn it! What was this guy trying to do? Are you trying to harm us? The expressions of the elders and guardians of Fair Mountain Prefecture changed drastically. Who the hell is he? How can he ignore King Qin when he's in front of him? The group of young experts from Fair Mountain Commandery were speechless. They were also worried that the gray-robed man standing next to the governor of Fair Mountain Commandery would drag them down because of his rudeness to the king of Qin. County Governor Wang, the person next to you seems to have a problem with me. King Qin shifted his gaze from the gray-robed man to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, who was standing next to the gray-robed man. Although King Qin's tone was calm, the people present could hear the anger in his voice. Wang Qiling's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. King Qin. As for the other 15 county governors, when they looked at Wang Qiling, their eyes were filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Senior, please inform King Qin. If you're exposed, even if Duanling Tian wants to show himself, he'll be scared away by you. Wang Qiling sent a voice transmission to the gray-robed man. When the gray-robed man heard the message, He did not reply to Wang Qiling. However, he raised his head slightly. His cloudy eyes were exposed in front of the Qin Emperor. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. "You're King Qin from King Qin's mansion, right? I'm from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The reason I'm here today is because the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect ordered me to kill someone. If you act rashly and alert the enemy, I'll annihilate King Qin's mansion." Just as the King of Qin saw the pair of turbid eyes under the gray robe, as well as the wrinkled face of the old man, a voice rang in his ears at the right time. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Just as his heart trembled, he saw the gray-robed man's right hand, which was originally covered by his sleeve, move. A token flashed before his eyes. A core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Although he had only seen the token for a brief moment, he could tell it was an identity token. Moreover, it was the identity token of a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The core elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect seemed to be celestial dukes. King Qin gasped inwardly when he realized the gray-robed man was a celestial duke. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away from Wang Qiling. "Senior, I'll ask my subordinate to come up with an excuse. Please forgive him if he has offended you. After all, if I don't do anything in the current situation, I'll definitely expose how unfathomable you are." King Qin sent a voice transmission to the gray-robed man as he withdrew his gaze from Wang Qiling. "Humph." The gray-robed man snorted coldly, acknowledging King Qin's words. Then, King Qin sent a voice transmission to Wang Qiling immediately. Wang Qiling's pupil shrank. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. However, he quickly regained his composure and bowed to King Qin, saying, "King Qin, this person beside me is deaf and mute. If he has disrespected you, please forgive him. Since he's deaf and mute, I won't hold it against him." Qin Wang followed Wang Qiling's lead and walked down the stairs. At the same time, he retracted his gaze and entered the area behind the VIP seats that was shrouded by a curtain. "It seems like King Qin is here for Qin Yu. Isn't it obvious? It seems like Qin Yu might be related to the fourth prince who went missing in King Qin's mansion. I heard the fourth prince severely injured King Qin before he left King Qin's mansion. If Qin Yu is related to the fourth prince, won't King Qin seek revenge on Qin Yu?" "You're thinking too much. Who doesn't know that the reason why fourth prince was able to injure Qin Wang in the past was because he was possessed by the devil and lost his mind? Qin Wang and fourth prince are blood brothers and have always had a good relationship. If Qin Yu is fourth prince's descendant, Qin Wang will only treat him well and won't make things difficult for him. Perhaps King Qin will even allow him to acknowledge his ancestors." In the spectator stands around the battle arena, the attention of a group of people shifted from the gray-robed man beside the Fair Mountain Commandery Governor Wang Qiling to the area behind the curtain behind the VIP spectator stands. King Qin, the third prince, and Qin Yu were all inside. They did not know what was going on inside because they could not see through the curtains. Moreover, the curtains were soundproof. Not only could they not see or hear what was going on behind the curtains, but they also had no idea what was going on behind the curtains. About 15 minutes later, Qin Yu has withdrawn from the martial competition of the 16 counties. The competition will continue. Outside the curtains, the person from King Qin's mansion who was in charge of hosting the martial competition of the 16 counties rose into the air and announced loudly. As soon as his words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Qin Yu withdrew from the martial competition of the 16 counties? What's going on? It seems like Qin Yu is really related to the fourth prince. If he's the fourth prince's son, there's no need for him to continue participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As the fourth prince's son and a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion, King Qin's mansion will definitely treat him well. This is fate. There's a world of difference between knowing how to reincarnate and not. After a moment of silence, the audience became lively again. Qin Yu, congratulations. In the VIP seats, Duan Ling Tian retracted his gaze from behind the curtains and thought to himself, I'll congratulate you when I have the chance. Duan Ling Tian had hidden himself here because he was worried that the old woman who went to Bloody Spectre City and Nine Spectres County to kill him a year ago was waiting for him in the dark. Although he did not know who the old woman was, he still had to be careful. For this reason, he had not revealed his identity until now. In the eyes of others, he was just a primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. It's also because of this celestial master's robe that I'm a primitive celestial alchemist or a primitive celestial weapon craftsman. Otherwise, I would have attracted a lot of attention with my divine consciousness. Duanling Tian could imagine. If he did not have the celestial master's robe with the word celestial master's robe, many people would have probed him with their divine consciousness out of curiosity. The martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Behind the curtains behind the VIP seats, Qin Yu stood there. Beside him stood the master of the King Qin's mansion, King Qin, and the third prince of the King Qin's mansion. At this moment, the two of them were staring at Qin Yu with fiery gazes. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was slightly restrained. Where's your father? The third prince asked. My father has passed away. Qin Yu sighed. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 2684. What happened? Your father. How did he pass away? When King Qin looked at Qin Yu again, his expression was extremely unsightly. When he had just acknowledged Qin Yu, he was happy that his fourth brother had a descendant. At the same time, he longed to see his fourth brother again and reunite with his brother. However, he did not expect that when his third brother asked Qin Yu about his fourth brother, his nephew would tell him his fourth brother had passed away. Back then, my father suffered from qigong deviation and injured you. Not long after he left King Qin's mansion, he regained his senses. He blamed himself for injuring you, and he realized that he could suffer from qigong deviation at any time, so he did not plan to return to King Qin's mansion. Qin Yu said slowly, not long after, my father met my mother and they fell in love. Not long after my mother gave birth to me, my father suffered from qigong deviation and left home. My mother brought me to find my father, but we were robbed on the way. The robbers wanted to silence us. My mother risked her life to protect me, but she died in their hands. As he spoke, Qin Yu's eyes turned red. After they killed my mother, they hunted me down. Just as I was about to die, my father regained his senses and returned. He killed those people and saved me. When he saw that my mother had died, he blamed himself and even lost all hope. Then, after he helped me settle down, told me about my background, and gave me this token. Before I could react, he committed suicide in front of me. The moment before he committed suicide, he told me that I must bury him together with my mother. At this point, Qin Yu's eyes turned even redder, as if they were dyed with a bloody mist. In his hand there was a command plate. It's my fourth brother's identity token. The third Marquis snatches the identity plate from Qin Yu's hand as if he is trying to snatch it. His trembling hand caresses the 3 characters carved on the front of the identity plate, which is his fourth brother's name. Subsequently, his eyes become misty. From now on, King Qin's mansion and King Qin's mansion will be your support. Qin Wang takes a deep breath, pats Qin Yu's shoulder and says solemnly, when my father told me about my background, he told me to return to King Qin's mansion to acknowledge my ancestors. He also said that his greatest regret in life was that he couldn't return to King Qin's mansion to protect it because he might suffer from qi deviation at any time. Qin Yu continued. Now that you have a family, you don't have to wander outside anymore. From now on, your eldest uncle, your second uncle, and your fifth uncle will be your biggest support. The third Marquis says after returning the identity plate to Qin Yu. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. However, he was unable to stop the tears from rolling down his face. In the past, he could only rely on himself. Even if he had the chance to safely reach the Duke of Qin's manor this time, he had relied on himself to walk step by step. If he were alone, he would have to be at least a great overarching golden immortal before he dared to travel through the counties under King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, he might be robbed by some peak golden immortals on the way and die on the way. But now, he had the Duke of Qin's manor to rely on. Comparing the two, the difference was like heaven and earth, and it made him feel very conflicted. Third brother. Did you pay attention to the gray-robed man next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County? Suddenly, the Qin emperor seemed to have thought of something. He immediately looked at the third prince and asked with a grave expression. What? Is there something wrong with that person? The third marquis was stunned. When he first arrived, he had taken note of the gray-robed man beside Wang Qiling, the prefectural governor of Fair Mountain Prefecture. When he saw that Wang Qiling seemed to be very respectful to the gray-robed man, he took a few extra glances at the gray-robed man and took note of him. However, after a few days, the gray-robed man seemed to be well behaved. Therefore, he stopped paying attention to him. There's something wrong. It's not a small matter. King Qin said. Don't tell me. Wang Qiling hired him to kill Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County? The third marquis said with a frown. The third marquis had heard that the 15 counties under King Qin's manor had joined forces to hire a powerhouse to kill Duan Lingtian in 9 Spectres County. However, he thought the 15 counties only dared to make a move in 9 Spectres County. Once the martial competition of the 16 counties began, even if Duan Lingtian showed up, the 15 counties would not dare to make a move against Duan Lingtian under King Qin's manor's watchful eyes. After all, it was tantamount to provoking King Qin's manor. Kill Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian was his only friend. Moreover, he owed Duan Lingtian a debt of gratitude. No. Wang Qiling isn't powerful enough to hire a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. King Qin said. Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? A core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The third marquis asked in disbelief as he looked at the Qin emperor with a pale face. What are you talking about? The third marquis asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was much stronger than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom where King Qin's mansion was located. In fact, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was much stronger than the high-rank celestial kingdoms that were stronger than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Even a high-rank celestial kingdom would not dare to offend the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a colossus even to a high-rank celestial kingdom. In addition, he had also heard that most of the core elders in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were celestial dukes. Yes. The Qin king nodded. The core elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect are all celestial dukes. Big brother, are you sure that the gray-robed man is an immortal monarch? The third marquis asked with fear and trepidation. I purposely probed her just now. The feeling she gives me is unfathomable. Qin Wang said with a solemn expression. Unfathomable. The third marquis was shocked again. Immortal monarch? Qin Yu, who was standing to the side, heard the conversation between his eldest uncle and his third uncle. His pupils were also unable to refrain from fiercely shrinking. Immortal monarch. Immortal monarchs were stronger than overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Currently, his eldest uncle was the only overarching heavenly supreme celestial in King Qin's mansion. Even if his father was still alive, there were only 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in King Qin's mansion. However, according to his eldest uncle and third uncle, there was the immortal monarch among the participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, the immortal monarch was from a powerful sect called the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Most importantly, the immortal monarch was standing next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, one of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. That gray-robed man is an immortal monarch? Qin Yu was shocked. He had some recollection of the gray-robed man since he was one of the only 2 people who did not reveal their faces. As for the other black-robed man, he was from the Flying Dragon sect, a relatively powerful sect in King Qin's mansion. Moreover, the black robe he was wearing was the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan on it, which was exclusive to primitive celestial alchemists and primitive celestial weapon craftsmen. Compared to the black-robed man, the gray-robed man was even more mysterious. Moreover, seeing that his third brother was suspicious of the gray-robed man's identity as an immortal monarch, King Qin continued to say, "That person took out her identity token. Although it was only for a moment, I still saw it. Moreover, I recognized it as the identity token of a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Therefore, There's no doubt that she's a core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. King Qin said. Since we can confirm her identity, it's only natural that we don't provoke her. We even have to cooperate with her if she wants to kill someone. The third Marquis said. That's right. King Qin nodded. At the same time, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued. After Qin Yu withdrew from the martial competition of the 16 counties, the 13 counties under King Qin's mansion had yet to reveal their trump cards. Therefore, the top 3 were temporarily decided. Yan Shihu from One Heart County is temporarily ranked 3rd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County is temporarily ranked 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County is temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host of the martial arts competition of the 16 counties stood in the air above the fighting ring and announced loudly in front of everyone. Next, the hidden aces of the 13 counties will have a chance to challenge the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If they succeed, they can replace the top 3. If they fail, they can only challenge the bottom 7 in the top 10 and replace them. Only then can they challenge the top 3 again. If the challenged person is defeated, they'll drop 1 rank. Those who rank behind them will also drop 1 rank. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties continued to explain in detail the rules of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The next martial competition of the 16 counties would be the highlight of this year's martial competition of the 16 counties. This was because the hidden aces of the 13 counties under King Qin's mansion would all be revealed at this time. I really didn't expect that the person who temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties would be a woman. Many people around the arena exclaimed, "Yes! Who would have thought that she would be temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Even with her strength, she couldn't become the hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County. It seems like the hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County is quite powerful." The hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County seems to be Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I've heard of him. He's the son of the Soaring Wind County Governor, Chu Tingxian. He didn't make a name for himself until the martial competition of the 16 counties was held. In the past, people only knew that the Soaring Wind County Governor, Chu Tingxian, had a daughter named Chu Yu. Chapter 2685. I thought the Soaring Wind County would keep Chu Yu as their trump card. I didn't expect someone else to be their trump card. Moreover, it's Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yan. Since the Soaring Wind County has chosen Chu Yan as their trump card, it means that Chu Yan's strength is above Chu Yu's. I didn't expect Chu Yu to be the strongest among the younger generation in the Soaring Wind County. Before the news of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties spread, Chu Yan was not well known. Chu Yan is really good at hiding his strength. Many people whispered among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Chu Yu from the Soaring Wind County and her brother, Chu Yan. Currently, Chu Yu, a young powerhouse from the Soaring Wind County, was ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties. She was a valiant and beautiful lady with her long hair tied up in a ponytail. Her delicate features were clearly visible. Although Duan Lingtian had seen many beauties along the way, his eyes still lit up at this moment. Although Chu Yu was a lady, she had a strong beauty that was completely different from the other ladies he had met. She was dazzling. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by the swift whistling of the wind, it was the 9 snow-white horses in the sky pulling the roofless carriage. Under the escort of a group of people, they majestically landed in the area behind the VIP spectator seats. The curtains in that area also opened and expanded in a timely manner, enveloping all of them within, disappearing before the eyes of the group of people surrounding the battle arena. Now, the martial competition of the 16 counties will continue. The trump cards of the 13 counties may choose your targets and challenge them. The person from King Qin's mansion who was hosting the martial competition of the 16 counties announced loudly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. "I, Xing Dong, challenge Chu Yu." Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a burly figure stepped out from one side of the spectator stand. His movements were as fast as lightning, and it seemed as though there were thunderclaps. This was a young man wearing gray tights. His body was extremely sturdy, and his muscles were filled with explosive power. They seemed to be twitching all the time, and on his exposed muscles, there were clearly visible veins that were pulsating vigorously. The young man had a strong build, but his height was average, only about 1.7 meters. After a while, he was already above the fighting ring. He stood in the air and glanced at the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Finally, his eyes fell on the only girl among the top 10. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It's Luofu region's Xingdong. Xingdong is the strongest person under the age of 100 in the overarching floating county. It's said that he's already a green sun golden celestial a few years ago. Even if he hasn't broken through to become a blue sun golden celestial, he's still much stronger than before. Xueqi seems to be a green sun golden immortal as well. It's hard to say who will win this battle. Their cultivation bases are the same. Let's see the difference in their immortal artifacts and other means. Xueqi has a mediocre celestial weapon. As the trump card of the overarching floating county, Xingdong must have a mediocre celestial weapon as well. This battle will be the most intense battle since the beginning of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'm really looking forward to it. Almost as soon as Xingdong entered the ring, a group of people who knew Xingdong could not help but discuss among themselves. Whoosh! Just as the group of people around the fighting ring were discussing spiritedly, Xueqi, who had been called out by Xingdong, stepped into the air at the first possible moment and confronted Xingdong. Xingdong from the overarching floating county. I've heard of you. Xueqi glanced at Xingdong indifferently and said, however, you're no match for me. Humph. Xingdong naturally couldn't tolerate a woman saying that he wasn't a match for her in front of so many people. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Xueqi, I know your strength isn't bad. However, compared to me, Xingdong, you're still lacking. From the beginning, he had watched all of Xueqi's battles. Therefore, he knew Xueqi was weaker than him. Therefore, he was going to use his only chance to challenge Xueqi for the top 3 spots in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as he defeated Xueqi, he would be able to replace her and become the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although it was only temporary, it was still a great honor. Especially now that King Qin of King Qin's mansion was here, if he could defeat Xueqi now and become the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, even if it was only for a short while, King Qin would take notice of him. Xingdong. Does he think Xueqi's strength is as weak as she has shown? If that's the case, I'm afraid he's in trouble. In the VIP seats, Duan Lingtian, who was wearing the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan, narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. He had watched all of Xueqi's battles. In the beginning, he did not think much of it. However, in the end, he discovered that Xueqi had been concealing her true strength. Even though the battle for first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties was intense, she had still held back. Since you're so confident, let's cut the crap and attack. Xueqi raised her eyebrows and shouted when she heard Xingdong's disdainful words. Boom, 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 boom. Xingdong made his move almost the instant Xueqi cried out. His body moved like a huge mountain cutting through the sky, causing the air to explode and emit waves of deafening sounds of air exploding. The sound reverberated in all directions, causing some of the weaker people in the spectator seats to frown. Xueqi, take this. When Xingdong rushed out, he suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, and an incomparably huge broadsword appeared in his hand. Wang! A 30-meter-long saber ray shot out from the saber and slashed toward Xueqi. That slash appeared to be very simple. However, after it locked onto Xueqi, it followed him like a shadow. Xueqi's body moved swiftly. As she dodged, the saber ray continued to lock onto her. It was as if he would not rest until he had cut her into 2 halves with a single slash. Humph! After letting out an arrogant snort, Xueqi no longer dodged. With a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of the long spear, it whizzed forward like an angry dragon. It ferociously met Xingdong's 100-feet-long blade glow. At this moment, Xueqi was like a female general in the army. She looked even more valiant. Wang, 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 wang. The radiance of the blade tore through the air. It was extremely resplendent, like numerous crescent moons. It tore through the sky, as if it was going to split this world apart. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Wherever the spear light passed, the tip of the spear seemed to form a star net in the void, which met the saber light that was like a crescent moon. At some point, the people around the combat ring had begun to hold their breaths as they quietly watched the battle. Xing Dong is going to lose. After a few exchanges, Duan Lingtian could tell Xing Dong had lost the upper hand. He also realized his prediction was coming true. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could tell Xing Dong was going to lose. In the VIP seats, there were many high-ranking officials from the clans and sects under King Qin's mansion who had retracted their gazes from the combat ring. They had retracted their gazes because they felt there was no need to continue watching. The victor had been decided. In the end, Chu Yu was stronger than Xing Dong. Chu Yu. She had been concealing her strength. When the county governors under King Qin's mansion saw that Xing Dong was going to lose, the county governor of Luofu County, where Xing Dong resided, also saw this. He did not expect this. Xing Dong, who he had kept as a trump card, would be defeated in his first battle. County Chief Chu, your daughter is indeed as good as the rumors say. She's not inferior to a man. The county governor of another county near the people from Soaring Wind County exclaimed as he looked at Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Between his eyebrows, there was a hint of envy mixed in. His daughter was already so strong. Moreover, she had a son who was the trump card of Soaring Wind County. He was envious that Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, had such a pair of children. Chu Tingxian was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. He looked very refined. Although he was old, from his mature and charming face, one could tell that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. You flatter me, County Governor Ren. Upon hearing the county governor's words, Chu Tingxian immediately looked at him and smiled humbly. It's over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he retracted his gaze. Bang, 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 bang. In the air above the combat ring, the 7-foot-long spear in Chu Yu's hand, a mediocre-grade celestial weapon, seemed to have transformed into a flood dragon that had broken free from its cage. It pounced towards Xing Dong with bared fangs and brandished claws, shattering all of Xing Dong's attacks. Finally, it landed on Xing Dong and sent him flying. The mediocre-grade celestial weapon that Xing Dong was holding tightly in both hands was sent flying. Barf! Xing Dong, who had been sent flying and lost his celestial weapon, spat out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. Xing Dong, who had fainted, fell hard to the side of the combat ring. He was about to be smashed into a pile of minced meat. Whoosh! The person from King Qin's mansion, who was the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, was one step ahead of the county governor of overarching county. An invisible force swept out and carried Xing Dong to the spectator stand where the people from overarching county were seated. Thank you, my lord. The county governor of overarching county thanked the host before he went to check on Xing Dong's injuries. Chapter 2686. The county governor of Luofu County knew very well. If Chu Yu had not shown mercy, Xing Dong would not have been so lightly injured. With Xing Dong's current injuries, he would be able to recover to his peak condition after taking a healing elixir. Then, he would be able to continue participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although Xing Dong had lost his first battle, he still had a chance to challenge those ranked 4th to 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Furthermore, as long as he could replace one of the 7, he would have the opportunity to challenge the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. You're welcome, Uncle Yen. As the daughter of the High Wind County's county chief, Chu Yu had interacted with the county chief of the Luofu County before. Now that the county chief was thanking her, she immediately smiled in response. Then, she returned to her original spot and stood side by side with the 2nd to 9th ranked cultivators. Next, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said indifferently. Mo Chiu from Xueqi County challenges Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Just as the host finished his words, A muscular young man stepped out from the side of the auditorium and directly challenged the person who was ranked second in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Tong Yuan was a 2-meter-tall middle-aged man with a muscular body and copper-colored skin. After he was challenged, he stood up with a solemn expression on his face. His expression was calm, and there was no joy or sorrow on his face. His gaze was fixed on Mo Chio, the trump card of Xueqi County. After a while, both of them attacked at the same time. Boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. After about 30 breaths, a huge figure flew out and admitted defeat. "I'm no match for you. I admit defeat." The person who admitted defeat was Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Among the 13 trump cards left by the 13 counties, a total of 2 people had entered the battlefield so far. Xing Dong from Luofu County had been defeated, and Mo Chio from Xueqi County had successfully challenged Tong Yuan and replaced him. He was ranked second in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As for Tong Yuan, he had been demoted to third. Those who were originally ranked 3rd to 9th all dropped a rank. Those who were originally ranked 10th were directly squeezed out of the top 10. You've been squeezed out of the top 10, so you have a chance to challenge those who are currently in the top 10. You can choose to challenge one of them. As long as you can defeat him, you can replace him and temporarily return to the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host looked at the young man who had been pushed out of the top 10 and said, "If you give up this opportunity, you will have no chance of entering the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Give me an answer after you've thought it through." "I give up." After only about 2 breaths of time, the young man who was squeezed out of the top 10 chose to give up. If not for the fact that he was no match for the other 9, he would not have been ranked 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Now Mo Chio, who was even stronger than Tong Yuan, had made it into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan knew that he was no match for Mo Chio, so he chose to give up the challenge. He knew that even if he did, he was no match for Mo Chio. As for the other 9 people, he had fought with them before, and he was no match for them. Next. As the host spoke again and again, the other hidden aces of the 13 counties entered the arena one after another. The battles were in full swing and intense. During this process, more and more people who were temporarily in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties were squeezed out of the top 10. They either failed in their challenges again or did not dare to challenge, so they had no chance of entering the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. During this process, the most outstanding people were undoubtedly Fair Mountain County's trump card, Yang Jin, and Soaring Wind County's trump card, Chu Yan. Chu Yan was the elder brother of Chu Yu, who was temporarily ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He was the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Now, after one battle after another, the martial competition of the 16 counties was nearing its end. Chu Yu, who had been ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties for the time being, had not only fallen from first place, but had also been squeezed out of the top 3. For the time being, he was ranked 6th. If there were no accidents, this ranking would not change much. At most, she would fall 1 place, and this would only happen when Duanling Tian, the hidden ace of 9 Spectres County, appeared and Duanling Tian was stronger than her. Naturally, there was no doubt that Duanling Tian was stronger than her. Therefore, as long as Duanling Tian appeared, she would fall 1 place. If Duanling Tian did not appear, she would be able to maintain her ranking and rank 6th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Currently, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties were, 1st, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County. 2nd, Chu Yan from Soaring Wind County. 3rd, Zhong Jueming from Taiping County. 4th, Ren Fei from Red Cloud County. 5th, Zhang Zhenhong from Plum Blossom County. 6th, Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County. 7th, Mo Chio from Xueqi County. 8th, Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. 9th, Yan Shihu from Tongxin County. 10th, Xing Dong from Overarching County. At this moment, apart from Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County who was ranked first and Chu Yen from Soaring Wind County who was ranked second who had yet to fight, the others had already fought with each other and the outcome had already been decided. In other words, Yang Jin and Chu Yen would determine the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as Duan Ling Tian does not appear, the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be decided between Yang Jin and Chu Yen. That's right. As long as Duan Ling Tian does not appear, only the first 2 places of the martial competition of the 16 counties will change. The last 8 places will remain unchanged. If Duan Ling Tian is here, he will definitely be the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties, if he lives up to his reputation. If Duan Ling Tian is here, Xing Dong from Overarching County will be pushed out of the top 10. Seeing that the martial competition of the 16 counties was coming to an end, the audience around the combat arena became even more lively. Most of them were talking about Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County. Until now, Duan Ling Tian had not appeared. Don't worry. I don't think he'll come at this time. The county governor of Overarching County saw that Xing Dong was nervous, so he comforted him. Xing Dong nodded, but he could not help but feel nervous. Once Duan Ling Tian showed up, he would be forced out of the top 10. At the same time, he would drag the Overarching Floating County down with him and would be punished by King Qin's mansion. Currently, among the 13 counties, only 9 of them had trump cards and were temporarily in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. As for the other 4 counties, except for 9 Spectres County, the trump cards of the other 3 counties had been pushed out of the top 10 and would have to bear the punishment of King Qin's mansion. Therefore, the county governors of the 3 counties did not look too good. Although King Qin's mansion's punishment for the 3 counties they were in charge of, the extra celestial stones they had to hand over was not enough to hurt the 3 counties they were in charge of, they still felt the pinch. In the VIP seats, Duan Ling Tian was wearing the Celestial Master's robe. He was calm as he watched Yang Jin and Chu Yen, who were facing each other in the air above the combat arena. Yang Jin was the trump card of Fair Mountain County. He was publicly acknowledged by the people of Fair Mountain County as the #1 expert of the younger generation in Fair Mountain County under the age of 100. He was a young man with a medium build. He wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. Chu Yen was the trump card of Soaring Wind County, and was the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Before the news of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties spread, he was unknown. At that time, his younger sister, Chu Yu, was publicly acknowledged by the people of the Soaring Wind County as the strongest person in the younger generation under the age of 100. However, in this year's martial competition of the 16 counties, he had displayed strength that was far superior to his sister's. He had become the most dazzling dark horse, and had fought his way to second place. At the same time, he was about to compete with Yang Jin for the first place. Behind the VIP seats, there was a large area covered by a curtain. 9 fine white horses were lying on the ground, and a group of people were standing there like javelins. In front of the 9 steeds in this group of people, there were 3 people sitting on 3 luxurious chairs. They were respectively the master of the King Qin's mansion, King Qin, the 3rd prince, and Qin Yu, the person who had just reunited with King Qin and his brother. Qin Yu was looking at Yang Jin and Chu Yen in the air above the combat arena. He was curious about who would win the martial competition of the 16 counties. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will come. If he comes, he'll definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he doesn't come, the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be decided in this battle. I hope Duan Ling Tian didn't come because something happened to him. I hope he's safe and sound. Qin Yu thought to himself. Unlike Qin Yu, although the King of Qin and the 3rd Prince's gazes occasionally swept over Yang Jin and Chu Yen, who were in the air above the arena, most of the time, they were still looking at the spectator seats where the people from Fair Mountain Commandery were seated. To be more precise, they were looking at the gray-robed man next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County. Big brother. The core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect hasn't shown up yet. Could it be that the person she was ordered to kill by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect hasn't shown up yet? The 3rd prince asked King Qin, puzzled. I think so. King Qin nodded and said, However, up until now, those who should have shown up have all shown up, right? Except, at this point, the Duke of Qin paused and looked at the third prince. In the next moment, Duanling Tian. Chapter 2687. Duanling Tian? Qin Yu snapped out of his daze almost as soon as the third prince and the king of Qin's mansion said the name in unison. He looked at them and asked, "Eldest uncle, third uncle, what happened to Duanling Tian?" Right. Suddenly, King Qin seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Qin Yu and asked, You came here with the people from the Nine Spectres County? That Duanling Tian was also in the Nine Spectres County. Have you ever interacted with him? Of course. Qin Yu nodded. He is my only friend in the Nine Spectres County. Even though Qin Yu only got to know Duanling Tian later on, Duanling Tian was still a very young man. However, before he met Duanling Tian, he did not have a true friend. It was only after he met Duanling Tian that he felt that he had a friend. And he saved my life. Qin Yu added. Saved your life? Hearing Qin Yu's words, King Qin and the third prince slightly frown. They exchange a look and see bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. He was their nephew's friend, and a friend who had saved their nephew's life. It was only right that they protect him. However, if the target of the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was their nephew's friend, there was nothing they could do even if they wanted to protect him. At this moment, they could only hope that the compassionate celestial traveler sect's target was not Duanling Tian. Even the Duanling Tian hoped that the Duanling Tian would not appear. This way, they would not be in a difficult position. Yes. Qin Yu nods. At the same time, he sees the helplessness in the eyes of Qin Wang and the third prince. For a moment, his heart cannot help tensing up. Big uncle, third uncle. What were you talking about just now? What happened to Duanling Tian? When Duanling Tian was mentioned again, Qin Yu could not help showing a worried expression on his face. Although he didn't hear the conversation between his first and third uncles clearly, an ominous premonition still rose in his heart. We are only guessing. The third Marquis sighed. What guess? Qin Yu became even more anxious. It's like this, as the third prince slowly opened his mouth, his words caused Qin Yu's expression to change again and again. So, third uncle, both you and eldest uncle suspect that the core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect is targeting Duanling Tian? Qin Yu's expression changed again and again. It was as if he never knew when to stop. Just a suspicion. Seeing Qin Yu's concern, King Qin comforted him. After all, until now, only Duanling Tian has not appeared in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, it could be someone else. Although King Qin said it was someone else, he was certain the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was waiting for Duanling Tian. After all, apart from Duanling Tian, a monstrous genius who was not even 100 years old, he could not think of anyone else in King Qin's mansion who was worthy of being killed by the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, when he heard about Duanling Tian a few months ago, he was also shocked. He did not expect such a person to appear in King Qin's mansion. Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old, but his strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Although the third prince and King Qin comforted Qin Yu was not stupid. He could vaguely guess the core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was here for Duanling Tian. Although Qin Yu did not know why the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect would send a core elder to kill Duanling Tian, he could not help but worry about Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian. I hope you're safe now, but I also hope you won't show up at the martial competition of the 16 counties. Qin Yu thought to himself. Previously, he had hoped Duanling Tian would show up. However, he did not want Duanling Tian to show up at all. Now I can only hope Duanling Tian won't show up, the third prince sighed. Although I think highly of Duanling Tian and hope he can stay in King Qin's mansion, since he's Yu-Er's friend and the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect seems to be here to kill him, I also hope he won't show up. King Qin said. Boom. Rumble. The ground trembled. Waves of rolling air waves came from the battle arena in front of the VIP spectator seats outside the curtains. They slammed onto the battle arena, causing the battle arena to tremble. It also affected the surrounding spectator seats, causing the spectator seats to appear as though an intense earthquake had occurred. The commotion was caused by the two people who were fighting fiercely in the air above the battle arena. At this moment, Yang Jin, the trump card of Fair Mountain County, and Chu Yen, the trump card of Soaring Wind County, were fighting fiercely in the air above the battle arena. Both of them were evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. At this moment, King Qin and the third prince looked at the sky above the battle arena in unison. Qin Yu was the only one who kept his head down with a frown on his face. He kept praying that Duan Ling Tian would not show up. Qin Yu did this because Duan Ling Tian was his only friend. He did not want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian. Apart from that, he did not care about anything else. It did not matter who won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties between Yang Jin and Chu Yen. King Qin and the third prince also hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be fine. However, Duan Ling Tian was only their nephew's friend. Although he was their nephew's savior, if Duan Ling Tian showed up and the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was targeting Duan Ling Tian, there was nothing they could do. If the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was not targeting Duan Ling Tian, they were not worried that Duan Ling Tian would be in danger. For this reason, their attention was no longer on Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, their attention was completely drawn over by Yang Jin and Chu Yen, who were fighting intensely in the air above the combat arena, and their gazes never left the two of them from the beginning. They all wanted to know who would be the first to defeat Yang Jin and Chu Yen and win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I've long heard of Fair Mountain County's Yang Jin. He's quite strong and is a rare genius in Fair Mountain County. Now that I've met him in person, he really lives up to his reputation. The third prince sighed. Chu Yen is not bad as well. He and his father are very good at hiding their strength. Although I'm the master of King Qin's mansion, I've only heard of Chu Yu in the Soaring Wind County. I didn't know Chu Yen was even more talented than Chu Yu. King Qin said, "Big brother, who do you think will win?" The third prince asked. I can't tell yet. However, based on the current situation, their combined strength is about the same. I'm afraid it depends on who's distracted first. If one of them gets distracted first, and the other takes advantage of the opening, they can completely attack the enemy in one go and defeat him. Qin Wang hit the nail on the head. I think so too. The third prince nodded. Outside the veil. At this moment, the attention of the group of people in the spectator seats around the combat arena was also focused on the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yen in the air above the combat arena. Yang Jin's strength is very strong. He lives up to his reputation. I've heard of Yang Jin's name before, but I didn't know his strength. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. If it weren't for Chu Yen and Duan Ling Tian, Yang Jin would have undoubtedly won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. That's right. Who would have thought Chu Yen would be a trump card in Soaring Wind County apart from Chu Yu? It doesn't matter if Duan Ling Tian is here or not. Soaring Wind County will take up 2 of the top 10 spots in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, they're brothers. This matter will definitely become a legend in the Soaring Wind County and even King Qin's mansion. County Governor Chu of Soaring Wind County has a pair of good sons and daughters. How enviable! A group of people discussed animatedly in the spectating area around the combat arena. Most of them were exclaiming about Chu Yen, the dark horse. At the same time, many of them were envious of Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, for having a pair of good sons and daughters. At this moment, Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, was sitting at the side of the audience as he watched the fierce battle in the air calmly. However, if one looked closely at his eyes, one would see that he was filled with pride. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of pride. He had a daughter like Chu Yu and a daughter like Chu Yen. What more could a father ask for? Revered Elder Tian Ling, who do you think will win this battle? Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of Flying Dragon Sect, asked as he looked at the black-robed man standing nearby. The black-robed man was none other than revered Elder Tian Ling of Flying Dragon Sect. He was a primitive celestial alchemist who wore a celestial master's robe with the word Kuan written on it. This primitive celestial alchemist was also the trump card of the 9 Spectres County that many people were talking about. Duanling Tian. The two of them are evenly matched. It's hard to say who's going to win now. Duanling Tian answered Huang Guangji's question in a hoarse voice. I agree. Huang Guangji nodded. Even if one of them wins in the end, it's probably because one of them is distracted. It's hard to say who will win now. However, before Huang Guangji could finish speaking, Duanling Tian said, I think Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning. Chu Yan? The son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County? Huang Guangji asked in surprise when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Revered Elder Tianling, why do you say that? After all, based on the current situation, it's hard to say who will win. This is just my personal judgment. The outcome might not necessarily match my judgment. Chapter 2688. Revered Elder Tianling, can you tell me why you came to such a conclusion? Huang Guangji was even more curious when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He could not help but ask again. Because at this time, even if there were 100 or 1,000 people asking him, he would only say that Yang Jin and Chu Yan had a 50-50 chance of winning. It was almost impossible for him to come to the same conclusion as Duanling Tian. For this reason, he was very curious. How did revered Elder Tianling, the primitive alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect, come to such a conclusion? Faced with Huang Guangji's burning gaze that was filled with curiosity, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly, This is because I feel that compared to Yang Jin, Chu Yan is definitely more composed. Even if one of them gets distracted and reveals a flaw, I still think that person will most likely be Yang Jin and not Chu Yan. Why do you say that? Huang Guangji's curiosity was piqued. He urged, Revered Elder Tianling, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me why you think so. Yes, Revered Elder Tianling. Just tell me. Revered Elder Tianling, I'd like to know why you think so as well. Revered Elder Tianling. At some point, the people from the Flying Dragon sect who came with Huang Guangji and Duanling Tian turned to look at Duanling Tian curiously. Naturally, they were unaware that Duanling Tian was dressed in a black robe. The black-robed man was the trump card of 9 Spectres County, who had been constantly mentioned since the beginning of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Duanling Tian was not even 100 years old, but his strength was comparable to that of a great overarching golden celestial. They only knew that Duanling Tian was a primitive celestial alchemist who was highly skilled in alchemy. Apart from the people from the Flying Dragon sect, even the people from other sects and clans who were close to the Flying Dragon sect had heard the conversation between Duanling Tian and Huang Guangji. At this moment, many people were anticipating Duanling Tian's next words. Humph! Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded. It was a bearded man from a group of people not far away. He coldly glanced at the group of people from the Flying Dragon sect and said with disdain, deliberately mystifying things. Right now, even His Excellency King Qin wouldn't dare to say that Chu Yan has a good chance of winning. What right does a primitive celestial alchemist have to say such words? I think you better go and refine your medicinal pills honestly. Stop trying to mystify and mislead others here. When the curly-bearded man finished speaking, his gaze that was filled with disdain and contempt landed on Duanling Tian in a timely manner. Zhouwen, you actually dare to be rude to my Flying Dragon sect's consecrator Tianling. Is it you who intentionally provoked my Flying Dragon sect? Or is it your Poison King sect who intentionally provoked my Flying Dragon sect? As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, Huang Guangji was so angry that he stood up and glared at the bearded man, asking in a deep voice. It's the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader, Zhouwen. At the same time, some people from the Flying Dragon sect also recognized the bearded man. The Poison King sect and the Flying Dragon sect have been rivals for hundreds of years. I didn't expect them to clash again after participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I thought they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the martial competition of the 16 counties since King Qin's mansion is suppressing them. I didn't expect them to clash again. Although they've clashed, I'm sure they'll consider the consequences. After all, The martial competition of the 16 counties is held by King Qin's mansion. If they make a scene here, it'll embarrass King Qin's mansion. If they make King Qin's mansion uncomfortable, they won't have an easy time either. As the people from the other forces in the VIP spectator seats whispered to each other, they looked at the group from the Flying Dragon sect and then looked at the group from the Poison King sect. Humph! Do you think the Poison King sect is afraid of the Flying Dragon sect? Xueqi, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, stood up and stared at Huang Guangji. It was as though he was not worried about offending Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Xueqi was also the leader of the group of people from the Poison King sect. The others were completely under his command. When they saw Xueqi standing up and staring at Huang Guangji, they glared at the people from the Flying Dragon sect with hostility. It was as though they were ready to fight the people from the Flying Dragon sect at any time. The Poison King sect? Duan Tian, who was covered in the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan, was surprised. Although he had not been in the Flying Dragon sect for long, he had heard of the Poison King sect more than once. He knew the Poison King sect was a sect that specialized in poison. Naturally, most of the poisons from the Poison King sect were only effective against great overarching golden celestials. Only the most powerful poisons from the Poison King sect could threaten a great overarching golden celestial. About 100 years ago, the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect had a fierce battle over a celestial stone vein. In the end, the two sects could not stop fighting and blood flowed like a river. Even one great overarching golden celestial from each sect had died. In the end, King Qin's mansion intervened and took the celestial stone vein. Only then did the two sects stop fighting. However, after that battle, the two sects became sworn enemies. As long as there was an opportunity to suppress the other party, they would not let it go. Just like now. You're the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, right? While the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect were arguing, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, breaking the silence between the two sections. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Xueqi, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, looked at Duan Lingtian when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he heard Duan Lingtian asking if he dared to make a bet with him, he was stunned. He could not react at all. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian asked again. His tone was filled with provocation. What kind of bet? Xueqi asked in a deep voice. His expression turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocation. Let's bet on whether Chu Yan will win or not, Duan Lingtian said. Without waiting for Xueqi's reply, Duan Lingtian continued to say, Of course, I know you think Chu Yan has a 50% chance of winning. Therefore, I'll make a bet that's beneficial to you. If Yang Jin wins, I'll give you 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If Chu Yan wins, you'll only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. After Duan Lingtian bluntly made the bet, he continued to use a provocative tone and said in a hoarse voice, Vice-sect leader Zhou, do you dare to accept this bet? Gasp, 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 gasp. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the VIP spectators gasped in unison. Many of them were shocked. Moments later. Is this primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect out of his mind? How could he make such a bet? This bet is unfair to him, right? Currently, Yang Jin and Chu Yan are evenly matched. Based on the current situation, the chances of them winning are 50%. Of course, it's also possible that they'll end up in a draw. The martial competition of the 16 counties doesn't allow for a draw, right? I almost forgot about this. It said that if there's no winner after an hour, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties will exert pressure on them and force them to duel. They'll definitely have to deal with the pressure. At this time, even if they're facing the same pressure, they'll have to deal with it differently. It won't be difficult to determine the winner. In the VIP spectator seats, the group of people who had gradually regained their senses began to whisper again. Based on their words, most of them felt it was unfair for Duan Lingtian to make such a bet. 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Xueqi, who had just regained his senses, looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly and asked in a deep voice, Are you serious? If Yang Jin wins, you'll give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Yes. Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. However, if Chu Yan wins, you'll have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones as well. What do you think? This bet. Do you dare to accept it? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Revered Elder Tian Ling, Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with a frown on his face. He could not help but ask through voice transmission, "Are you confident?" "I'm not 100% confident." Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Huang Guangji's expression darkened immediately. "Then why did you bet with Zhouan?" "However, I'm 90% confident that I'll win." Duan Ling Tian interrupted Huang Guangji through voice transmission again. Huang Guangji was rendered speechless. He felt as though he had risen from hell to heaven in just a blink of an eye. 90%. His confidence was not low at all. Don't tell me this revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect can tell Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning? Otherwise, why would he dare to make such a bet? After all, if Yang Jin and Chu Yan have a 50% chance of winning, he'll be at a disadvantage. That's right. He's betting 100,000 prominent celestial stones against Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, for 50,000 prominent celestial stones. I really don't know what he's thinking. Even if he's giving away celestial stones, he shouldn't be giving it away like this. Maybe he's just a blind cat that bumps into a dead mouse and Chu Yan wins. Like you said, it's just a blind cat that bumps into a dead mouse. What if Yang Jin wins? The commotion in the VIP seats quickly spread to the back of the hall and attracted the attention of King Qin and the third prince of King Qin's mansion. That primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. Interesting. The third prince smiled. I wonder how he saw Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning. Chapter 2689. I think it's just as Zhouan said. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect is just bluffing. The third prince said with a smile. I don't think so. He sounded very confident when he made the bet. King Qin said. All right. I, Zhouan, will accept the bet you've made. At the same time, King Qin and the third prince heard the voice from outside. It was none other than Zhouan, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately agreed to the unfair bet that Duan Ling Tian had made. However, are you sure you won't go back on your word after you lose? Zhouan said. It was clear he did not trust Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry. 100,000 prominent celestial stones is nothing to me. However, I'm worried you'll go back on your word. Duan Ling Tian feigned a hoarse voice, and his tone was filled with doubt. Nonsense. I'm the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect. Why would I go back on my word? Zhouan said angrily. Who knows? Duan Ling Tian continued to speak in a hoarse voice. Since you don't trust each other and want to bet, I'll be the middleman. When the third prince spoke with a loud voice, he also stood up and left his luxurious seat. Then, he passed through the curtain and appeared in the VIP seats. Third prince. Greetings, third prince. The people in the VIP seats immediately took the initiative to greet the third prince. After all, apart from being King Qin's younger brother, he was also one of the few peak great overarching golden celestials in King Qin's mansion. In King Qin's mansion, the third prince's strength was second only to King Qin's. Because of this, he was almost always King Qin's spokesperson. Even this time, King Qin had asked him to host the martial competition of the 16 counties. What do you think? If you trust me, I'll be the middleman and collect your bets. After the winner is decided, I'll give the bets to the winner. The third prince soon arrived near the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect. Of course, I trust you, third prince. Zhouan was slightly fearful when he saw the third prince was attracted by the bet between him and the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. At the same time, he took out an empty spatial ring and placed 50,000 prominent celestial stones in it before handing it to the third prince. With you as the middleman, I'm not afraid he'll go back on his word, Duan Ling Tian said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, He took out a spatial ring that contained 100,000 prominent celestial stones and handed it to the third prince. The third marquis checked the 2 storage rings and nodded. Not bad. The numbers are correct. However, after putting away the 2 spatial rings, the third prince turned to look at Duanling Tian, who was clad in the celestial master's robe with the word Kuan on it. He asked with a smile, "You seem to be a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect? Can you tell me why you think so highly of Chu Yan? I heard a little of what you said just now. You seem to have said that you felt that compared to Yang Jin, Chu Yan would definitely be more composed. Even if one of them would be distracted first and reveal a flaw, you also felt that that person would most likely be Yang Jin and not Chu Yan? I wonder, why do you think Yang Jin will be distracted and reveal a flaw?" the third prince asked. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, everyone in the VIP spectating area shifted their attention to Duanling Tian in unison. Even Zhou En, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, was no exception. It was also because the other spectator seats around the combat arena were very far away from the VIP spectator seats. Coupled with the fact that the attention of the people in the other spectator seats was focused on Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were fighting fiercely in the air above the combat arena, the other people did not notice the abnormality in the VIP spectator seats. "Actually, I'm just guessing." Duanling Tian answered the third prince's question with a hoarse voice. "I just think that Chu Yan was able to conceal his strength until the martial competition of the 16 counties was held in King Qin's mansion. Then, he revealed his innate talent and strength to the world and even became the dark horse in the martial competition of the 16 counties today. Just this matter alone is enough to show that Chu Yan is an extremely calm person." At this moment, Duanling Tian did not conceal his thoughts and directly spoke of his inner thoughts and judgment. You have a point." After listening to Duanling Tian's words, the third prince was stunned for a moment. After a while, he regained his senses and nodded. He felt that Duanling Tian's words were irrefutable. Based on Yang Jin and Chu Yan's experiences, it was true that Chu Yan was more composed. Of course, this was not enough to prove that Yang Jin was an impatient person. After the third prince, Zhou En, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect who made a bet with Duanling Tian, regained his senses as well. After he regained his senses, he burst out laughing. After a while, he realized that the third prince of King Qin's mansion was right in front of him, so he quickly stopped laughing. However, when he looked at Duanling Tian again, his eyes were filled with mockery. "Although what you said makes sense, why do you think Yang Jin would lose his cool first? After all, Yang Jin's opponent is Chu Yan, whose strength is on par with his. If it were anyone else, they would definitely go all out and be careful. They would definitely not lose their cool first." In Zhouen's opinion, although Duanling Tian's words made sense, it was not enough to prove that Chu Yan would be able to defeat Yang Jin. After all, Yang Jin was not someone easy to deal with. The other people in the VIP seats felt the same way as well. For this reason, they were slightly disappointed when they heard Duanling Tian's words. They thought Duanling Tian would come up with a reason that would convince them. However, they did not expect Duanling Tian to come up with a reason that made sense. "Revered Elder Tianling, you're too rash," Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, said to Duanling Tian through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. In his opinion, although what Duanling Tian said made sense, it was not enough to determine the final outcome of this battle. At most, the outcome of the battle between Chu Yan and Yang Jin would be 50-50, and Chu Yan's chances of winning would still be less than 90%. He could not figure it out. How could revered Elder Tianling be so confident? Upon hearing Huang Guangji's words, Duanling Tian did not explain himself. He merely replied through voice transmission, "Vice sect leader Huang, just wait and see. In any case, even if I lose, I won't lose the sect's prominent celestial stones. That's not what I meant." Huang Guangji smiled wryly again. Meanwhile, the third prince of King Qin's mansion returned to his seat. "I thought the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect would come up with something that would convince me. I didn't expect him to come up with something that doesn't sound like nonsense at all. It's not worth it for him to use 100,000 prominent celestial stones to bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones on Zhou En, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect." The third prince shook his head as he sat next to King Qin. His voice was filled with hope. That might not be the case. However, King Qin did not take the third prince's words seriously. "HM? What do you mean, big brother?" The third prince looked at King Qin curiously. "There's a 90% chance Yongjin will lose," King Qin said. 90%? The third prince's eyes widened slightly. Even after Duan Lingtian's words, he only thought Chu Yan had a 60% chance of winning. However, his big brother had said Chu Yan had a 90% chance of winning. If Chu Yan really had a 90% chance of winning, it would be worth it even if he had to bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones on 50,000 prominent celestial stones, let alone 100,000 prominent celestial stones. "Why do you think so, big brother?" the third prince asked. At the same time, Qin Yu, who was originally not very interested in the conflict and the bet taking place outside, cannot help looking at Qin Wang. He is curious as to why this big uncle of his said that Yongjin, the trump card of Fair Mountain County, had a 90% chance of losing. If the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect didn't mention that, I would also think Chu Yan and Yongjin would have a 50% chance of winning. King Qin sighed. Under Qin Yu's and the third prince's curious gazes, King Qin continued to say, "I've been observing Yongjin's battles. Indeed, compared to Chu Yan, he's much more impatient. Naturally, since his opponents are much weaker than him, it's not obvious that he's impatient. That's why I didn't think about it. I suspect that the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect must have noticed Yongjin's impatience during his battles." As he spoke, King Qin's gaze pierced through the curtains and landed on the black figure in the VIP seating area. His gaze lingered there for a long time. "I see. I didn't notice this before. If I had noticed this, I would have been certain Yongjin is no match for Chu Yan." After listening to King Qin's words, the third prince finally understood why King Qin said Yongjin had a 90% chance of losing. "However, even I didn't notice it. How did the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect see it? Could it be that his strength is stronger than mine?" The third prince said in disbelief. "You don't have to be strong to notice it. Even a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial would be able to notice it." King Qin said, "The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect is not simple." In the end, Qin Wang gave this evaluation. Soon enough, an hour had passed. Chu Yan and Yongjin were still locked in a stalemate. "Both of you should be careful. I'm going to put more pressure on you now." The voice of the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties rang in the air, shocking everyone present. The arrival of this moment meant that Chapter 2690. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties was sent by the third prince of King Qin's mansion. He was a great overarching golden celestial. "Both of you should be careful. I'm going to exert pressure on you now." The moment the host's voice fell, waves of powerful aura suddenly extended from his body and swept towards Yongjin and Chu Yan, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, directly engulfing their figures. Immediately, Yongjin and Chu Yan both felt tremendous pressure. However, they continued to fight while resisting the pressure from the host's aura. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. "Humph!" the host snorted when he saw this. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into an invisible force that shrouded Yongjin and Chu Yan. Yongjin and Chu Yan felt even more pressure. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Yongjin and Chu Yan's bodies. Yongjin. Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, looked at Yongjin with anticipation. He hoped Yongjin would defeat Chu Yan and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Yongjin defeated Chu Yan and won the martial competition of the 16 counties, Fair Mountain County would be able to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, from King Qin's mansion. 3 great overarching pills would make 3 great overarching golden celestials. The governor of the Lingfeng County, Chu Tingxian, was no longer as calm as before. His gaze towards Chu Yan was filled with anticipation and desire. He hoped Chu Yan would be able to defeat Yongjin and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. This way, Even if Duanling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, appeared after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin, he would still be able to secure second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain 2 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, for the Soaring Wind County. As long as Soaring Wind County obtained 2 Great Overarching Pills, he would be able to break through and become an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Unlike Chu Tingxian, who was worried about Duanling Tian, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, was not worried about Duanling Tian. The county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, was not worried at all that Duanling Tian would appear. It wasn't because Wang Qiling thought that Fair Mountain County's trump card, Yang Jin, could defeat Duanling Tian, but because he knew that even if Duanling Tian appeared, he wouldn't be able to survive. The reason the gray-robed man beside him had appeared here was to wait for Duanling Tian to appear. Therefore, in his opinion, as long as Yang Jin could defeat Chu Yan, he would be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, and Fair Mountain Prefecture would be rewarded handsomely by King Qin's mansion, 3 great luo pills. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. In the VIP spectator seats, Duanling Tian, who was originally staring intently at the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan, seemed to have noticed something as he secretly muttered in his heart. He also withdrew his gaze and did not take another look at Yang Jin and Chu Yan. Almost at the same time, Duanling Tian retracted his gaze. Bang! There was a deafening explosion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Jin had lost his composure and revealed a flaw. Chu Yan's eyes turned cold and his lips curled into a smile. He took advantage of Yang Jin's flaw and went straight for the root of the problem. A vast amount of energy whizzed out from Chu Yan's palm and slammed into Yang Jin's body, directly sending him flying. Wah! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Jin did not pass out. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his originally powerful aura had weakened significantly. In his current state, it was impossible for him to continue fighting with Chu Yan. If he continued, he would only be humiliating himself. Damn it! Because he realized this, Yang Jin's expression was very ugly, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he knew clearly that he had lost. He had been defeated. He had suffered a crushing defeat. Do you still want to continue? After severely injuring Yang Jin with one blow, Chu Yan looked at Yang Jin in high spirits and asked, "When I've recovered, I'll challenge you again. At that time, I won't be as careless as I was today." Yang Jin glanced coldly at Chu Yan. After saying this, he returned to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain Prefecture were seated. He came before Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain Prefecture, and lowered his head. He said apologetically, "County Governor, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Wang Qiling sighed. Although he was unhappy, he did not show it. "It's all right. Even if you didn't win the martial competition of the 16 counties, you still won 2 Great Luo Pills for Fair Mountain Prefecture. It's just 1 less Great Luo Pill." County Governor. Isn't it too early to say 2 Great Luo Pills? We don't even know if Duanling Tian will show up. If he does, Yang Jin will have to settle for 3rd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. An elder from Fair Mountain Prefecture said with a wry smile. Duanling Tian might not show up. Even if he does, he might not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. Wang Qiling smiled coldly. It was as if he was 100% certain. Whether Duanling Tian showed up or not, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain Prefecture would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. After hearing Wang Qiling's words, the elders and high officials of Fair Mountain Prefecture, as well as the group of young experts including Yang Jin, all looked at the mysterious man in the gray robe standing beside Wang Qiling. This man in the gray robe. Could he really be the person that the county governor hired to kill Duanling Tian? I don't think so. Now, not only is the 3rd prince of King Qin's mansion here, but even King Qin himself is here. Under such circumstances, not to mention the fact that the gray-robed man might not have the chance to kill Duanling Tian, even if he kills Duanling Tian, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death. Moreover, our Fair Mountain County will definitely be implicated. I don't think so either. Even if the man in the gray robe manages to escape after killing Duanling Tian, King Qin's mansion will definitely think that Fair Mountain Prefecture is trying to sabotage the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, King Qin's mansion will be extremely grateful if they don't punish Fair Mountain Prefecture. They won't even give us the rewards we deserve. If the man in the gray robe was not hired by the county governor to kill Duan Lingtian, where did the county governor get the confidence to say that even if Duan Lingtian showed up, he would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties? The group of people from Fair Mountain Prefecture discussed among themselves using voice transmission. They could not figure it out. Where did the county governor of Fair Mountain County get the confidence to say that even if Duan Lingtian came, it would not affect Yongjin's chances of winning second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Chu Yan won. I didn't expect Chu Yan to win in the end. This time, Lingfeng Prefecture is in the limelight. Just now I saw it clearly. It was because Yongjin couldn't keep his composure that Chu Yan was able to take advantage of the opportunity and beat Yongjin with one move. No matter what happened, a loss is a loss. Chu Yan is the final winner today. The final winner? It's too early to say that. After all, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingtian, hasn't shown up yet. That's right. Once Duan Lingtian shows up, Duan Lingtian will definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up, Chu Yan will definitely be the final winner. Whether Duan Lingtian shows up or not, Chu Yan will definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties this time. Moreover, he will be stepping on Yongjin. A commotion broke out among the spectators. Many county governors of the various counties under King Qin's mansion took the initiative to congratulate Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. County Governor Chu, congratulations. Congratulations to your son for winning the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor Chu, I used to know that you have a daughter who's as good as a man. I didn't expect your son to be more outstanding than your daughter. I'm so envious. County Governor Chu, my daughter is an adult this year. Why don't we get married? Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind Prefecture, was overjoyed when he saw the group of county governors crowding around him. Unlike the other spectator seats that were bustling with noise and excitement, the county governor of Soaring Wind Prefecture was in an uproar. The VIP spectator seats were noisy for a while, but they fell silent again. All of this was because of one person's words. Since Chu Yan won, doesn't that mean the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect has won as well? When this sentence was spread in the VIP auditorium, a group of people in the VIP auditorium also thought, that's right. Before the battle between Yongjin and Chu Yan ended, there were 2 people in the VIP seats who had made a bet. Moreover, the third prince of King Qin's estate was the middleman and the notary of the bet. Moreover, the third prince was in charge of the bet as well. Zhou, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, has lost 50,000 prominent celestial stones. That's 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Many pairs of eyes landed on Zhou, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect. His expression turned grave as he glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by the people from the Flying Dragon sect like stars surrounding the moon. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was no different from a hero in the eyes of the people from the Flying Dragon sect. Congratulations, revered Elder Tian Ling. Revered Elder Tian Ling, you've won. Consecrator Tian Ling, this time, you have helped our Flying Dragon sect vent our anger. The elders, revered elders, and disciples of the Flying Dragon sect praised Duan Lingtian. Even Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, was beaming with joy at this moment. When he looked at Zhou again, he felt elated. Humph! It's just a stroke of luck. What's there to be proud of? That's right. Did he really think he could predict Chu Yan would win? What a joke. Chapter 2691. Thank you, Vice-Sect Leader Zhou. After receiving the 2 spatial rings from the third prince of King Qin's mansion, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, and said in a hoarse voice with a smile on his face, Zhouwen's expression turned unsightly as though he had just swallowed a fly. Do you dare to make another bet with me? Zhouwen suddenly rose to his feet as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice. Another bet? Duan Lingtian was taken aback. Then he asked, what do you want to bet? At the same time, the people in the VIP seats turned to look at Zhouwen in unison. They were curious about what Zhouwen wanted to bet with the celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect. It seems like the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect is unwilling to admit defeat. The third prince of King Qin's mansion laughed. The sounds in the area behind the curtain couldn't be heard from the outside, but the people in the area behind the curtain could clearly hear the sounds outside the curtain. The curtains were only soundproof to the outside world. I'm curious. What else can he bet at a time like this? Qinyu asked. At a time like this, other than betting on whether Duan Lingtian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County, will show up or not, what else can he bet on? A hint of wisdom flashed in King Qin's eyes. Based on his words, it was as though he had guessed the thoughts of the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader. Zhouwen betting on whether Duan Lingtian will show up or not. Qinyu was stunned. If I'm not mistaken. The third prince of King Qin's mansion narrowed his eyes. The third prince narrowed his eyes when he heard King Qin's words. He smiled faintly as he said, he'll definitely bet that Duan Lingtian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County, won't show up. It's very likely that Duan Lingtian won't show up. Isn't he a little too shameless? Although Qinyu also hoped that Duan Lingtian would not show up, he could not help but feel that the third prince of King Qin's mansion was too shameless. If the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader Zhouwen did that, he would be extremely shameless. Moreover, will the primitive celestial alchemist in the Flying Dragon sect agree to such a bet? In my opinion, unless the Flying Dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist was kicked in the head by a donkey, it's impossible for him to agree to such a bet. Qinyu said. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian did not hear what Qinyu said. Otherwise, he would definitely be speechless. What did he mean by saying that if he agreed, his head would be kicked by a donkey? Wasn't he intentionally scolding him? It's just as you said. Unless the Flying Dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist has lost his mind, he won't agree to such a bet. The third prince said with a smile. At the same time, the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader, Zhouwen, opened his mouth and said under the watchful eyes of the crowd, let's see if Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As soon as Zhouwen finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. After a while, many people in the VIP seats shook their heads and said, there's no point in betting with this bet. Indeed. This bet is completely meaningless. Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet. This means he won't show up. Unless Zhouwen, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, is betting that Duan Lingtian will show up. Otherwise, who would be willing to bet with him? Will he bet that Duan Lingtian will show up? The people in the VIP seats discussed among themselves as they looked at Zhouwen. They were curious if Zhouwen would bet that Duan Lingtian would show up and participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect were looking at Zhouwen. Zhouwen looked at Duan Lingtian and said calmly, I'll bet 100,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, won't show up. The people in the VIP seats thought Zhouwen was shameless when they heard his words. However, Zhouwen continued to say, since I have a higher chance of winning, you can bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian will show up. As soon as Zhouwen finished speaking, Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, could not help but spit on the ground. Shameless. Zhouwen, you're too shameless. Shameless. How shameless? I'm afraid only a shameless person from the Poison King sect would come up with such a bet. Since Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet, it's highly likely that he won't show up. Even if Zhouwen used 200,000 prominent celestial stones to bet on revered Elder Tianling's 50,000 prominent celestial stones, revered Elder Tianling would still be at a disadvantage. Only a fool would agree to such a bet. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhouwen and discussed among themselves. They all felt that Zhouwen was shameless. Even the people from the Poison King sect felt that their vice-sect leader was shameless. However, they could not help an outsider to scold their vice-sect leader, right? Therefore, they looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect and retorted, "What do you mean by shameless? If the people from the Flying Dragon sect don't dare to accept the bet, just say so. Do you think we're going to hold a knife to your neck and force you to accept the bet? That's right. Just say so if you don't dare to accept the bet." In my opinion, the people from the Flying Dragon sect are terrified. The people from the Poison King sect argued as they looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect. Shameless. How shameless. Now, the group of people in the VIP seats who were not from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect, after hearing the unreasonable words of the Poison King sect's people, not only did they feel that the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader Xueqi was shameless, they even felt that the Poison King sect's people were shameless. The people from the Poison King sect are too shameless. Behind the curtain, Yu felt indignant on behalf of the Flying Dragon sect. In this world, there are many shameless people. This is nothing. The third prince shook his head and said, "In fact, we all know who's the shameless one here. No one will accept the bet anyway." Meanwhile, County Governor Tian, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, looked at the people from the 9 Spectres County and locked his gaze on Tianjiyu, the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. "Will the trump card of 9 Spectres County forfeit?" the host asked bluntly. "My lord, I hope you can wait a little longer," Tianjiyu said reluctantly. Until now, he still had not seen Duanling Tian. Although he did not think it was likely that Duanling Tian would show up, he was still unwilling to give up. Subconsciously, he hoped that Duanling Tian would show up and bring hope to 9 Spectres County. For this reason, he wanted to buy some time. What if Duanling Tian showed up in the next moment? Wait. What are you still waiting for? Humph. The trump card of 9 Spectres County must be that Duanling Tian. If that Duanling Tian wanted to show up, he would have been here a long time ago. Why hasn't he shown up yet? In my opinion, it's a waste of time to wait. Duanling Tian won't show up. At practically the instant Tianjiyu's voice sounded out, similar voices rose and fell from the spectator stands around the combat arena. More than 99% of the people thought Duanling Tian would not show up. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties frowned slightly when he heard Tianjiyu's words. In the end, he took out a communication celestial talisman and infused it with his celestial origin energy before he sent it to the area behind the VIP seats. He was seeking the opinion of the third prince, who was in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. "Big brother, do you think it's necessary to wait?" the third prince asked King Qin when he received the communication celestial talisman. "Let's wait for an hour." King Qin's eyes flashed as he said, "This is my way of expressing my admiration for Duanling Tian. After all, it's not easy for such a monstrous genius to appear in King Qin's mansion's territory." "All right." The third prince nodded and replied to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties with a communication celestial talisman. After the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties received the communication celestial talisman, he immediately announced under everyone's watchful eyes, "Lord King Qin has ordered that 9 Spectres County be given another hour due to his admiration for Duanling Tian, the monstrous genius from 9 Spectres County. If 9 Spectres County's trump card does not show up after an hour, the martial competition of the 16 counties will end. At that time, Chu Yen from the Soaring Wind County will be ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties." The host finished his sentence in one breath. Everyone present thought it was a waste of time to wait for an hour. However, since it was their King Qin's mansion who had spoken, they did not dare to complain even if they were dissatisfied. To them, King Qin's mansion's territory, King Qin was a lofty and inviolable existence. "Thank you, Lord King Qin." Upon hearing the host's words, Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, hurriedly bowed to the VIP seats to express his gratitude. However, his heart was heavy, and the pressure he felt increased. At this moment, he even felt a little regretful. He regretted not buying time for Duanling Tian. It was as the majority of the people had said. If Duanling Tian wanted to show up, he would have done so long ago. It was impossible that he had not shown up yet. Lord County Governor. Is there a need to wait? I'm sure Duan Ling Tian won't be coming back. Pang Bing, the inner court elder of the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County, said. At this moment, even the inner mansion's elder, Zhang Qiu, who had always supported Duan Ling Tian, fell silent at this moment. This was because he did not have the confidence to do so. At this moment, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would show up. However, since Duan Ling Tian didn't come, something must have happened to him. Otherwise, with his temper and character, it's impossible for him to not come. Chapter 2692. It seems like I have no choice but to show myself this time. Duan Ling Tian sighed inwardly. He was wearing a black celestial master's robe with the word Kuan written on it. When Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was trying to buy time for him, Duan Ling Tian had already made a decision in a flash of lightning. If Tian Ji Yu managed to buy time for him, he would show himself and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he failed, he would not show himself and think of a way to compensate Tian Ji Yu and Zhang Qiu. He had promised Tian Ji Yu and Zhang Qiu that he would do his best to win the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, for them. Now that Tian Ji Yu had bought time for him, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, it's all thanks to Tian Ji Yu. It's all because of fate. What do you think? Do you dare to accept this bet that I've made? At the same time, an irritating voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, who felt that he could continue to bet with the primitive celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect after seeing that the county governor of Nine Spectres County had bought time for Duan Ling Tian. If the county governor of Nine Spectres County did not buy time for Duan Ling Tian and announce the end of the martial competition of the 16 counties, then the bet would be meaningless. Shameless! Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, glared at Zhou En. Then he said to Duan Ling Tian, "Revered Elder Tian Ling, ignore him. He's a mad dog who will bite whoever he catches. He's trying to use this unfair bet to win back the 50,000 prominent celestial stones." After saying that, Huang Guangji looked at Zhou En again and put on an expression that said, "I've seen through you long ago. Huang Guangji, I'll bet with him." "What are you talking about?" Zhou En said angrily with a dark expression on his face. Revered Elder Tian Ling is a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect. Naturally, I won't let him lose. Huang Guangji said matter-of-factly. Apart from Duan Ling Tian himself, everyone in the VIP seats, including Zhou En and the others from the Poison King sect, felt that it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to agree to Zhou En's bet. Duan Ling Tian said calmly in a hoarse voice, "That's right. I can agree to this bet of yours, but the stakes have to be changed. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that the current bet is unfair to me." As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, the entire VIP audience fell into a dead silence. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect actually agreed to Zhou En's shameless bet? Was he crazy? At this moment, it was not only the others who looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at an idiot. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Duan Ling Tian in confusion. They could not understand why revered Elder Tian Ling of the Flying Dragon sect would agree to Zhou En's shameless bet. Zhou En, the person who had made the bet, was also stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian would agree to the bet. After all, he was the one who had made the bet. Duan Ling Tian would definitely win. Are you serious? Are you really going to agree to my bet? Zhou En looked at Duan Ling Tian intently and said, "Let me make this clear. If you agree to my bet, you can only bet that Duan Ling Tian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties because I've already bet that Duan Ling Tian won't participate." Zhou En was worried that Duan Ling Tian would also bet that Duan Ling Tian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If that was the case, his bet would be meaningless. After all, it was impossible for him to bet that Duan Ling Tian would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Humph. Duan Ling Tian snorted and said disdainfully, "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Zhouan was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could already see 50,000 prominent celestial stones waving at him. You said you were going to change the bet. Are you trying to say that I didn't bet enough and that it's unfair to you? As long as you agree to the bet and bet that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in the next hour, I can increase the bet to 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Is that enough? If you win, I'll give you 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If I win, you only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Zhouan said. As soon as Zhouan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. Vice Sect Leader Zhou, you just gave me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Now, I'm afraid you don't even have 100,000 prominent celestial stones, let alone 200,000 prominent celestial stones, right? The Poison King sect was wealthier than any of the counties under King Qin's mansion. However, it would be difficult for a vice sect leader of the Poison King sect to have more than 100,000 prominent celestial stones. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Zhouan was not a vice sect leader. It was impossible for Zhouan to have 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If vice sect leader Zhou wants to gain something without risking anything, forgive me for not agreeing to your bet. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh mockingly when he reached the end of his sentence. It's true that I don't have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, but are you worried that the Poison King sect won't be able to come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Zhouan's face paled when he heard Duan Lingtian's mocking words. In the end, he had no choice but to bring up the Poison King sect and said the Poison King sect would pay the 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Can you represent the Poison King sect? Duan Lingtian continued to mock Zhouan. What a joke. Zhouan said in a deep voice, I'm the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, and I'm the younger brother of the sect leader. Do you think I can represent the Poison King sect? It seems like I've underestimated you. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. Cut the crap. Zhouan said coldly, if you want to accept the bet, then accept it. If you don't, then admit defeat. Of course, I'll accept the bet. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhouan deeply before he said slowly, however, don't you think you're taking advantage of me by betting 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Why don't I bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian won't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties? And you bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. How about we swap bets? Duan Lingtian continued to say. How many prominent celestial stones do you think I should bet? Naturally, Zhouan would not agree to Duan Lingtian's request. He was certain that Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in the next hour. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to participate in the martial competition, he would have arrived a long time ago. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. All right, 500,000 prominent celestial stones it is. Zhouan agreed without hesitation. He was confident that he would win. Even if he had to bet 500,000 prominent celestial stones on Duan Lingtian's 50,000 prominent celestial stones, he would still be willing to bet. At this moment, Zhouan was still unaware of the fact that Duan Lingtian was hiding in the shadows. The black-robed man in front of him was setting him up step by step. He did not realize that he was slowly falling into Duan Lingtian's trap. Also, I have another condition. Duan Lingtian spoke again. Speak. Zhouan said impatiently with a frown. Why you have to invite the third prince of King Qin's mansion or King Qin to be the notary of our bet? After all, with your shamelessness, I'm worried you'll renege on your bet. Duan Lingtian stated his condition. Zhouan was infuriated when he heard Duan Lingtian calling him shameless and suspecting him of reneging on his bet. I can be the notary of your bet. At this moment, the third prince of King Qin's mansion stepped out from behind the curtain and looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. He could not figure it out. Why would the Flying Dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist agree to Zhouan's shameless bet? Could the third prince not see that Zhouan would definitely win? However, even if he could not figure it out, he was still willing to be the notary of the bet. After all, He wanted to see how the primitive celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect would react after losing the bet. Thank you, third prince. After thanking the third prince of King Qin's mansion, Duan Ling Tian handed the spatial ring that contained 50,000 prominent celestial stones to the third prince. The number is correct. After confirming the number of celestial stones in the spatial ring, the third prince looked at Zhou En and said indifferently, "If you lose, King Qin's mansion will first collect the 500,000 prominent celestial stones from the Poison King sect. After that, we'll transfer the celestial stones to revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect. If I lose, the Poison King sect will immediately send the 500,000 prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion when I return," Zhou En said nonchalantly. At this moment, he did not think he would lose at all. That's good. The third prince nodded and did not say anything else. He was not worried the Poison King sect would renege on their bet. Thank you for the 500,000 prominent celestial stones. When the third prince nodded, the people in the VIP seats looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at an idiot. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly pulled the robe off his head, revealing his handsome face. He grinned at Zhou En. At this moment, his voice was no longer as hoarse as before. He had finally revealed his true appearance. When Duan Ling Tian pulled down the robe that covered his head and revealed his true appearance, the group of people in the VIP spectator seats were greatly shocked. Initially, when they heard the voice of the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect, they thought he was an old man. But he didn't expect that the voice was fake. Chapter 2693. Revered Elder Tian Ling. He looks like this? All this while, I've only heard Revered Elder Tian Ling's voice. I thought he was an old man. I didn't expect him to be so young. I didn't expect this at all. I really didn't expect this. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect, including Vice Sect leader Huang Guangji, could not help but exclaim. Even for them, this was the first time they had seen the true face of their Flying Dragon sect's revered Elder Tian Ling. For a moment, they could not help but be shocked. Bang! Accompanied by an enormous bang, Duan Ling Tian abruptly exerted strength with his legs and stomped on the ground to rise up, causing the thick ground to shatter into pieces at the same time as his entire body had already soared into the sky above the combat arena. In just a blink of an eye, he was close to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties. 9 Spectres County. Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice spread out towards the surroundings, he was already standing in the sky above the combat ring, and he stood in confrontation with the Soaring Wind County's trump card, Chu Yan. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. 9 Spectres County. Duan Ling Tian. As soon as these 6 words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, it spread like wildfire in the air. When the people saw the purple figure in the air, they were in an uproar. Even more people were shocked to the point of standing up from their seats. When they secretly gasped, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. As soon as Duan Ling Tian left the VIP seats, he removed the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan on it, revealing his purple robes. Duan Ling Tian is here. He's Duan Ling Tian. I thought the martial competition of the 16 counties would end after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin. Who would have thought that after the county governor of 9 Spectres County bought an hour for their trump card, Duan Ling Tian would appear? It seems like the county governor of 9 Spectres County knew Duan Ling Tian would come, so he bought some time for him. That must be it. In the surroundings of the combat arena, besides the group of people in the VIP spectating area who were still in a dazed state, the other spectating areas were extremely bustling, and a group of people were discussing animatedly. Many people shifted their gazes from Duan Ling Tian to Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, most people's eyes were still locked onto Duan Ling Tian. They stared at Duan Ling Tian, as if they were afraid that Duan Ling Tian would disappear in the blink of an eye. He's the Duan Ling Tian whose name shook the entire Duke of Qin's manor a few months ago? He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is already comparable to a golden celestial? In the past, I don't think there has ever been such a monster in the territories ruled by King Qin's manor, right? A year ago, he was so strong that even Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, felt inferior to him. Now that a year has passed, I'm sure he's even stronger than before, right? Perhaps. He's already a great overarching golden celestial now. A golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. Such a person is rare even in the high-rank celestial kingdoms, let alone the intermediate-rank celestial kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, which is under King Qin's Manor's jurisdiction. Numerous burning gazes landed on Duan Tian, causing him to become the absolute center of attention. Before Duan Tian's appearance, Duan Tian had attracted the most attention among the 13 trump cards selected by the 13 counties in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even before Duan Tian's appearance, many people were still talking about him, saying that Chu Yan would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, Duan Tian had appeared. Everyone's attention was completely focused on him. Almost no one was distracted. Duan Tian? Qin Yu abruptly rose from his luxurious seat behind the curtain of the VIP spectator area. He was happy that Duan Tian was safe and sound. However, when he thought about the possibility that the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was targeting Duan Tian, his expression changed immediately. According to his uncle, the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a Celestial Duke. A Celestial Duke was a powerhouse that was superior to an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. If such a powerhouse attacked with all his might, he could even annihilate King Qin's manor. Duan Tian, why did you come out at this time? Even if you want to come out, you should have contacted me first. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. At this moment, he did not use voice transmission to communicate with Duan Tian because he knew it was too late even if he did so now. If the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was targeting Duan Tian, it would be futile even if he warned Duan Tian. On the other hand, if the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was not targeting Duan Tian, he would only distract Duan Tian. After all, Duan Tian was preparing to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties and fight Chu Yan from the Soaring Wind County. I hope the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect isn't targeting Duan Tian. Qin Yu prayed inwardly. However, I didn't expect Duan Tian to be sitting in the VIP spectator area so close to me. Why didn't he send me a voice transmission? If he had sent me a voice transmission, I could have contacted him privately and asked if he had any enmity with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Earlier, he had also noticed the commotion in the VIP spectator area. But because there were many people in the VIP spectating area between him and Duan Tian, he didn't see Duan Tian's true appearance clearly at the first possible moment, and it was to the extent that he didn't have the time to react before Duan Tian appeared in the sky above the combat arena. By the time he regained his senses, Duan Tian had already appeared in the air above the combat ring in front of everyone. He was Duan Tian from the Nine Spectres County. You are. So he's Duan Tian? King Qin, who was sitting at the side, looked at the purple-clad young man in the air above the combat ring. Yes. Qin Yu smiled wryly. I didn't expect him to be here so early. I also didn't expect him to be the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. He's very well hidden, King Qin said. At the same time, King Qin was also puzzled. Since Duan Tian had come to the martial competition of the 16 counties, why did he not show up? Why did he only show up now? If King Qin had not agreed to the county governor's request to wait for Duan Tian, the martial competition of the 16 counties would have ended earlier. Once the martial competition of the 16 counties ended, it would be meaningless for Duan Tian to show up again. However, Duan Tian had appeared again. Moreover, he had not just arrived. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago and was hiding in the VIP spectator area with another identity. This is King Qin's mansion. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have to worry about the people from the other 15 counties plotting against him. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Why did he almost miss the martial competition of the 16 counties? Could it be that he knows the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting him? However, that doesn't make sense. If he knows the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting him, why would he show up now? Even if he guessed the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect might not be here, there's no need for him to take the risk, right? The more King Qin thought about it, the more confused he became. At the same time, King Qin could not help but look at the people from Fair Mountain County. Finally, his gaze landed on the gray-robed man standing next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. The gray-robed man was a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, a Celestial Duke. Senior, Duan Lingtian has shown up. Why aren't you making a move yet? Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, became anxious when he saw Duan Lingtian had shown up for a while, but the person next to him did not seem to have any intention of making a move. If the person next to him made a move after Duan Lingtian had defeated Chu Yan, then Duan Lingtian would be ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, Fair Mountain County would have one less mediocre celestial pill, the Great Overarching Pill. At that time, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County would only be ranked third in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He would only be able to obtain one Great Overarching Pill for Fair Mountain County. Wang Qiling had thought the person next to Duan Lingtian would kill Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared. He did not expect the person next to him would not make a move. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. The old woman's cold voice rang from under the gray-robed man's robe. When Wang Qiling heard this, his face turned pale again. He lowered his head and said apologetically, "Senior, I was too impatient. I was too impatient." Although Wang Qiling did not know the old woman's identity, he knew that she was a Celestial Duke. However, after the confrontation between King Qin and the old woman, he realized something was amiss. Even King Qin would have to lower his head in front of this old woman. At that time, King Qin had asked him to say that the old woman was deaf and mute to give him a way out. How could someone who even King Qin had to give him a way out be an ordinary person? King Qin's actions showed that even he could not afford to offend this old woman. How could a mere county governor under King Qin's command offend someone that even King Qin could not afford to offend? Wang Qiling was certain. Even if the old woman killed him now, he would die in vain. King Qin would not avenge him, and he might not even have the ability to do so. Because of this, when he heard the cold anger in the old woman's tone, he also felt a bit of fear and trepidation. He's Duan Lingtian? The man who took Miss Bing Er's virginity? Chapter 2694. Although Duan Lingtian had appeared, the old lady was not in a hurry to make a move. She knew that since Duan Lingtian had appeared right in front of her, it meant that Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape. He would die sooner or later. If that was the case, why should she be in a hurry? However, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, who was beside her, was extremely anxious. Of course, he did not dare to urge the old lady to make a move. He could only wait anxiously. Duan Lingtian is here? The elders and honorary elders of Fair Mountain County, who came with Wang Qiling, could not help but smile bitterly. I thought Yang Jin would be able to obtain second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain 2 great overarching pills for Fair Mountain County. It seems like there's no hope now. Duan Lingtian has appeared. Yang Jin is destined to be third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. With the appearance of Duan Lingtian, there's only one great overarching pill left. This Duan Lingtian really came at the right time. Although the elders and honorary elders of Fair Mountain County were helpless, they knew that they could not change anything. This Duan Lingtian, of all times, he chose this moment to appear. Although this was the first time Yang Jin had seen Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at the Duan Lingtian who was hovering in the air above the combat ring. The reason he was hostile to Duan Lingtian was that with the appearance of Duan Lingtian, he would only be third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As a result, not only would Fair Mountain County receive less rewards from King Qin's mansion, but he would also receive less rewards from King Qin's mansion. Naturally, he was unhappy. The situation in Soaring Wind County was similar to that in Fair Mountain County. The elders and honorary elders of Soaring Wind County who came with Chu Tingxian, could not help but sigh when they saw Duan Lingtian. 3 great overarching pills. It's going to be too soon. This Duan Lingtian actually came. Perhaps this is fate. Chu Tingxian shook his head. However, 2 great overarching pills is not bad. I should be content. He's Duan Lingtian. Standing beside Chu Tingxian, the valiant Chu Yu's gaze was currently focused on Duan Lingtian, the depths of her eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor. Although she was usually carefree, no different from a man. However, in the end she was still a woman. In the past, she only worshipped her big brother, Chu Yan. She felt that only a man who was as outstanding as her big brother, or even more outstanding than her big brother, was worthy of her. It was not until she heard about Duan Lingtian's deeds in 9 Spectres County that she realized something was amiss. In the territories under the Duke of Qin's estate, there was actually a man who was more outstanding than her elder brother. Even though Yang Jin from the Fair Mountain Commandery was quite strong. However, Yang Jin was more than 20 years older than her big brother. In terms of innate talent, he was far inferior to her big brother. For this reason, she did not think highly of him. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian was the same age as Yang Jin, his innate talent was not something her big brother could compare to. At that time, although she had not met Duan Lingtian, she was attracted to Duan Lingtian. Although it sounded ridiculous, it was the truth. She was a strong woman who had never been attracted to any man since she was young. She even thought that she would spend the rest of her life alone because there was no man who could attract her. However, when she found out that there was such an outstanding man in King Qin's estate, she was instantly attracted to him. Naturally, if she met Duan Lingtian, she would not be attracted to Duan Lingtian because his appearance and temperament were not to her liking. This was similar to Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth. They chatted well on the internet, but when they met in real life, they realized they did not like each other. Therefore, they would delete each other and go their separate ways. Yet now, when he saw Duan Lingtian in person, that perfect facial features, that otherworldly and graceful bearing, Chu Yu could feel his heartbeat speeding up without end. In the end, she felt as though her heart was about to jump out of her chest. I, Chu Yu, will marry no one but him in my life. Chu Yu swore in her heart as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Before she met Duan Lingtian, she had not met Duan Lingtian in person. She had only heard about Duan Lingtian's deeds and innate talent. Therefore, she was only slightly attracted to Duan Lingtian. Now that she had met Duan Lingtian in person, her heart had completely fallen for him. Sometimes, matters of the heart were just so wonderful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware that he had won the heart of a woman without her knowledge. Moreover, it was the heart of the younger sister of Chu Yan, who was about to fight him. If he knew, he would be speechless and helpless. After all, he had 2 wives now. One was his confidant, and the other was Murong Bing, who was not officially his wife but was in fact his wife. This was enough to give him a headache. How could he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Damn it! Why is he here? Over at Luofu County, both the county governor and the trump card of Luofu County, Xing Dong, had ugly expressions on their faces. If Duan Lingtian had not come, it was almost certain that Xing Dong would be ranked 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, now that Duan Lingtian had come, Xing Dong was destined to be kicked out of the top 10. Not only would Xing Dong not receive any rewards from King Qin's mansion, but the Luofu County would also be punished by King Qin's mansion. In the next 10 years, they would have to pay more prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion. The atmosphere was different from the people from Fair Mountain County, Soaring Wind County, and Luofu County. Over at 9 Spectres County, the atmosphere was no longer gloomy and was replaced by excitement and joy. Haha! Duan Lingtian is finally here. Tianji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, laughed heartily without caring about his image. He was as happy as a child. I knew he wouldn't break his promise so easily. Zhang Qiu, the inner mansion elder, was also smiling. Humph. At least he still has some conscience. Pang Bing snorted coldly. The other people from 9 Spectres County were also very happy. In the VIP seats. No wonder he dared to make such a bet with Zhou En, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect. As it turns out, he's Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect to be Duan Ling Tian from the Nine Spectres County. This time, Zhou, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, has suffered a huge loss. 500,000 prominent celestial stones against Duan Lingtian's 50,000 prominent celestial stones. I thought he would definitely win. However, it seems like he's going to go for wool and come home shorn. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Even if the Poison King sect were to take out such a huge amount of prominent celestial stones, they would still suffer a huge loss, right? The Poison King sect is going to lose this time. Many people discussed among themselves as they looked at Zhou, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, in unison. These gazes were looking at Zhou as though they were looking at an idiot. At this moment, almost everyone in the VIP seats realized that Zhou, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. From the moment revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect agreed to Zhou's bet, Zhou had fallen into revered Elder Tian Ling's trap. This was because revered Elder Tian Ling was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Since revered Elder Tian Ling was Duan Ling Tian, it was up to him to decide if he would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Ha 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 ha, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, laughed heartily as he looked at Zhou, 500,000 prominent celestial stones. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect? Previously, Zhou looked at revered Elder Tian Ling as though he was an idiot. Now, it seems like he's the real idiot. He thought he would definitely win, but he didn't expect revered Elder Tian Ling to be Duan Ling Tian. He could easily decide the outcome of the bet. Revered Elder Tian Ling's role is similar to a swindler who isn't a swindler. I'm sure Zhou feels worse than if he had eaten a fly, right? Of course. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones we're talking about. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhou mockingly. At this moment, it was as though they had forgotten about Zhou previously. When revered Elder Tian Ling agreed to Zhou's bet, they had looked at revered Elder Tian Ling skeptically. They thought revered Elder Tian Ling was just giving Zhou celestial stones. Meanwhile, the group of people in the VIP seats looked at Zhou with a hint of pity in their eyes. The group of people from the Poison King sect only looked at their vice sect leader, Zhou, without saying a word. If Zhou was not the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect but an ordinary disciple, they would have scolded him for being an idiot. Zhou stood rooted to the ground with an unsightly expression on his face. He could still remember. Earlier, when the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect agreed to his bet, he felt as though his 50,000 prominent celestial stones had returned to him. It did not cross his mind at all. He did not expect the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect to be Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of the Nine Spectres County. No, it doesn't count. This bet doesn't count. He's Duan Ling Tian. He can decide the outcome of this bet with just a thought. He's cheating. He's cheating. This bet must be voided. It must be voided. After a while, Zhou regained his senses. When he saw the pitiful looks from the group of people in the VIP seats, he began to shout like a madman. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. If the Poison King sect lost 500,000 high-grade immortal stones because of him, even if he didn't die when he returned to the Poison King sect, he would at least lose a layer of skin. The elders, revered elders, and the two supreme elders who were on par with his elder brother would definitely not let him off so easily. Humph. Chapter 2695. Third Prince. Zhou's face was as pale as a sheet of paper when he regained his senses. He looked at the third prince of King Qin's mansion fearfully. I know you're the judge of the bet between me and revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect. However, I didn't know he's Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of Nine Spectres County. If I had known he was Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't have agreed to the bet even if he asked me to bet 5,000 prominent celestial stones. So, this bet was unfair in the first place. Zhou's voice was laced with anger when he spoke. Zhou knew very well that King Qin's mansion was not an option. The person who could decide whether the bet was voided or not was not him or Duan Ling Tian. It was the third prince of King Qin's mansion who was standing before him. He could go back on his word in front of Duan Ling Tian. However, he could not go back on his word in front of the third prince. What a joke! Almost as soon as Zhou finished speaking and before the third prince could say anything, Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, could not help but laugh mockingly. Zhou, don't you think it's embarrassing for you to say such words? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Don't forget that you're the one who initiated the bet with revered Elder Tianling. Revered Elder Tianling didn't initiate the bet. When consecrated Tianling agreed to your bet, you must have been very happy, right? You must have thought the 50,000 prominent celestial stones would be yours again, right? Why didn't you say the bet was unfair at that time? Now that you know revered Elder Tianling is Duanling Tian and you know you're going to lose, you're saying the bet is unfair? As he spoke, the mocking smile on Huang Guangji's face grew wider. At the same time, his gaze left Zhou for a while and swept across the people from the other forces in the VIP spectator seats. Everyone, let's be fair. Do you think this bet is unfair? Do you think that this bet should be cancelled and should not be counted? Although Huang Guangji did not know why Duanling Tian, the monstrous genius from Nine Spectres County, wanted to join the Flying Dragon sect as a primitive celestial alchemist, Huang Guangji did not know why Duanling Tian wanted to join the Flying Dragon sect even though he was a primitive celestial alchemist. However, after Duanling Tian joined the Flying Dragon sect and became their revered elder, he did not do anything to let the Flying Dragon sect down. Instead, he had helped the Flying Dragon sect to refine a batch of high-quality primitive celestial pills. Under such circumstances, one side was Duanling Tian while the other side was the Poison King sect. Naturally, he would help Duanling Tian. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as vice-sect leader. That's right. When this Poison King sect's vice-sect leader Zhou made this bet, I already felt that he was extremely shameless. But now, seeing that he was about to lose, he went back on his word and said that this bet didn't count. Simply shameless to the extreme. I really don't know how the Poison King sect has someone like him. Moreover, he's a vice-sect leader. Earlier, he said he's the younger brother of the sect leader of the Poison King sect. It seems like he only became the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect because of his relationship with the Poison King sect. The Poison King sect is on the decline. How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry become a vice-sect leader? Moreover, he's a disgrace to the Poison King sect. The other forces in the VIP seats did not have any ties with the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect, nor did they have any enmity with them. For this reason, the people from the various forces were neutral when they discussed this matter. However, all of them felt Zhou, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, was shameless. They felt the bet between Zhou and Duanling Tian should not be cancelled. The voices of the VIP seats rang out in unison. Now, do you still think the bet should be cancelled? The third prince of King Qin's mansion asked as he looked at Zhou coldly. Plop. As soon as the third marquis finished speaking, Zhou, whose face had become increasingly pale, trembled and fell to the ground. He was paralyzed on the ground and could not get up for a long time. His legs were completely weak from fear. 500,000 high-grade celestial stones. That's 500,000 high-grade celestial stones. When the third prince of the king of Qin's estate expressed his stance, Zhou already knew in his heart. No matter what, the Poison King sect had to hand over the 500,000 high-grade celestial stones to King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, he would offend the third prince of the Duke of Qin's manor, and even the entire Duke of Qin's manor. Although their Poison King sect's strength was not bad, in front of the colossal Duke Qin's mansion, they were not even worth mentioning. Let alone King Qin of King Qin's mansion. Even the third prince of King Qin's mansion could easily annihilate the Poison King sect if he made a move. If I don't see the 500,000 prominent celestial stones within a month, I'll personally bring my men to the Poison King sect to collect them. At that time, things will become complicated. It won't be as simple as just 500,000 prominent celestial stones. After saying these threatening words, the third prince of King Qin's mansion left the VIP area and retreated behind the curtain. Let's go back. After the third prince left, Zhou's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stood up and led the people from the Poison King sect away. At this moment, He was no longer in the mood to continue watching the martial competition of the 16 counties. It was not because he could predict the outcome of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Right now, there was nothing more important than him bringing this matter back to the Poison King sect and reporting it to his elder brother, the sect head of the Poison King sect. When the people from the Poison King sect left in a hurry, the people from the Flying Dragon sect were elated. When we return to the sect, we'll tell our junior brothers and sisters about this. I'm sure they'll be happy. It's rare for our Flying Dragon sect to make the Poison King sect suffer like this. A Flying Dragon sect's disciple said smugly. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to revered Elder Tian Ling. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to hold our heads high in front of the people from the Poison King sect. However, I didn't expect revered Elder Tian Ling to be Duan Ling Tian, the monstrous genius from the Nine Spectres County who has become famous in King Qin's mansion in recent months. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he's also an outstanding primitive celestial alchemist. Revered Elder Tianling is too monstrous, right? If you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten that revered Elder Tianling is a primitive celestial alchemist. A primitive celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. Revered Elder Tianling is a monster among monsters. When the Flying Dragon sect's disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian who was hovering in the air above the combat ring, their eyes were filled with admiration. In the air above the combat ring. Duan Ling Tian. After staring at Duan Ling Tian for a long time, Chu Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Although I've heard that you're very strong and I can't compare to you, I still want to fight you. If you can defeat me, you'll be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I hope you live up to your reputation." When Chu Yan reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Whoosh! The celestial origin energy that he had accumulated in his body also burst out of his body. It formed a clear airflow around his body, emitting a terrifying aura. "Make your move," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Even when Duan Ling Tian asked Chu Yan to make his move, there was no trace of celestial origin energy on his body at all. It was as though he did not bother to circulate his celestial origin energy in advance to meet Chu Yan's powerful attack. Humph! Upon seeing this, Chu Yan immediately felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. He flew into a rage and charged toward Duan Ling Tian like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, he took out his mediocre celestial weapon as soon as he made his move. He did not hold back at all. Although he had only heard of Duan Ling Tian's strength, he had never seen Duan Ling Tian fight with his own eyes. However, as the saying went, a man with a great reputation lives up to his name. Coupled with Duan Ling Tian's casual attitude, Chu Yan realized that Duan Ling Tian was indeed as powerful as a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, Chu Yan did not dare to hold back when he made the first move against Duan Ling Tian. This was because he knew that if he still had any strength left, he might not be able to use it in the future. Boom! Rumble! Chu Yan, who charged towards Duan Ling Tian with all his might, was like a primeval beast. Everywhere he passed, the air in the sky would violently shake, and a series of explosions would sound out one after another, emitting a deafening sound that was like thunder. Boom! 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 When Chu Yan appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, he unleashed a powerful attack that was as vast as the sea and as powerful as thunder toward Duan Ling Tian. Just as he was about to land his attack on Duan Ling Tian, he discovered that Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy was not present. Duan Ling Tian's body did not emit any celestial origin energy at all. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was still standing on the same spot. His expression was as calm as before. Instantly, he felt like he was being humiliated. "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for this." Chu Yan glared at Duan Ling Tian as though he had transformed into an angry King Kong. Boom! Rumble! His attack erupted a step further and transformed into a thundercloud that seemed to be suffused with a myriad of thunderbolts that enveloped Duan Ling Tian's head and swept him into it. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian was completely shrouded by the thundercloud. What's Duan Ling Tian doing? Is he planning to take Chu Yan's attack head-on? Although this is only Chu Yan's first attack, based on the battle between him and Yang Jin earlier, it's definitely his strongest attack. Duan Ling Tian seems a little too careless in the face of Chu Yan's attack, right? Even an ordinary Violet Sun Golden Celestial wouldn't dare to underestimate Chu Yan's attack, right? Chapter 2696. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the thundercloud that engulfed Duan Ling Tian seemed to be pushed apart by something as soon as it engulfed Duan Ling Tian. Bang! Following that, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. It was so loud that it was earth-shattering. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the crisp sound of a sword whistling resounded in everyone's ears. After the thundercloud exploded, a dazzling white light spread out. It was sword chi. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. As the tens of thousands of sword chi surged out, a figure could be vaguely seen within the sword chi. The power is not bad. Unfortunately, this level of attack can't hurt me. Duan Ling Tian stood in the middle of the tens of thousands of sword chi. He was completely unharmed. Even his purple robe was not damaged at all. It was obvious that Chu Yan's attack did not hurt Duan Ling Tian at all. Swoosh! Horror dawned on Chu Yan's face when he saw Duan Ling Tian was unharmed. He looked at Duan Ling Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. How's this possible? My attack earlier. It's impossible for someone below the level of a great overarching golden celestial to withstand it so easily. Don't tell me he has already broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial. When this last thought appeared in his mind, Chu Yan's heart trembled violently, and his pair of pupils also fiercely shrank. How powerful! In the spectating area where the people from the Soaring Wind County were seated, Chu Yu, Chu Yan's biological sister, stared at Duan Ling Tian with a bright gleam in her eyes when she saw her brother did not hurt Duan Ling Tian at all. Based on the power of my brother's attack earlier, it should be difficult for someone below the level of a great overarching golden celestial to withstand it. It seems like he has broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Chu Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian, the light in the depths of her eyes becoming increasingly resplendent. They were like two stars in the night sky, beautiful and dazzling. His strength has actually increased again. Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate of Nine Spectres County, narrowed his eyes in shock when he saw Duan Ling Tian standing amidst the thousands of sword rays like the king of the sword Dao. Duan Ling Tian has become a great overarching golden celestial? The other inner mansion elder, Zhang Qiu's eyes lit up, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He was sincerely happy for Duan Ling Tian. Haha, amazing. Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, smiled widely. At the same time, he was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's improvement. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to improve so much in less than a year. Of course, Tian Ji Yu was happy because King Qin's mansion would reward Nine Spectres County after Duan Ling Tian won the martial competition of the 16 counties. 3 mediocre celestial pills. The great overarching pills. As for how strong Duan Ling Tian's strength was, he did not care at all. He knew that with Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, it was impossible for him to stay in the Nine Spectres County. Even King Qin's mansion might not be able to accommodate him. He knew clearly in his heart after today, Duan Ling Tian would definitely be able to use the King Qin's mansion as a stepping stone to enter the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. In the history of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was only one such genius more than 100,000 years ago, right? That genius seemed to have left the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and entered a powerful sect that was superior to a high-rank celestial kingdom. Tian Ji Yu thought to himself. How powerful! Duan Ling Tian is so strong. I'm afraid he has already broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial, right? He's bullying us by participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. You're right. However, he's qualified to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I didn't expect such a freak to appear in King Qin's mansion. Such a monstrous genius has never appeared in King Qin's mansion. Even in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, There was only one such genius a few 100,000 years ago. In the surroundings of the combat arena, no matter if it was the VIP spectating area or the other spectating areas, they were filled with similar discussions. Behind the curtain of the VIP seats. It's true that Duan Tian possesses strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. The third prince sighed. Yes. King Qin nodded. Great overarching golden celestial? However, Qin Yu did not comment when he heard the third prince's words. A year ago, he knew Duan Tian possessed the strength to kill a great overarching golden celestial. He had even witnessed Duan Tian imprisoning Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial, and sending him to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, so that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City could kill him. However, at that time, Duan Tian's sword ray was a 7-colored sword ray. I remember that when Duan Tian's sword ray wasn't a 7-colored sword ray, he wasn't a match for Zhou Tong. However, when his sword ray turned 7-colored, he was able to suppress Zhou Tong. Although Qin Yu was unaware that Duan Tian possessed the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, since he had seen Duan Tian fight before, he knew Duan Tian had the ability to transform his sword ray into a 7-colored sword ray. However, today, Duan Tian did not use the ability to turn his sword ray into 7-colored. Today, Duan Tian displayed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial without using the 7-colored sword ray. If he had used the 7-colored sword ray, his strength would have been even stronger. Qin Yu could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought of this. He still remembered. A year ago, if Duan Tian did not use the 7-colored sword ray, his strength would not have been comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. However, today, even if Duan Tian did not use the 7-colored sword ray, his strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. In just a year, Duan Tian's strength has become so much stronger. Qin Yu thought to himself. In the air above the combat arena. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Duan Tian, who had once again become the center of attention, was surrounded by tens of thousands of sword rays. It made him look as though he had transformed into the ruler of the world of swords. Even in the void around his body, due to the tens of thousands of sword rays, there was a clearly visible layer of airflow. You should also receive a move from me. All of a sudden, Duan Tian, who had been looking at Chu Yan calmly since the beginning, spoke. His voice was calm as though it did not contain any emotion. He did not deliberately raise his voice, but it still clearly spread around the combat arena, causing the hearts of the people present to tremble. Duan Tian is going to make a move. The eyes of the group of people around the combat arena lit up one after another. They were like hunters who had seen their prey. Earlier, Duan Tian easily neutralized Chu Yan's full force attack. This allowed them to realize that Duan Tian's strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. It was even to the extent that Duan Tian's cultivation had most likely broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage. However, they had never seen Duan Tian take the initiative to make a move with their own eyes. Now, when they heard Duan Tian was going to make a move, they instantly stared at Duan Tian without blinking. It was as if they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. When he heard Duan Tian's words, Chu Yan's expression instantly changed. He wanted to admit defeat at the first possible moment. What a joke! The strength Duan Tian displayed earlier was already far from something he could compare to. At this moment, if he allowed Duan Tian to make a move, would he not be looking for trouble? However, just as Chu Yan was about to admit defeat, a terrifying aura surged toward him, causing his qi and blood to surge violently. He was unable to complete his sentence. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanying the terrifying aura was the sword formation that Duan Tian had formed with just a lift of his hand. In the beginning, there were more than 10 sword formations before they merged into one. It was so dazzling that it seemed as though it could illuminate all the darkness in the world. Boom, boom, boom. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sword formation controlled by Duan Tian transformed into a gigantic sword that was more than 100 meters long. It shot through the air and slammed down on Chu Yan. That's right, it was slamming down. Duan Ling Tian used the body of the enormous sword to slap it down towards Chu Yan, and didn't use the blade of the sword to point at Chu Yan. This was because he did not intend to kill Chu Yan. Killing was prohibited in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, even if killing was not prohibited, he did not intend to kill Chu Yan. After all, he had no enmity with Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan had attacked him with all his might, he did not reveal any killing intent. Obviously, he did not intend to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering rumbles continued. The gigantic sword that was descending from the sky caused a clear air current to appear in the void. It was as though the water in the sea had been split into two. On the gigantic sword, there was a thick sword essence that seemed to be able to crush everything. Bang! The gigantic sword enveloped Chu Yan. Its speed was so fast that Chu Yan could not dodge it at all. He could only take it head-on. However, no matter how hard he tried, before the giant sword could even touch him, all of his attacks were instantly disintegrated and shattered when the sword aura on the giant sword touched him. As for him, he was ruthlessly sent flying by the slap. Chu Yan, who was sent flying, spat out a large mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance like an arrow, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Thank you for your mercy. Although Chu Yan managed to stabilize himself in the air, his face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. It was just like when he had seized the opportunity to defeat Yang Jin in one fell swoop during his battle with Yang Jin. Chapter 2697. Whoosh! When Chu Yan was blasted flying by the sword force, Duan Ling Tian withdrew all of his attacks with just a thought. If he had not retracted his attack, Chu Yan would have lost his life. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Chu Yan. Brother, are you all right? A melodious voice rang out. It was Chu Yu who had leapt into the air from the side of the spectator stand. In the blink of an eye, she arrived beside Chu Yan and supported him. I'm fine. Chu Yan shook his head, but there was a hint of doting and helplessness in the depths of his eyes. When his sister came over and communicated with him through voice transmission, she did not ask about his injuries. Instead, she asked him to introduce her to Duan Ling Tian. This made him feel that a grown girl could not be kept at home. However, out of his doting love for his sister and his fondness for Duan Ling Tian, he immediately looked at Duan Ling Tian and introduced Chu Yu to him. Duan Ling Tian, this is my sister, Chu Yu. Miss Chu Yu. Duan Ling Tian nodded at Chu Yu out of courtesy. Hello, elder brother Duan. Chu Yu was a little restrained in front of Duan Ling Tian. She, who usually did not care about anything, had a rare blush on her cheeks. Chu Yan, who was standing beside her, was stunned by this scene. Chu Yan had never thought that his sister, who was like a man, would have such a feminine side to her. It's true that a woman dresses up for the man she loves. Chu Yan sighed in his heart. Now, is there anyone else who wants to challenge Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian could not help but avert his gaze when the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said, What's the matter with Chu Yu? Duan Ling Tian could not help but look away when he heard the host's voice. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian naturally looked at him. According to the rules of the martial competition of the 16 counties, Duan Ling Tian is ranked first for the time being. Other than Chu Yan, who is ranked second for the time being, anyone who is ranked 3rd to 10th can challenge Duan Ling Tian. The host continued. When the host finished speaking, many people around the arena could not help but roll their eyes. Are you kidding me? Duan Ling Tian has completely crushed Chu Yan's strength. No matter who challenges Duan Ling Tian, they're just looking for trouble. That's right. Those 8 people were all defeated by Chu Yan. Now that Chu Yan has been defeated by Duan Ling Tian, if they challenge Duan Ling Tian, they're just looking for trouble. Actually, the host must know that those 8 people won't challenge Duan Ling Tian. He's just going through the motions. After all, he can't just let Duan Ling Tian be ranked first for the martial competition of the 16 counties without asking for the opinions of the others, right? You're right. Among the crowd around the arena, there were quite a few who were observant. Just as these discerning people had said, as soon as the host finished speaking, none of the other 8 people issued a challenge to Duan Ling Tian. Since no one challenges Duan Ling Tian, The final ranking of the martial competition of the 16 counties is set. Seeing that the other 8 people did not make a move, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said, "The final ranking of the martial competition of the 16 counties was set. First, Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County. Second, Chu Yen from Soaring Wind County. Third, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County. Fourth, Zhong Jueming from Taiping County. Fifth, Ren Fei from Red Cloud County. Sixth, Zhang Zhenhong from Plum Blossom County. Seventh, Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County. Eighth, Mo Chiu from Chioli County. Ninth, Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. 10th, Yen Shihu from Tongshin County. The martial competition of the 16 counties came to an end. In the spectator area where the people from Fair Mountain County were seated, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, did not dare to say anything. However, he looked at the gray-robed woman in confusion. He did not understand why she had not made a move yet. Was her target not Duan Ling Tian? This old woman. Could it be that she can't bring herself to do it because Duan Ling Tian is too handsome? Wang Qiling could not help but think to himself. Just as I thought. The first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will ultimately go to Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County. Duan Ling Tian appeared just in time. If he had appeared an hour later, he wouldn't have been able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. It's worth it to be able to see a monstrous genius like Duan Ling Tian in action. I'm sure he'll be able to go far in the future. Of course. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, it won't be difficult for him to leave the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. With his innate talent, if he leaves the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom smoothly, he'll definitely surpass those in high-rank Celestial Kingdoms. At the very least, he'll be able to become a Celestial Duke. A Celestial Duke. That's an existence that surpasses an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's said that even high-rank celestial kingdoms don't necessarily have a celestial duke. Although the martial competition of the 16 counties had come to an end, most of the people present had no intention of leaving. They continued to sit in the spectator seats, whispering and discussing. The topic was completely centered around Duan Ling Tian. Many people were curious about how far Duan Ling Tian could go in the future, and whether he could become a celestial duke. For them, the immortal monarch was already an invincible existence, an existence that only appeared in legends. At the very least, it had been more than 100 years since a celestial duke had made an appearance in King Qin's mansion. Looks like that old woman didn't come. In the sky above the combat arena, Duan Ling Tian surveyed the surroundings and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Ling Tian. Tian Ji Yu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, greeted Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian was about to join the group of people from 9 Spectres County. An old, hoarse, and cold voice suddenly rang out. You're Duan Ling Tian from the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City under 9 Spectres County? Although this voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of magical power. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed all the noise in the surroundings, causing the people who were originally talking with confidence to shut their mouths and began to look around. Who's talking? In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gray figure slowly rose into the air from the spectator seats where the people from Fair Mountain County were seated. What's he trying to do? Apart from Wang Lingqi, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, who was looking at Duan Ling Tian with a gloating expression on his face, the people from Fair Mountain County were stunned. Whoosh! The figure shrouded in a gray robe suddenly shed her gray robe, just like how Duan Ling Tian had shed his black robe, revealing her true appearance. She was an old woman in her 70s who was dressed in a plain long robe. The old woman rose into the air and walked toward Duan Ling Tian. She's the old woman city governor Lu mentioned? She's definitely stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. In fact, I have a feeling she's as strong as King Qin from King Qin's mansion. As soon as the old woman spoke, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to flee, but he discovered a powerful invisible energy had locked onto him. Although the invisible energy was dispersed, it gave Duan Ling Tian a feeling of invincibility. With his current strength, Only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or stronger would be able to give him such a feeling. In fact, even an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to give him such a feeling. It's you. Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, exclaimed in shock when he saw the old woman who had shed her gray robe and revealed her true appearance. He was initially smiling as he waited for Duanling Tian to arrive. He was no stranger to the old woman. She was the one who had come to look for him in the county governor's estate a year ago. At that time, the old woman had injured him with just her aura. The old woman's strength was comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She was at least a first-rate overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She's here? Moreover, she's been hiding beside Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. Tianji Yu did not expect the old woman to be here. This old woman had actually come, and she had come early in the morning. She had used a gray robe to cover her face, and she was following beside Wang Qiling, the governor of Pingshan Commandery. The old woman who was walking toward Duanling Tian suddenly stopped in her tracks when she heard Tianji Yu's words. She tilted her head slightly, and a bright light flashed through her turbid eyes. Her gaze also fell on Tianji Yu immediately, and she said faintly, "I almost forgot about you. I remember. When I went to look for you in the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County, you told me that Duanling Tian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, right?" As she spoke, the old woman's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. Senior, hearing the old woman's words and feeling the old woman's killing intent directed at him, Tianji Yu was so scared that his expression changed greatly. He said with a terrified expression, "Senior Yu, you misunderstood. I really didn't know that Duanling Tian would come. I really didn't know that he would come." Although he was in King Qin's mansion and knew King Qin was present, Tianji Yu did not feel safe at all. King Qin was only an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on the strength of the old woman, it was highly likely that she was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if this old woman's strength was on par with King Qin, it would be easy for her to kill him. Even the Duke of Qin might not stop her. Chapter 2698. Is that so? The old woman sneered when she heard Tianji Yu's words. Why do I remember that you purposely bought an hour for Duanling Tian when he didn't show up? If you didn't know he was coming, would you have bought time for him? Do you think I'm a fool? The old woman's voice turned colder and colder as she spoke. It felt as though winter had arrived. Tianji Yu, who was targeted, bore the brunt of it. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Senior. Tianji Yu wanted to say something. Humph. With a cold harumph, a cold light flashed through the old woman's eyes, but she didn't do anything. In the next moment, spurt. Tianji Yu, who was as pale as a sheet of paper, suddenly trembled. A bloody hole appeared between his brows, and his vitality was drained away in just a blink of an eye. Bang! The next moment, Tianji Yu's body fell heavily to the ground. The sound was unusually loud in the silent environment. Tianji Yu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was dead. Gasp! 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 Almost at the same time when they saw Tianji Yu fall to the ground and die, the group of people present could not help but gasp one after another. Nobody thought the county governor of Nine Spectres County under King Qin's mansion would be killed in such a manner. Moreover, he was killed right in front of King Qin's mansion. Lord County Governor. Lord County Governor. When the people from Nine Spectres County regained their senses, they were in a mess. The inner mansion elders, Pang Bing and Zhang Qiu, glanced at Tianji Yu who was on the ground, then glanced at the old woman who stood in the sky above the combat ring before turning around once again and walking towards Duanling Tian, and their expressions were gloomy to the point water seemed to drip from them. Zhang Qiu. Even King Qin wouldn't be able to kill the county governor in such a manner, right? Pang Bing asked through voice transmission. This old woman should be stronger than King Qin. Zhang Qiu replied through voice transmission. Do you remember? When His Excellency the Duke of Qin first appeared, this old woman was wearing a grey robe and standing beside Wang Qiling, the prefectural governor of Fair Mountain Commandery. She didn't even greet His Excellency the Duke of Qin. Zhang Qiu continued to speak. Now that you mention it, I remember. At that time, the Duke of Qin and this old woman were at daggers drawn, but the Fair Mountain County Governor, Wang Qiling, said that this old woman was deaf and mute, so the Duke of Qin did not continue to argue with this old woman. Pang Bing. Deaf and mute? Do you think Wang Qiling's county governor would dare to deceive King Qin's the county? In my opinion, when he said the old woman was deaf and mute, it was most likely His Excellency Duke of Qin who instructed him to do so. Zhang Qiu. King Qin Pang Bing was puzzled. Why would King Qin do this? The Duke of Qin did this either because he knew that the old woman was stronger than him, or because he knew that the old woman had a powerful background and he didn't dare to provoke her. I'm more inclined towards the former. The Duke of Qin knew that the old woman was stronger than him, so he asked the Fair Mountain Commandery chief, Wang Qiling, to cooperate with him and give him a way out. After all, as the master of King Qin's mansion, he couldn't possibly admit defeat in front of the old woman in front of so many people. Zhang Qiu's words made it seem as though he had personally witnessed the battle between King Qin and the old woman. If that's the case, it makes sense. King Qin hasn't made a move even though the old woman has killed the county governor. Pang Bing sighed as he looked at the curtain behind the VIP seats. Behind the curtain. Qin Yu's expression darkened when he saw the old woman walking toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he realized the old woman was a celestial being. The celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had indeed come for his friend, Duan Lingtian. Moreover, based on his uncle's words, the old woman had come to kill Duan Lingtian. Every step the old woman took was akin to stepping on his heart. He could not help but shudder. Duan Lingtian was his only friend, and he'd even saved his life. Now, Duan Lingtian's life was in danger, yet he could only watch and do nothing. This caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Uncle Yu, please save Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu said as he looked at King Qin. You are. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the third prince smiled wryly and said, That old woman is a celestial duke. You saw how she killed the county governor of 9 Spectres County earlier. Even if your first uncle's cultivation base were to break through 2 levels, he might not be able to use such a technique. The strength of a celestial duke is beyond your imagination. A hint of helplessness could be heard in the third prince's voice when he spoke. Although he was a peak great overarching golden celestial who was unrivaled by anyone below the overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was as insignificant as an ant in front of a celestial duke. Moreover, a celestial duke could kill him with just a thought, just like how she had killed the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It's not that I don't want to help him. I can't. King Qin sighed. The celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had killed his subordinate, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, in front of so many people. However, even though he had lost all his face, he could not feel any anger in his heart. After all, he knew there was nothing he could do no matter how angry he was. Putting aside the fact that he was no match for the old woman's background alone was enough to intimidate him. The compassionate celestial traveler sect. The compassionate celestial traveler sect was much more powerful than a high-rank celestial kingdom. Whoosh! While King Qin was sighing, Qin Yu's expression changed a few times. In the end, he flew out of the curtain and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. He shielded Duan Lingtian behind him. Although Duan Lingtian's body was surrounded by the old woman's powerful and invisible energy, it was only natural that the old woman was protecting him. The invisible energy was directed at Duan Lingtian. It was directed at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Qin Yu did not encounter any obstruction from the old woman's invisible energy when he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He successfully arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu? Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised by Qin Yu's appearance. However, despite his surprise, Duan Lingtian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Qin Yu. He smiled bitterly and said, Qin Yu, hurry up and go back. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Although Duan Lingtian knew Qin Yu's appearance could not resolve the crisis he was facing, he still felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He could imagine before Qin Yu appeared, he must have begged his uncle, King Qin of King Qin's mansion. Now that Qin Yu had appeared alone, it meant that King Qin did not agree to help him. Or rather, King Qin knew he was no match for the old woman, so there was nothing he could do to help Qin Yu. Although Duan Lingtian said he would be fine, Qin Yu did not believe him. At this point, how could Qin Yu believe Duan Lingtian's words? After appearing in front of Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu saw the killing intent in the old woman's eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Qin Yu was certain the old woman might not kill Duan Lingtian as quickly as she killed the county chief of 9 Spectres County. Senior, may I know how Duan Lingtian has offended you? If you're willing to let him go, I can promise you anything I can do. Even if you want my life in exchange for his, I'm willing to do it. Qin Yu's heart trembled slightly when he saw the old woman. After all, Duan Lingtian was a true celestial duke. Currently, he was only an ordinary golden celestial who had not even become a great overarching golden celestial. Even great overarching golden celestials and celestial dukes were separated by overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In other words, Qin Yu was no different from an ant in front of the old woman. In fact, the old woman could easily kill him with a puff of her celestial origin energy. Earlier, even the county chief of 9 Spectres County, a profound great overarching golden celestial, had been killed by the old woman. Based on this, one could easily imagine how powerful the old woman was. As soon as Qin Yu appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, the old woman's eyes flashed coldly. She was prepared to kill Qin Yu. However, when she heard Qin Yu's words, she temporarily dismissed the idea of killing him. She asked in disbelief, "You're willing to exchange your life for his?" In the Devata realms where the strong were revered and the weak were prey to the strong, very few people would be willing to sacrifice their own lives for others. After all, everyone was selfish. "Senior, as long as you promise not to kill him after killing me, I'm willing to give up my life," Qin Yu said solemnly with a serious face. "Since you want to exchange your life for his, I'll fulfill your wish." Right after Qin Yu's words left his mouth, the old woman's gaze suddenly turned cold. Whoosh! Immediately after that, a powerful aura swept out from her body and enveloped Qin Yu. It was moving toward him menacingly. As a celestial duke, the old woman's aura was strong enough to injure ordinary great overarching golden celestials. If she wanted to, she could kill ordinary golden celestials with just her aura alone. "Senior, please have mercy on me. Please have mercy on me." Almost at the instant when the old woman's aura swept out and enveloped Qin Yu, 2 hurried voices sounded in succession from behind the curtain of the VIP viewing seats. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, 2 figures flew out from behind the curtain. They were none other than the master of King Qin's mansion, King Qin, and the 3rd prince. Qin Wang and the 3rd prince, one after the other, soar into the air at an extremely fast speed, wanting to rescue Qin Yu. Qin Yu's father was their 4th brother. On the other hand, their 4th brother had saved their lives more than once in the past. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.